Hey everyone, welcome to the show. It's great to be here with you on a lovely Monday afternoon in New York City. We have a lot to get into this Monday afternoon. A lot has happened since we last spoke. Very excited to talk about the last UFC event of 2025, last UFC on ESPN event, share our memories of these 7 years on ESPN. John Cena's retirement match, did they get it right? Did they get it wrong? We'll get into all of that. A lot of news has happened since I last spoke to you on Wednesday. We shall get into all of that, plus have 4 great guests on the program once again. I'll tell you about them in a moment. But obviously, I have to start today's show speaking about what happened yesterday, Sunday, in a beautiful, gorgeous, majestic, serene part of the world, a place that I had the great pleasure of visiting several years ago, almost 15 years ago to be exact. I went to Sydney to cover UFC 127 back in February of 2011. My one and only time there, and you may recall if you've been watching us for a long time, you may recall that we spent some time on Bondi Beach. And that part of the world has always spoke to me for several reasons, because I remember being there. It was the summertime. It was beautiful. The people, you know, we love Australians here. You know, we love talking to the Aussie fighters. You know, we've had a great connection with so many of them over the years. I don't have to name them all. You know, we love the culture. We love the rituals. We love everything about them. I've always said they remind me of Canadians, very kind-hearted, very warm, mensch-like people. I always talk about, wow, I can't believe you guys want to wake up so early to come on the show. And it's like, yeah, no big deal. I love Australia. I love the people. And so yesterday, when I wake up to the news that there has been a mass shooting in Australia on Bondi Beach, one of the most beautiful beaches in the world, my heart broke. And then a few seconds later, I find out more information. It wasn't just a random act of terror and violence and disgusting actions by 2 human beings. No, it was a targeted attack at my people, the Jewish people. A Hanukkah celebration on Bondi Beach in which, as of right now, 16 people were murdered, as young as 10, as old as 87, a Holocaust survivor, and so many in between. Parents, kids, grandparents, unimaginable. Around 40 or so still being hospitalized, including one hero who I hope that you have seen by now, a man named Ahmed El Ahmed, who emigrated to Sydney, from what I've read, not that long ago from Syria, who jumped onto one of the shooters, a man holding a gun. I'll never pretend to be a gun connoisseur of sorts, but this thing looked like it was that big and that long. A father and his son who had decided to go to this Hanukkah celebration on the first night of Hanukkah on the beach, summertime, a beautiful time in Sydney, Australia, a beautiful time in the country, a beautiful time to celebrate in such a unique setting. A father and son decide to go there and just engage in murder, target practice, killing people simply because they are Jewish. And so I sit here today as a very, very sad human being in a familiar state, sitting here talking on this show, a show that has never really delved into politics, has never really delved into these types of issues. You've known me for a long time, since 2009. We never talked about this stuff. But something changed on October 7th. And something in me changed on October 7th. I felt like I needed to speak up when appropriate. I don't bring it in. I've bit my tongue a lot. I've kept my comments, my thoughts to myself when I see things happening. I've spoken up when I thought it was appropriate. And on the Monday after that show, I thought it was appropriate. And then to see the scenes immediately after what happened on October 7th in places like Sydney, on the steps of the Opera House, to see how we all of a sudden were okay with allowing not anti-Zionism or anti-Semitism, no, anti-Judaism. Let's be very clear what is happening. To see this virus spread, to see this cancer spread across the world, and to see so many people just be okay with it. This is what happens. Now you see what happens. Because before, when I would speak about it, it would be a thing that was just confined to one part of the world, one region. And so it was very easy to dismiss. But what I have felt in the last 24 hours is an awakening, a revelation of sorts from people who are like, wait a second, we didn't ask for this. We didn't want this. Don't bring this hatred to our shores. And so I will sit here today feeling depressed, feeling sad, feeling mad, feeling angry. I hope you feel the anger in my voice. To see people who could have been my family, who could have been your family, who could have been my kids, your kids, people you know, friends, relatives, acquaintances, colleagues. Those people wanted nothing to do with anything that was divisive, hateful. They just wanted to celebrate. And so to see now it spread outside of the region that has been a target for the last 2 years, and to see people on social media, to see people who have reached out to me. I've had more people who are not Jewish reach out to me and be like, yo, man, this is fucked. This is fucked up. And I expect nothing less from Australian people who are good, kind-hearted people. And so I sit here actually with a bit of hope as well. Hopefully this is the breaking point. Hopefully you realize that when people go on the streets in New York City, in places in the Western world, and scream things like globalize the Intifada, that means the destruction of the Jewish people. I hope you understand now what it means. I hope you get it now. I hope you get what we've been feeling for the last 2 years. I hope you get what I feel as a father who sends his kids to Jewish school. I hope you get what I feel when I get those messages. I hope you get what I feel when someone comes up to me in my hometown of Montreal with a camera shouting in my face, calling me a bad person for the sin of waiting in line to buy falafel for my kids. I hope you now understand what we're dealing with. I hope you now get it. Didn't want this, didn't ask for this. It feels like a nightmare that won't end. But hopefully now you understand, and hopefully this is the breaking point. Hopefully now people will start speaking up. Hopefully politicians will stop allowing this type of rhetoric, this cancer, this virus from spreading, because it is spreading and it's only going to get worse. And I hope you will understand that my people, the Jewish people, will never cower. We will never succumb. We will never actually break. We will never even bend. We will light our menorahs on this second night of Hanukkah. We will proudly pray and go to synagogue and send our kids to school and try to be a part of the community. We will do as this paramedic said, who was there, who was covering his own daughter from being shot at by these two lunatics who I hope rot in hell. We will do what he said he was going to do, and we will continue to do that. None of this will ever change us. Take a look at this clip to understand what human spirit and what the Jewish spirit is all about.
But I tell you one thing. I got these candles there, and I'm going to go home and I'm going to light them up. Because we must light up and keep the show going. We're not afraid.
Amen. And oh, by the way, if you think it just happened in Australia, it also happened at Brown University this past weekend, where 2 people were killed. And why were they killed? Because they were in a Judaic studies class. They were in a review class for their final exams. The professor, Jewish. You think this is a coincidence? It's not. So please wake up. Please understand what we're dealing with. Please understand how we're feeling. And please let us not allow these things to happen again. My heart breaks for everyone involved. My heart breaks for everyone affected. My heart breaks for the great people of Australia that I've seen line up to donate blood, line up to support, who have sent me messages, and I can't tell you how much it means to me. My heart breaks for humanity. Enough of this, once and for all. Please recognize what is happening around the world. And please recognize when people are out there protesting and doing things, that they're not protesting for other parts of the world. What about what's happening in Nigeria? Why aren't you talking about that? Why aren't you talking about the issues happening? Why is it always about one group? Why is it always about one region? Open your eyes and understand what is happening here. And stop this virus, this cancer from spreading. We want nothing more than peace. We want nothing more than to celebrate and to be left alone. And we will continue to celebrate, and we will continue to try to make humanity into a better place. And in closing, the sentiment that I have, and I know I speak for so many, is that we want to live in peace and harmony. We want to live in peace and harmony with our Christian brothers and sisters, our Muslim brothers and sisters, our every other religion brothers and sisters. And I saw this clip of a Muslim man going up to a rabbi and expressing that. And it warmed my heart and it gave me hope for the future. And so may the memories of the victims forever be a blessing. Our hearts go out to those affected, the family, the friends, all the people who had to witness that carnage, that horror, that terror, all those people that had to witness that. for the sin of just being on the beach, enjoying a beautiful Sunday in Sydney. Stay strong, Sydney. Stay strong, Australia. Stay strong, Jewish people. And let us have more of this type of love and light in our lives from this point moving forward.
Sorry about everything that happened over in Sydney.
Appreciate you saying that.
No problem.
You celebrate Hanukkah?
I'm Muslim.
I'm Muslim.
Yeah. But
I'm
gonna give you a hug.
The fact that you're saying that, in the Jewish community, I got it all the time, but this is the first time I get it from a Muslim, so it means so much to me now.
No, absolutely, brother. We're all in this together.
We're in this together, in the same world we are, so let's just add in light.
Peace and love, that's all we got.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you, brother. What's your name?
Rabbi Levi.
Rabbi Levi Farouk.
Yeah, Farouk.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, December 15th, 2025. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome to the program. Happy holidays once again. The pound for pound king of studio set design does it again. Look at this. Look at the spirit. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Right? Yeah. It's a great time to be here on the program as we round third. As far as 2025 is concerned, we are on our way to Miami, by the way. Do want to let you know. And we have also revealed the details of our next Helwani Roadshow going down Thursday, 8:30 p.m., Hard Rock Cafe in Miami, just a stone's throw away from the Kaseya Center, site of Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua on Friday night, live on Netflix, which I'm very excited about. 8:30 p.m., live, no fee required, username not required, password not required. Myself, Rick, GC, Frank, Andy, others as well in attendance. Gonna be great. Not only that, Kayla Harrison and Jorge Masvidal going to be in attendance with all of us, hanging out. Yes, there it is. Look at that. 8:30 p.m., December 18th, free for all. Kayla, Jorge, myself, the crew in Miami at the Hard Rock Cafe. No fee, no tickets. I have tweeted out a couple of times. I've also put on my Instagram story. I put up a link. If you want to get the best seats, go to the link, click on it. It's an open table link. Click on anything past 7:30. They had some earlier times, I don't know why, but 7:30, 7:45, 8:30, all those times. And you will be able to be there, save your spot. It is first come, first serve. Can't wait for it. Thank you to Kayla and Jorge for being there. Thank you to everyone who put in all the hard work into making it happen. And if you're wondering why it's free, I will give you a hint. Well, actually, I'm going to tell you later why it's free, but there's a very specific reason and special reason as to why it's free, and I'm very excited about that, so more on that to come. That's this Thursday, and so this is the schedule for the week around these parts, just so you all know. Tomorrow, well, obviously today there's a Helwani show. Tomorrow, Helwani show. Wednesday, we will premiere our next uncrowned film. It is called What is Fight Circus? Yes, myself, Casey, and New York Rick went to the Fight Circus debut in Las Vegas back in October. We have a great film coming out. It's around 45 minutes long. Behind the scenes, we find out what exactly is this crazy thing known as Fight Circus. And it is going to air Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday. That is going to be our content offering for the day. So no Helwani show, no other shows. 1 p.m. Eastern, it is going to air. It's going to premiere. I'll give you a teaser of said film tomorrow during the show, so stay tuned for that. But I'm very excited about it. Technically our third uncrowned film. And then Thursday, you'll have The Crack. And then more to come for the back end of the week. All right? So a lot of exciting things. And then, of course, we'll be back on Monday December 22nd for our last live show of the year. And then we'll be back on January 5th for the award show. That's 2 weeks of content. As far as today's program is concerned, we've got 4 great guests. Back into the show, Shakur Stevenson's going to join us. He returned to action on January 31st, going up against Teofimo Lopez, moving up to 140 Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden. And as far as like my sports teams are concerned, in case you're wondering, I told my kids this morning, I hit the treble this weekend, the rare treble. Knicks punched their ticket to the NBA Cup Finals. Oh my God, we were celebrating in the streets. Forrest laid the smackdown on Spurs. Sorry about that on Air Jordan. NBD. I didn't rub it in. I'm not going to rub it in. We're just trying to work our way up. It's tough. And then the Buffalo Bills with the comeback of the season, or was it last week's game against Cincinnati, or maybe it was week 1 against Baltimore. Anyway, they ain't dead yet. The Buffalo Bills, led by JA-17, your MVP and mine, beating the New England Patriots at home, at Foxborough. Wow, the treble. And then, of course, NBA Cup Finals tomorrow, NBD. It's Hanukkah. We're all happy. Holiday season. Happy Hanukkah and Merry Christmas to all. And anyway, Shakur Stevenson, I went on a whole tangent there. That's crazy. Prior to that, Tyson Pedro is going to join us. He's got some news to share. Stay tuned for that. Patrick Habirora is an absolute stud who was victorious on the PFL card in Lyon. PT Carroll wrote a great feature on him for uncrowned.com, and we're going to meet him. He is the pride of Belgium. They call him the Belgian Bomber, and I'm looking forward to speaking to him for the very first time. He beat Kevin Vallejos on Saturday. Great show. Lyon, hot crowd once again. Really, 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 really impressive. Vadim Nemkov became the new PFL heavyweight champion, and Chris Cyborg became their new inaugural featherweight champion. So seems like things are happening in the PFL. And prior to that, Kevin, so I thought it was Vallejos, but on the broadcast they were referring to him as Vallejos. How would you pronounce, Andy, how would you pronounce Vallejos?
Vallejos. That's how I would say it.
Vallejos.
Vallejos, yeah.
So is the double L like a J?
Kind of, yeah, ja.
Yeah, so it's Vallejos. So I feel like they were taking that and like kind of butchering it a little bit, because they were calling him, how are they calling him, Rick? Vallejos. Is there any way it's Vallejos as an Argentinian?
Oh, because it's face Argentinian. That might be why they're pronouncing it that way. It's just a pronunciation. Yeah.
Vallejos. Anyway, this guy's unbelievable. 17-1. Had a great win over Giga Chikadze. We'll talk to him about that victory. So like I said, a lot to get into, a lot to discuss. And let us discuss, there's the 4-pack right there. I actually wanted to start with some news regarding Ilia Topuria, because I do think that as of this morning, it's probably the biggest news of the day. So obviously by now you know that he is not fighting on January 24th. You know that he is taking a bit of a break. You know that there's an interim title on the line at UFC 324. You know all that stuff and more. Well, over the weekend, he spoke to ESPN Deportes. I want to play those 2 clips in a moment, but I want to start with the new news first, if you will, because he posted on Instagram this morning an update on his status, and he also discussed what he's been going through. And I think it's worth reading, because this is the most he has said about all of this. Over the past several weeks, I've made the difficult decision to temporarily step away from defending my title. This was not a decision I took lightly. However, when circumstances arise that threaten your personal integrity, your family, and your reputation, there comes a point when you must address them directly. In recent months, I have been subjected to severe and unacceptable pressure, including threats to disseminate false allegations of domestic abuse unless financial demands were met. These allegations are entirely unfounded. The truth is not a matter of opinion, it is a matter of evidence. All relevant evidence has been carefully preserved and documented, including audio recordings, written communications, witness statements, and video material. This evidence has been submitted to appropriate judicial authorities in order to pursue legal action for attempted extortion, falsification of evidence, misappropriation of funds and personal property, and multiple threats. My initial decision to remain silent was made solely to protect my children, who are the most important part of my life. However, I've come to understand that silence under these circumstances does not protect the truth. It allows false narratives to take hold. Many individuals have faced similar situations, and time and again, the legal system has ultimately clarified the facts. Today, I'm stepping forward not only for my family and myself, but also to demonstrate that no one should be forced to yield to intimidation, manipulation, or fear. Those who know me can attest that I have never engaged in violence of any kind, and that my life and career have always been guided by discipline, respect, and integrity. I have full confidence in the judicial process and will allow the legal system to determine the facts based on evidence. Out of respect for my children and the ongoing legal proceedings, I will not be making any further public statements. I respectfully ask that speculation be avoided and that my family's privacy be honored during this sensitive time. The truth does not require volume, it requires facts. Thank you, Ilia Topuria. So that is heavy-duty stuff. Obviously, we knew that he was going through some personal issues, and there's rumors online, and I didn't want to partake in any of those. I had not heard any of this. I had not heard any of these allegations or rumors, innuendo, any of that. And so you can understand even more so why he would want to step away and not focus on fighting or defending his title, because obviously there's a lot going on. It's extremely sad. It's, I feel for everyone involved. I feel for his family. I feel for his kids. It's an awful situation. And so let's see what happens. Let's see what becomes of it. And let's see when we can see him back in there. As of now, there's no real timeline set in place. He spoke to ESPN Deportes about that, about his decision to walk away. Here's what he had to say, and I'll read the subtitles for you in case you're just listening to the audio. Finally, Ilia, because what the public wants to know, you announced not the first quarter, that you'll fight in January. When would you like to fight? When you feel it's time to return? Well, Ilia says, as I've communicated, I'm going through some personal problems. I do not have an exact date when everything will be fixed. I hope that as soon as possible, as soon as it is solved, I will be ready to go back. In the octagon, I prioritize at this time the welfare of my family, of my children, my own. So as soon as everything is solved, I will be back to the octagon to give it the show that everyone deserves. He's then asked if he's going to be there. We are making decisions at this time, whether I'll make the trip on January 24th, but I hope so. I hope so. So that's what he had to say to ESPN Deportes on Saturday at his own event, WOW FC. I believe that was in Madrid. Interestingly enough, PT alerted me of this. It was actually streaming on Cristiano Ronaldo's YouTube page. So great, publicity. He's now teamed up with them, and they're trying to do big things over in Spain. He was also asked, by the way, how the UFC was handling the situation and the kind of support that they were giving to him. Here's what he had to say. I think a lot of people were surprised that you were not fighting in the first quarter, at least. But how is it with the UFC? Are they understanding? Because obviously all the fighters can go through problems such as what you are going through. How understanding was Hunter and the other people involved? The truth is, Ilia says, they have been excellent. We have a special connection. I have understanding without having to give a lot of explanation, understanding from them. From the very first moment, they have extended their hand. I have been offered their support in any time I needed it. So I don't really know. I'm very happy for the support I've received from them, for the understanding, and also happy about the steps that they have to take. It has obviously been a conversation we have had, and as a promoter now that I have the experience, I also have the experience of going through this part of the sport as a promoter and not only as a fighter. I understand in many, many more ways that perhaps. So I am very happy, to be honest, because of the relationship that I'm starting to have with the UFC and for the understanding that they have had with me. So there you have it. He is very happy with the sport. He did also say that he wants to finish his MMA story and then go into boxing, but that's a lot of steps away, and I don't think we need to get into that too much. You do wonder, at some point, will they decide to make that interim belt the actual belt if he's not going to come back anytime soon? I I don't think that they're going to be forced to do that for the January event. We'll see what kind of timeline he's on, how long this is going to play out. But if it's by next summer, perhaps they make that call. And perhaps that's why a guy like Arman doesn't seem too bothered by what's going on. These things can play out in many different ways, and you're on the outside and then you're on the inside, and everything changes in an instant. So just a very unfortunate situation for someone who, was on this meteoric rise, and will hopefully for him, if everything works out in his favor, be able to continue that rise. But obviously this is a huge obstacle on a personal level that he's going to have to overcome, and wish everyone involved the best, and hopefully it can be resolved sooner rather than later. And as he said, when there's children involved, it's just a very, very ugly thing, and a very tough thing to process. So that's the update from Ilia Topuria. We did have the final UFC event of 2025 and the final UFC on ESPN event, and it was shades of the UFC on FS1 days. It was a rare 10 p.m. fight night main card start that seemed to go on forever and ever and ever. But in the end, the main event, Manel Kape, Brandon Royval, didn't last very long. And in the end, if you're ever at a party, if you're ever at a holiday party, and it happens to come up in a trivia session of sorts, hey, who won the final UFC on ESPN fight, at least for now? The answer will be that man, Manel Kape, who had a big win, 3 minutes and 18 seconds in the first round. He knocks out Brandon Royval. There was some talk in the moment, quick stoppages and that. I thought it was a fine stoppage. I thought it was a very fair stoppage. And now he's very much in the mix at 125 pounds. He did a promo afterwards talking about that he wanted to take Joshua Van's diapers. I think he wanted to I wasn't sure if he wanted to
take him alive. Don't forget
take him alive. What do you want to take him as what? He wanted to kidnap them or something? What does that mean?
I don't know, but he wants them alive. That's all I know.
He then tweeted, "Sign the contract, little boy. I've got something that will make you sleep real good." And there's a bottle and a baby. Joshua Van replies, "Houston, Texas, Manel Kape, let's run it. Talk is cheap." And so let me ask you guys, let me bring you in after this weekend's events. What do we want? Joshua Van or Manel? PT, you go first. Joshua Van Manel, or Joshua Van versus Tyra, or Joshua Van versus Kyoji, or Joshua Van versus Pantoja?
Yeah, I like Kyoji from the get-go, but obviously, this is MMA, and we are high on recency bias. And yeah, I don't mind the idea of Kape either right now. It was a big win. He talks a lot of shit. He's a very dynamic character. He's a very exciting style. I think it's a brilliant matchup as well, to be honest. It will be an absolutely brilliant fight, so I would not mind if they went in that direction with it.
Rick?
Manel Kape versus Joshua Van in Houston. Move Strickland and Fluffy to somewhere else. And then winner fights Tyra or Horiguchi in Japan later this year.
Ooh.
While Pantoja heals. If Pantoja is ready to come back, then you give him that opportunity, and then whoever he faces, the winner of that, fights in Japan later this year.
GC?
But Tyra and Horiguchi should be waiting for Japan.
Yeah, Horiguchi already got this fight against Amir Albazi, so I'm going to count him out. I also thought he was third most deserving on the list. I'm going to go with Manel Kape because it's what have you done for me lately? And he honestly surprised me by knocking him out in the first round. That was incredible. There was, maybe some people want to say early stoppage, but there was no question in my mind that he was putting Brandon Royval out with that shot. So I'll go Kape, and then you do Tatsuro Taira. And if Horiguchi beats Albazi, you do Tatsuro Taira versus Horiguchi.
Okay, so the thing that I'm curious about is why not? Okay, so I like what you said, Rick, but you could just do Van versus Kape in Houston and just have those other guys as the co-main.
It feels like you might need that for a fight night, though, just because that's such a Strickland and Fluffy are both headliners. I don't mind it. I'm fine with it. You make it a 5-round co-main event, but it does feel like you could use that better served elsewhere. But I'm also okay with that.
Okay. I don't think they're going to do that.
Yeah, because it's already announced. It's kind of rough.
Historically, they don't do that. I kind of feel like the move is do Tyra versus Van, have Kape on the card. He has ties to Japan. He has fought in Rizin. have hopefully Horiguchi on the card. Now, Horiguchi's fighting on the February 7th card they announced at the Apex. So that would suggest that Japan isn't coming anytime soon because it would be absolutely insane to go to Japan without Horiguchi.
Yeah.
Man, it's just,
are you suggesting they do that in Houston? No. Tyra versus Van?
No.
I mean,
you're saying sometime in the spring into the summer.
Yeah.
Who could you even have Cop fight? Brandon Moreno's already. I see he got a fight booked as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much for him. Amir Albazi's booked. In this situation, Tatsuro Taira would be fighting the champ. He just beat Brandon Royval. Pantoja's not going to take a fight against him.
We should probably not act like Manel Kape fights that frequently. He could probably sit on the sideline for a little bit. I don't think he'd mind after if it secures him the next title opportunity after that.
Tim Elliott?
Oh. That feels like a stump. That feels like a banana peel.
I just don't think he's taking a fight like that.
Yeah, just no upside for him. I just wait. If you can talk to Manel Kape and let him know, hey, you'll be next at some point. I think he'd be fine with that. I don't think it's a big deal.
I think they have two great options though, in both Tyra and Kape. I think if whatever they announce, I would be fine with either.
But do we feel like Tyra versus Van is a big fight outside of Japan?
No, but it's a perfect fight for Japan.
I'm saying. So you're saying you want to do it earlier. I'm saying
no.
Why?
I'm saying just wait for Japan.
Oh.
Yeah. Wait for Japan.
Van does not fight until Tyra in Japan.
I think Houston's going to come and go.
When do you think that's going to happen?
Yeah, I don't think Houston happens.
When Tyra was on the show, he seemed to know something about their return to Japan. He talked about springtime.
April. If it's that early, then okay. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I just feel like how many times.
But you are right because they
Spain,
announced Brandon Moreno. They announced Brandon Moreno for Mexico. They announced Horiguchi for February 7th. They've seemingly booked up all the top 125ers.
I got
kind of handcuffed it. Tyra or Kape is going to have to sit, or they're going to have to fight someone else.
Bring back Muhammad Makayev and let's run it back. Kape versus Makayev, the one that we were promised. This time they actually fight. That's the guarantee. Last time they didn't fight, there will be no fighting in the hotel room, but when they step in the cage, this time they'll actually fight. That'd be fantastic.
It was one of the biggest letdown fights of all time. I have a hard time believing that'd be like them rebooking Derek Lewis versus Francis Ngannou.
Rampage Rashad.
The face-off was
Kape versus Makayev. Those are my two worst
Lewis
letdowns
Ngannou?
of all time.
Lewis Ngannou was pretty damn.
But that didn't have the beef part. That Lewis Ngannou was like, okay, these guys are the guys who throw hands. I'm excited for it. Rampage and Rashad was billed as the blood feud of all blood feuds. We had a tough season, and then Rashad's just wrestling with him. And then you know what? I might have Kape versus Makayev as number one. That was an all-time letdown.
Especially because you're beefing in the hotel and all
that.
They're
fighting in the hotel.
Yeah.
They had to get separated, and security had to come in before they started the fight in the cage.
I remember that. It was like Tyson Lewis.
Yes.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Yes. And then they did nothing in the actual fight. And then we're complaining to each other like they were arguing after the fight.
Yeah.
Just the 15 minutes in between was the part where it was
the actual fight.
Run it back. Get Makayev back in there.
I don't know if they are like foaming at the mouth to give Kape that spot because I think that he's viewed as maybe, I don't want to say unreliable, but I think there's been some pullouts, there's been some issues. And I feel like they loved, you could tell Dana was super excited about the idea of Van versus Tyra. By the way, in case you're wondering about Alex Pantoja, I keep seeing footage of him working out. This guy's working out with his arm in a brace of sorts. Look at this guy. Seen him do the kettlebells. Look at this. Most people in his position are probably chilling.
Are we going to get unbalanced here, Alex?
What does that mean?
I mean, he can't work out the left arm, and we're just working out the right. Are we
oh yeah, that's a good point. Look at this guy. Look at this freaking guy. That's a man on the mission. That's a man who is
Did he have surgery?
I was told actually. Thank you for reminding me. I was told as of last week that he was waiting for the swelling to go down to get an MRI on his elbow to see if there's any ligament damage. As far as
a shoulder, though.
Yeah. Yeah. They
Fair
did,
question.
They did say elbow. I should have responded with wait a second. Something's amiss.
Yeah. Look, Pantoja is the monkey wrench in all this planning, right? Because we just don't know his timeline. He could come back soon. He could come back later. Whatever it is, he deserves an opportunity the moment he comes back. I can't hear any other conversation about it. If there is a title fight to be made as soon as Pantoja is available, he needs to have that opportunity. So he could be the potential monkey wrench in this planning. But man, I've got no problem with Kopp versus Van in the meantime. Zero. Like Manel Kopp is a fantastic fighter.
You know, I did happen to see something that I wanted to ask Pizzi about, in particular, since you're our resident European expert. I was watching Manel Kopp's post-fight press conference, and he mentioned something that I feel like only you would be able to answer. So if we could just play the clip real quickly and then get your response, that would be fantastic.
We always see the CR7 Cristiano Ronaldo celebration after you win. So what do you think that would do for you? Say you get the title fight, on a big stage and the whole world sees you do that celebration, that's a tribute to a global icon.
It will be amazing. It will be amazing. I born in Angola. I represent my country very, very well. Always in my blood. I come from mother of Africa. But I grew up in Portugal, and I played soccer for a long time. That's why I celebrate the way I celebrate. I never forgot my roots, where I born. I never forgot where I grew up. So this is something mean to me, because in Portugal, Cristiano Ronaldo is the famous thing, big thing, and second person there is Manel. And right now in sport in Angola, I'm the big thing there.
So, Pizzi, I was just wondering, is that the rankings in Portugal? I know you're not Portuguese, but I feel like you're the closest one to that country on the show. Is it Cristiano and then Manel?
Is that what he's saying? Yeah, he's saying he's the second most second biggest celebrity. No, it's not true. It's absolutely mental. But I'm afraid of him, so I'm willing to say yes. Because I don't want this guy coming at me. He's terrifying.
Sure. Okay.
So I'm gonna agree to disagree in some ways. I think I'll have to research this some more. And
who could be number two? Like, who would he be battling?
Every other player on the Portuguese national team, I'd imagine.
Okay. But Bruno, they're not that good, right? They're not that
They're
famous.
very good.
No, I'm kidding.
They're very good.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Not as good as Ireland, of course. We beat them.
Yeah, you did.
Qualification, but I don't want to rub it in. But no, I think that's absolutely mental from Manel. Absolutely mental. Fair play. You got to be delusional in this game.
Sure.
He's certainly ticking that box there.
He looks great in a suit, though.
He does. And the post-fight interview, I was like, I kind of understand what you're trying to say. The diapers was a little bit off.
I was with the diapers. I just didn't get the alive part.
Okay.
The diapers, I'm following. I'm tracking. He's a baby. You're a daddy. Got it. The diapers alive is where he veered this way, and I just couldn't keep up. That's okay, though. We're all right.
And Josh Van is what, 25? No, 24. So he's 8 years older than him. He's 32.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I guess it's a lot, but it's not like he's like some old man or something. It's kind of weird to say that. Anyway, great win for him.
So every time somebody's like, I'm your daddy, they have to be of daddy age. Like, you have to have been able to birth
the diapers alive
person.
thing.
The diapers
said
alive.
I'm your daddy.
Because he's so young.
I get it, but
are they alive or are they dead, the diapers?
Also,
that's what I want to know.
You always equate diapers with
poop?
Yeah. Like, who wants to take anyone's diapers,
Manel Kopp wants
to take those diapers alive.
Kevin, what is it?
Vallejos,
with a great win over Giga Chikadze. That was really impressive. He got a bonus, by the way, Kevin did, as did Manel Kopp. And then I saw, by the way, on Kevin's Twitter, I went on his Twitter or X, and what did I see? I saw a beautiful tweet from him posted before the fight in which he stated ever so eloquently this. All I know is that I want an Ariel Helwani interview when I get ranked. Well, guess what? I don't know if he's ranked yet, but he's getting that interview today. Morgan Charrier got knocked out for the first time in his 32-plus career, PT. Were you shocked to see that?
Crazy. And, it was a big day for the French PFL. I thought they were going to kind of ride the momentum in there. Costa just insane kick. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, he's on a run.
Charrier's face after was pretty much mine as well. He was on the ground going like, what is after happening there? Like, what? Did you see it? Like, he was... It wasn't like your typical knocked out expression. It was almost like shock that this had just occurred. Crazy to see it, but a bad one for him definitely. But what a run Costa's been on.
What a run. And also there was something about like that crowd at the PFL event, which we'll get into in a moment, and then seeing Shakur fight at the Apex, and you're like, I feel like he should have been on that card. You know what I mean? Because he's such
adored.
He's adored in France, and now here he is fighting in front of like 6 people at the Apex at 11:30 p.m. Eastern, which would be like 5 a.m. over there, 5:30 a.m. over there. Something just seemed a little bit off about all of that.
Soon to be 1,000. Don't forget. You're going to be in front of 1,000.
Yes, we did see that. Let's tell the people about that. They announced that beginning with the February 7th event, I guess the expansion that had been reported to be like 10,000 people, and which Dana rightly refuted very shortly after. They're now going to be selling like general tickets to people. Here it is, courtesy of Nolan King of MMA Junkie. UFC fans will be able to purchase standard tickets for Apex events in 2026. The promotion announces that will begin with UFC Vegas 113 on February 7th. That also suggests Apex ain't going nowhere. Apex ain't going nowhere.
I'd actually love to go one of those.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You could go with Chuck. It's like his...
Being the man in the hat at the Apex, I'm down for that.
He only goes to the best cards. Aspen, Norma Dumont,
Bautista Lockdog.
Let's go. Yes, that is the main event for that
I'm
one.
not going to hate on Lockdog. That's actually
it's actually too good for Chip to go to that
main event.
That was the one. That was the one that they announced: Mario Bautista versus Vinicius Oliveira. Lockdog.
Does that change the
He
product?
said lock.
Yeah.
I still feel
Lock.
like it's Loke, but he said lock, so I have to.
I've always been Team Lock.
to
He
respect
verified it's Lock.
What was that question, PT?
Do you think it will change the viewing experience of the Apex events, like having people there, 1,000 people or whatever it is? Will that make it a more engaging experience?
I think it will be a little bit more lively. I've mentioned NXT did an event there, and it was in front of, I don't know what exactly it was, 6, 7. It was way more people than what we usually see. It was way more people than what we usually see at a UFC event. And it felt much different. It felt way more alive. So
yeah, I mean, think about like the small theater shows that we see sometimes in boxing or previously in MMA, like the theater at Madison Square Garden. Now that's like 3,000 to 5,000, but if just packing enough people in there so that when somebody wins, it's not their mom and their aunt screaming and their dad applauding loudly is going to make a huge difference. Like there's actually going to be some energy in it.
In a small room, too?
Yeah.
It's gonna. I think it's going to feel actually
be
pretty
better,
cool.
but still.
We think 1,000 show up every time?
No.
I wonder how much the tickets are going to cost, the standard tickets, because I know the VIP plan where you get unlimited food and drink is like $1,000 or whatever. If like you could get a standard ticket for like
$1,000 for the Apex.
But it's like VIP and you get all the, bells.
This is when nobody was coming in. Like it's like, premium.
Buffet, all you can drink. You're essentially sitting cage side.
Yeah.
Not interested.
Hanging with some fighters.
If they sell the tickets at a reasonable price or even do like dynamic pricing where it's like this card's probably not going to sell super well, we'll scale it down, I think they'll pack it out nearly every time. There's enough fight fans in Vegas, I'm sure.
Kennedy and Nzechukwu and Marcus Buchecha fought to a draw in a bit of a weird fight, if you will. There were eye pokes, there were low blows, there was all kinds of nonsense. King Green beat Lance Gibson via split decision. Yaroslav Amosov beat Neil Magny via Anaconda choke in the former Bellator welterweight champion's UFC debut. Joe Anderson Brito, there's Amosov with the takedown of Magny. There's the choke. It's a nice little signing for the UFC now. 29-1 is Amosov, representing his beloved home country of Ukraine. Shout out to him. I'm sure he dreamed of making his UFC debut at the Apex. Joe Anderson Brito beat Isaac Thompson. Stephen Asplund won a performance bonus for his win over Sean Sharaf. Luana Santos beat Melissa Croden. Guilherme Pat beat Alan Fry. And Jamie Lynn Hort, the pride of the Great White North, picked up a win in the curtain jerker. So that was it. And that was it for the UFC on ESPN era. Guys, 7 years. It has come and gone. That got me thinking about what the greatest moment of the UFC on ESPN era is. And like, you kind of wish that there was a timeline in which, COVID doesn't happen during this period, because who knows what could have happened, the events, all that stuff and more. And so it feels like the Apex and the streaming issues became synonymous with this era, which is unfortunate because I do think it was a net positive for the UFC and ESPN. I think the UFC helped ESPN Plus tremendously, and I think ESPN helped put the UFC on the map. I don't subscribe to the notion that the UFC did not benefit greatly from being on ESPN. I think part of the reason why they are so popular is because they were on ESPN. Because they were on ESPN during the pandemic and there was nothing going on for those 2 months, and we've talked about it, and the gambling and the ticker and all that stuff. And that was, parlayed into this incredible deal with Paramount Plus. But if you were to ask me, my personal opinion, actually, you know what? I'm curious. PT, what do you say? Best moment of the 7 years on ESPN, January of 2019 to December of 2025.
I mean, you put me on the spot there a bit, Ari. You have that calculator brain. You say the card and you're like, oh, this was I don't have that.
You know what's crazy about saying that? I literally texted this to the group on Saturday. Hey guys, do you want me to actually pull up the text? I'm putting you on the spot.
That was the first thing I thought of when he said you put me on the spot.
Frank, this is crazy. It's crazy to be...
Look, it was a busy day. It was WoW FC, PFL, up all night for the Apex. You know what I mean? These things are just flashing in on my head with 17 screens around me with all the fights on. I can't think about the ESPN era when Cristiano Ronaldo is streaming WoW FC 25.
Yeah, I give you credit for that.
Ain't that what journalism is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, calm down, Jamal. A lot of shit is coming way here, lads. All right.
For Monday, let's all think of what our favorite moment of the ESPN era was. Someone thumbs upped it. I don't know who that person was.
Was it me?
Who was that?
No, you can click and see.
Oh,
click on the thumb.
How do I click on the thumb?
Just tap it.
I'm clicking on it, and then another. Oh, EJ.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, thank God.
As it would be.
Yeah. Okay.
Show it to Eric there.
Did you see this text, Connor?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, so you're not blindsided by this.
No, not at all.
This query. Okay, maybe. Okay, so we'll go. I wanted to give
Blindsided by this what?
By this query.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Connor, what's yours? We'll give PT a little bit more time. Clearly, the 2 days wasn't enough to think about it. So, what is your favorite?
Mine's from a fight, and a lot of people are going to say this one, but the Holloway Gaethje knockout on 300. That was like when he knocked him out. I absolutely lost my shit. I feel like collectively as a whole, every UFC fan lost this shit. Everyone knows who you're talking about. Now people have tried to recreate it. It was an iconic moment. I loved it. That's my answer.
Rick?
Probably that first pay-per-view return in Jacksonville because it felt so significant to the moment. It felt so significant to that story. You talked about like you would have liked to see what happened if COVID didn't happen. I don't know. Like, I actually think it was probably the best thing for the UFC promotionally because it allowed them to welcome in so many new fans. I can't tell you how many times I meet somebody and they tell me that they started watching during the pandemic, that it was it being the only thing on television alongside like Korean baseball was the reason that they started watching. And so when they came back and they had that loaded, I think it was 249, I believe was the number in Jacksonville, that to me felt like a real like pivotal moment in company history in that deal with ESPN and kind of like the culture of MMA.
Mine actually is an easy one. Like when I thought about the question and then I thought for a moment, and it's not because like I have some crazy brain or anything like this or memory or anything that PT was trying to say. It's because of the one that, impacted me so much. I will never forget Leon Edwards head kicking Kamaru Usman, and then the reaction afterwards, and PT Chuck and I doing the post show on Spotify Live. RIP, and interacting with people and getting that chance to talk to a lot of the British fans and feeling the emotion, and then the footage coming out of like the Leon's corner trying to hype him up and all this stuff. Like it was just a story that we had been talking about and debating and arguing for so long, and then he finally gets it and it looks like he's a minute away from losing, and then he pulls off one of the great finishes in the history of UFC title fights. That to me was the greatest moment of the UFC on ESPN era. There were a lot, no doubt about it, a lot of wins, a lot of big moments, but I don't think anything generated that type of emotion, at least not for me and all the people that we get to interact with. You remember that night, right, PT?
I remember it. And look, I'm so glad you asked me about my favorite moment from the ESPN era. I've been dying to say this. The London event post-pandemic, Rick's talking about the pandemic there, brought back some memories, but that London event after the pandemic, we all remember, of course, that when this bad boy hit the pandemic, I believe the first event that was cancelled by the UFC was UFC London in March 2020. And then 2 years later, July, Tom Aspinall comes back, the whole new cast. Paddy the Baddy was there, Arnold Allen. Just a brilliant, brilliant fight card. And it felt like it was over. everyone was there in the O2, the same spot it's always in. It was absolutely packed. Everyone was dying to be part of a live audience again. And I think it kind of spearheaded this whole golden era of the UK, which unfortunately then moved on to doing events in the middle of the night that depressed all the fans. But I mean, that initial one was very good.
I don't know about you, but I feel like that's going to be the last time they do that.
Please God. Yeah, I mean, you filled me with hope speaking about these new times, this new Paramount era, the lack of need to do it. So fingers crossed.
Does anyone feel like I saw when I posted that, when I asked people on social media on Saturday night about that, I got so many, like the day I was able to cancel my subscription, the day it ended, the day they announced the Paramount Plus deal, I got so much negativity about it. Does anyone disagree with me in thinking that this was, a positive for the UFC?
No, it was massively positive. I don't think there's even a debate or an argument you could make that this wasn't like essential to the UFC's growth and position that allowed them to get this deal that they have now. It was integral to that.
So like now ESPN Plus wasn't great, but like that it wasn't that bad. Like I was always able to watch the fights. Like
people are being overly dramatic about the tech side of it because that's the part that impacts them the most, and they're not necessarily thinking of the promotion and what's best for the business and the company and all those things. But like I never found ESPN Plus that bad. I never had that many issues with it. It was mostly fine for me.
Yeah. I'm starting to get some more intel on the Paramount Plus plans for the future. Nothing to really report at the moment. But I don't think that the price increase is going to be as big as some people are suspecting, at least not what I'm hearing right now. And they seem very eager to grow the sport and to cover it the right way. And, obviously there's a brave new world out there, no pay-per-view, so let's see the kind of cards that we're getting and the kind of lineups and how they treat the numbered events as opposed to the fight nights and all that stuff. But I think initially the UFC is going to feel the impact of no ESPN in their orbit, of not being in business with ESPN. We talked about the social media and the coverage, and when ESPN isn't in business with an entity, they cover it less. So let's see what happens. One of the many stories to pay attention to come 2026. And by the way, January 7th, this is our lineup for the first week post-break. The 5th, we'll have our Helwani Knows MMA Awards. The 6th, we'll have our Boxing Awards. And on the 7th, we'll have our 2026 prediction show. And I was actually looking at my 2025 picks, and golly, did I nail all of them.
Glad to hear.
I'm kidding. Earlier in the day, though, speaking of ESPN, we did get the PFL on ESPN here in America, and they were back in Lyon, they were back in France, and these crowds are just unbelievable. PFL in Europe, and in particular in France, comes across as the legit number 2 promotion in the world. I mean, they have got the flares in there. I don't know if that's legal or not. I don't know if that's safe, but it's pretty damn cool to see on TV. The crowd is going insane. For a lot of fighters that, we don't talk about, that aren't like... Habirora came off as a superstar at that event, just like we saw with Cedric Doumbé back in the day, and the crowd is just unbelievable. You know what I actually noticed from this event, Pizzi? Once the 2 title fights started, Cyborg versus Collins, Nemkov in the main event against Renan Ferreira, it felt like the crowd died off. Like you know what I mean? Like those were the biggest fights on the card. They want to see their own. They are so into the French fighters, the European fighters, the local storylines and feuds and all that stuff. It's an amazing thing. It really is amazing. It's just, I don't understand why they don't just continue to go back there. And they announced Madrid, and they announced that Castelo Vanstinas is going to defend his title in a rematch against Fabian Edwards. In fact, they had the face-off earlier today. And that obviously makes a lot of sense because Vanstinas is very proud of his Spanish roots. There you see the 2 gentlemen. This will make PFL the first global MMA organization to hold an event in Spain. And we see how popular the sport is getting over there, thanks to Ilya Topuria and his promotion, WOW FC. But then they have some shows planned for the United States, and I'm curious to see what the difference is going to be. But this is the new PFL because now we have a champion in the heavyweight division, Vadim Nemkov, and in the women's featherweight division, Chris Cyborg. Now, Cyborg beating Sarah Collins wasn't a big surprise. What was a bit of a surprise was her saying that she'd be interested in moving down to 135 to fight Dakota Ditcheva at 135. And Dakota, of course, would be moving up from 125. Don't know if that would happen. I mean, Cyborg moving down to 135 seems a little bit not healthy, dangerous at this point in her career, and Dakota is on such a roll at 125. Is there a huge demand, and is there a huge reason to take that risk? I don't know. Her next fight is scheduled for February, but I'm hearing that might get delayed. More on that down the line. But here we go. Cyborg winning, and now she's the champion. She can add another one. UFC champ, Strikeforce champ, Invicta champion, Bellator champion, and now PFL champion. What a career, a Hall of Fame career. But the big news, I think, was Vadim Nemkov winning, absolutely dismantling Renan Ferreira, which was the best result for PFL, submitting him, very impressive fashion, with the great Fyodor Emelianenko in his corner. This man is not a big guy. He's not a big heavyweight. That little slap there after the sub was something. But that's a very impressive win, and that should be the man to fight Francis Ngannou next. Francis Ngannou was on our show last week, and I'll get to that interview in a moment, but he talked about wanting to fight. He's very open to fighting. He says he's ready to go. He did mention Deontay Wilder and John Jones as two people he wants to fight next. Neither of those guys are in the PFL. Of course, they could try to make the Deontay deal, but that's the fight that makes the most sense. He has one fight left. I asked the PFL about this. They want him to fight. They're going to try to, make a deal for some point in 2026. That's the best fight. And it makes a lot of sense now. He's the heavyweight champion. Now, the issue is, do you want Francis fighting for your heavyweight title on the last fight of his deal? That's the problem, because now we're faced with a scenario where he could walk away with your belt, and then you're going to have to strip him, and it's a whole mess. But as far as tests in the PFL, they found one for him. There haven't been a lot of great options over the course of the 3 years that he's been there almost. They have found one. And that's been the talk, and he responded, I've been ready for a long time. See you soon. What do you guys think of that? Francis versus Vadim?
Love the fight, but why wasn't this the fight already? To me, this tells me that they're not going to do it.
Vadim versus Francis should have happened on Saturday.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
But now it feels even bigger. Now it feels even more.
Now you're closer to Francis walking out the door, so why? Why do it?
I'm not terribly confident because of the fact that no one ever fight unless he re-signs with them, which I don't know if he will. It doesn't seem like he wants to at this point. Why would you book someone in a title fight with one fight left on his deal?
The interview he did with you last week told me everything I need to know. He was ready and available, and they did not give him that fight. There's no reason to give it to him now. Makes no sense from a promotional perspective, nor does Cyborg versus Dakota Ditcheva, because who knows how many fights Cyborg has left, right? If you put Cyborg in there, first of all, I'm not confident that Cyborg can make 135, but if she could, right? I wasn't confident that Kayla Harrison could do it, and now she's done it multiple times, so fair play. But we've seen Chris Cyborg, that, weight cutting video has been released. I just don't believe Chris Cyborg is a 135-pound person. I don't think she can get down there. But even if she were to be able to, and Dakota Ditcheva wanted to challenge herself and come up, what good does it do you to put Dakota in there, get knocked out by Cyborg, and then she's on the way out after one or two more fights because Cyborg's been doing this for an eternity at this point? It just doesn't make a lot of promotional sense for either of these fights to take place, unfortunately. While I think they're great fights, Dakota and Cyborg a little bit less. That feels like a span of weight classes that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
Nemkov versus Francis
I would love to see that fight.
Real fight. That is a banger that I would love to see. But it just doesn't make sense for them.
I wanted to roll the dice on it. Do things the UFC wouldn't do. Fuck it. Just make the fight. I understand the ramifications if Francis wins and he walks away with the belt, but it's also a big opportunity to put Nemkov over. And to just the Fedor point as well, I love the idea of this kind of smaller in stature dude going up against these giants. It does remind you of Fedor back in the Pride days. Look, it probably won't happen, but I don't know why they shouldn't entertain the idea. That is the kind of shit that's going to make people watch PFL. Same with the Madrid, France going into these markets, and they've just got so much energy in them. It's really captivating stuff to watch, and I can't wait for this Madrid card. What a week that's going to be for European MMA, by the way, because it will be PFL on Friday and then UFC in London on the Saturday.
Incredible.
And if I'm WoW FC, by the way, they should book Thursday. In Madrid.
You're right.
They should do all that shit. It would be absolutely fantastic, because I really believe the juice they have in Madrid now is going to be akin to what we're seeing in France. Nobody is going there. I think it's going to be a crazy party for that event. I really want to go to it.
Even if Francis did fight and win and left, you would just have a vacant title on your hands. Is there a bigger fight you could make in PFL than Francis versus Nemkov right now?
Absolutely agree.
It's a great
Not
point.
for Francis.
But the issue is then what do you have left, right? You have to have some kind of champion. You have to have some kind of person that people can look at and go, that's the guy, that's the champion. You need to have the illusion of you being able to have a guy who can compete with the top level fighters.
Nemkov could win the fight.
100%.
And now you've got the guy who just beat
That's
Francis.
what Pete's suggesting.
Super over.
Back him and just hope that he wins. But you're gambling there as a if Francis.
You're also gambling with a belt that has no lineage. So like, who cares? So that's why I say roll the dice. Like
roll the fucking dice.
But how much bigger is he going to get from beating I don't even know who else.
It's not about him getting bigger. It's about him not getting reduced to zero. If Francis Ngannou knocks out Vadim Nemkov and then walks out the door and says thanks, that's very bad promotionally. That's very bad for you.
But I will
you
also
have no heavyweights left. You have nothing to.
Do they have in it right now?
They have Nemkov.
All right, put him against Oleg Popov and see how many people.
Here's the thing.
Popov.
2026 is a pivotal year for the PFL. Final year of their ESPN deal. They need to make a splash, right? If you get a fight like that on the books, you've made a splash. If Nemkov wins, you've got a guy who just beat Francis Ngannou. You need to take some chances, and clearly they're taking a big chance. They're redefining their whole organization. They're rebranding the whole thing. The reason this is called the PFL, the Professional Fighters League, is because they had the season and the format and the tournament and all. They've completely thrown that all out. Next, I pray to the MMA gods they throw out the uniforms. Throw those things out. Be the fun league. Be the fun organization. Be the place where people come to embrace their identities and be unique and be different. And they've got something here. They've got something. I really think if they can go to Europe as many times as possible, go to France as many times as possible. Let's see how this Madrid card does and make the biggest fights. That's it.
But
So
you have
belts
to
be damned, make the biggest damn fights.
But you have to have fighters to have the biggest damn fights. And if you cripple your guy in Nemkov while Francis is on his way out the door, you're not going to be able to make big fights.
The alternative is what? Francis doesn't fight for you and the contract runs out.
No, you let him fight somebody else.
Like
and then
who?
Figure it out. Or he resigns.
Like
if Francis resigns, I'd do Nemkov versus Francis tomorrow. I'd do it as soon as he puts pen to paper. Let's do it. No problem.
Also, if you don't have him fight, you only get the one fight out of it.
Get the one fight in this whole thing. Yeah, it feels. Can I just say something about the interview last week? Because I saw a lot of people saying, like, gosh, that couldn't have gone worse for Ariel. Oh, my God, what a nightmare.
For you?
Oh, yeah. Because in their mind, it was like, oh, we had this script. We had this scripted plan as to what he was going to say, and I wanted him to be there to dunk on this person and that person. That's not how this works, my friends. I'm sorry, I don't talk about these things beforehand. You come on, you say your piece, and now you either sink or swim with those comments. Like, if he was going to come on and not refute the things that Dana White said about him, if he was going to come on and not really explain why he turned down the Jake Paul fight, he has to live with that. And guess what? When I'm having him on, it's to simply address these things. It's not with the motive, with the intention of trying to spin this or that. So that was on him. And I'll say it bluntly, like, I don't think, if I was in his shoes and I did something like that, the stuff that Dana White was accusing him of doing in the Andrew Schultz podcast, and I didn't do those things, I would have come on and said, you're absolutely insane if you believe that. No way, I would have never done that, X, Y, and Z. I wouldn't say like, hey, ask him. He said it already. If I turned down a fight like the Jake Paul fight and then the guy who beat me took that fight, I wouldn't have dealt with it the way in which he did. Now, he feels, I'm not saying that he did it wrong. That's just me. That's just how I thought. So I was like sitting there being like, yeah, if I was in your shoes right now, I'm not saying this is right and you're wrong, but if I was in your shoes, I would not be answering these questions based on what I think I know, based on what I think, might have happened between him and Dana, or what I think might have happened between him and Nikisa when that fight was being offered to him. The point is, I just want to make very clear to you guys, as I've said a million times, there is no agenda here. There is no bias. If someone is going to come on and, say great things about the UFC, fine. It's like the stupid AEW fans. Oh, God, he's asking about AEW because he wants this person to dunk on AEW. No, I'm actually trying to find out, what is it about this place that people like? So when I ask Maven that question and he says good things, great. Now we know. And that leads to other good things being said. And that's just the way this works. So please, please, please understand that there is no intention here. There's no bias. You may not believe me. I could be saying this a million times, but that's the truth. I didn't think that those answers were expressed in the best way possible. Now, what was interesting was We know about what Dana White said on the Andrew Schultz show. Almost immediately after my interview with Francis, Dana White is sitting down with Oscar Willis of the Mac Life, and it seemed, at least to me a little bit, that he changed the story. Let's take a look. First, let us listen to what Dana White said about his interaction with Francis Ngannou on the Andrew Schultz Flagrant podcast.
And he had just fought, and he comes up to my office, and he's in the hallway or whatever, hanging out, and I said, "Come on in, what's going on?" And he was pissed off that he didn't get a $50,000 bonus in his last fight, that he didn't get the bonus of the night. And I said, "Well, Francis, you didn't get it because this, that." And he's in my office and he's arguing with me. And I'm like, yeah, this guy got this guy got that, and this is why. The conversation's over, I'm starting to leave, and he grabs me by my shirt.
Fuck.
And like pushes me back in my office. And I said, "Dude, get your fucking hands off me."
Those were the words that came out of you when Francis Ngannou grabbed you by the shirt?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what he said about the interaction. Now, this is what he said, and this was like a month or so ago around UFC at MSG. This is what he said to Oscar about the interaction a month or so later.
Let me be clear on something too. When I say the physicality, it's not like Francis Ngannou came in here and like threatened us, or did anything like that. But as men, everybody who is a man knows there's these situations with that. We're in there and he's telling me that I deserve the $50,000. I want the $50,000. I said, again, this guy fought whoever the fight was on the card. We had determined that they were going to get the $50,000, and I'm in there with them for however long we're talking, and I'm like, I'm done. And I had another meeting. And this guy just used to wander around UFC headquarters like this was his house. This guy literally spent the whole day here, breakfast, lunch, fucking dinner, So I started to walk out, and he put his hand on my chest. And he says, "We're not done talking yet." And I said, "Oh, we're fucking done talking." Mm-hmm. It's not like, Francis Ngannou came in here and was like physically, but that's what went down.
So safe to say, no interest in bringing him back. Just,
I don't know how I can make it any more fucking clear.
Did the story change a little bit? Feels like the story changed a little bit. I mean, there is some touching involved, but it seems like a little less. And what about the dude, get your fucking hands off of me part? Anyway, not, I guess, all that important. In the end, it sounds like he's not interested in bringing him back. No surprise there. I don't know. This is a story that, look, if Dana White was Vince McMahon circa 1996, he would bring Francis Ngannou back if it was, quote unquote, good for business. And Chuck wrote a great article about this on Crown.com. It sounds like he has no interest in bringing him back, and so, I don't think we're going to see him. I don't think we're going to see him back anytime soon. Did anyone catch that though? And you know what's really interesting about that? It's really interesting because he continues to say like, "Hey, after that, I wanted nothing to do with him. I told my matchmakers, cut this guy. I told my matchmakers, like, this guy's not worth it. He's a bad dude. You're going to find out when someone shows you who they are." That whole shtick? Believe them. That whole thing. Then I would love to know why, when he announced that he was finally taking the belt away from Francis at that press conference, when he announced that they were going to part ways with Francis after a year of trying to sign him, why did he say this? Because it's very different from what he is saying some 3 years later.
We've been working on a new agreement with Francis for like 2 years now. And we had gotten to a point where, he was going to fight John Jones. And many who believe, including me, that he's the best of all time, for the heavyweight championship. And John Jones has been willing and ready and able to fight anybody. He didn't care who it was. Could have been anybody in the heavyweight division. He was ready to go. And Francis, we offered Francis a deal that would have made him the highest paid heavyweight in the history of the company. More than Lesnar, more than anybody. And he turned the deal down. So, I don't know. We get to this point where I've told you guys this before. If you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here.
What is going on? He says in all the interviews now, he says, I wanted nothing to do with this guy. I wanted to get rid of him, like, what is it, 2018? And now he's telling you in January of 2023 that we offered him the biggest contract for any heavyweight, and they've had some pretty big names, i.e. Brock Lesnar, Randy Couture, Cain Velasquez, the list goes on and on. Which is it? Did they offer him the biggest deal ever, or did he want to get rid of him 7 years ago? Which is it? I feel like we went through this last week with the Armin stuff.
The biggest problem, though, is that Dana White can continue to do this and change the record and make it whatever he wants, and public sentiment will be on his side because Francis Ngannou opted not to deny anything. Right? You gave Francis every opportunity to correct the record, right? If this is untrue, say so. And Francis opted out of that. Francis decided not to do that.
And that's with regards to the altercation.
To the altercation.
Yes.
So Dana White's word is law on this because everybody is only hearing from one side, and whatever he says goes. The public sentiment has turned in a major way on Francis Ngannou. I wish he had said something different. I wish he had taken the opportunity to clarify, say, look, yes, that's exactly what happened and I made a mistake, or say, no, it didn't happen, whatever it was. Now, whatever Dana White says is the record on this, and that's the unfortunate truth. So it doesn't matter if the story changed because there's only one story being heard, and it's his, and that will be the one that people take.
You were saying earlier, Ariel, like people were saying it couldn't have gone worse for you. I thought you were about to say it couldn't have gone any worse for Francis, because that's what I was thinking as I was watching it. I was like, this is from that incident with Dana to the Jake Paul stuff. I was like, this is. I couldn't believe how badly it was going from his point of view. I was like, how did you come on this show knowing full well these questions are going to be asked you? Because of course they are. Like, they're part of the conversation in the sport at the moment. These were definitely going to come up, and that's what he had to offer. I thought it was very poor. To Rick's point, I think it's probably the lowest public sentiment has been behind Francis in a long, long time in the aftermath of this.
Yeah, and just further proof that we don't go over this before. He even said at one point, like, I should have known that you were going to ask this, but like I forgot or something like that. Remember that part? It's like I don't send a list of questions beforehand. I don't send a list of topics beforehand. I asked him, obviously he's timely, he's in the news. Do you want to come on the show? He said yes, graciously, as he often does. And then here we go. We find out what we're going to talk about. We find out, and there's no questions in front of me either. I know what I want to talk to him about. I would presume he would know as well, and it's up to him to answer the questions in whichever way he wants. That's what I say to everyone. That's what I said to Connor's team when we had that in-studio interview. Like, he's coming on, you know what there is to be discussed. I'm not going to send you a script. You know what it is. So either we're coming on to talk about it or not. And the reason I said that was just because, like, I think people thought that I was like in cahoots with him to try to like plan this, to dunk on these people or those people. The one interesting thing to me is, like, ultimately it will always be a he said, she said about what happened in that altercation. But as far as like the way the UFC treated the situation, they wanted to sign him. They wanted to offer him a massive deal. They wanted him to fight John Jones. They offered him this contract. He chose not to sign it. And now you see all this other stuff coming out. Is this stuff coming out? Had he agreed to that deal? Probably not. Let's be honest. No. Probably not.
The one bit of bail I want to give Francis Ngannou, because I've been thinking about this quite a bit, is, and as I said, I think Francis should have been a little more forthcoming and open with his feelings on this and corrected the record if needed to be. But in his mind, Francis Ngannou has probably been done with the UFC since 2022, right? Like, that was that fight against Cyril Gane, and he probably did not think about the UFC after that. Maybe there were some negotiations, but ultimately, I think we all knew that he was looking for something different that they couldn't provide, and he left. It's now years later, and we're talking about issues and scenarios that happened 4-5 years ago. And I think in his mind, he just has moved on from all of this and felt like, man, I really didn't even realize that this was still a topic of conversation, right? Old clips of Dana White talking about a years old issue are coming up, and he in his head probably has just mentally moved on from this to the point that he didn't think this would be would have the response and the backlash that it would, because I don't think he really has thought about this. I really don't think he cares about what Dana White's out there saying about him, because he knows kind of what the truth of the situation is, whether it is Dana's events or not. But like, this is ancient stuff for him. This is not new. This did not just happen. And he's been so checked out. He's lost a son. He's fought in boxing. He's fought in MMA for other promotions. Like, the life of Francis Ngannou, he's had an unfortunate accident. The life of Francis Ngannou has moved through 10 different iterations in the time since this incident that Dana White's describing has occurred. I really just don't think Francis cares or even wanted to think about it. And so I think that's why when he said that to you, I think it really was a moment where he was like, I wasn't even on this wavelength.
Yes, I understand what you're trying to say, and I get it. I just think, as I said to him, if someone would accuse me of something
sure.
like that and I didn't do it, I'd want to be like, yo,
I don't disagree.
Are you out of your mind? Come
I
on,
agree
Ariel.
with you. I agree with
that
you.
That type of thing.
And I think he should have.
So this keeps the door open to that
I agree.
narrative being.
It's unfortunate, but I agree.
Being
But
perpetuated.
like Dana, like he's a bad dude. He's signed plenty of bad dudes as well.
Oh my!
You know, like just because him saying like this guy is a bad guy, and then we know Francis' story is unbelievable. It is Hollywood movie blockbuster fodder. Like it is unbelievable the stuff this guy had to go through in his life to reach the level that he did to become heavyweight champion of the world. This idea that like he is a bad guy. This is one person's point of view on this. You know,
when did being a bad guy become an eliminator to become a UFC fighter or be a prominent UFC fighter? What, did I miss the memo on that? Like, isn't being a bad dude almost a prerequisite at this point to being a UFC fighter?
That's the thing. I love how this is being used as the reason why we didn't sign this guy.
And he knew it early on, too.
Yeah, he knew it.
Early in his career, I knew this was a bad guy. I wanted to cut him.
Told everyone.
Yeah,
I told everyone. This guy's a bad dude.
Because he asked for a plane. Could you imagine what the other dudes have asked for? Could you imagine the other? He always talks about
he
like
must hate Conor McGregor.
Yeah, you guys don't know 10% of what we deal with. And this guy said, allegedly said, have the jet ready for me or some nonsense like that. And who knows if he was joking. And said, hey man, we're not done.
Demanded a jet.
Yeah.
In comparison to things that other fighters on the roster have done.
Companies worth $20 billion for fuck's sake.
I want to ask you guys all to answer this. Do you give a shit if Francis Ngannou is a good or bad dude? Does it matter at all to you? Because I can't tell you how little I care about it.
I'd like to believe he's a good dude, but
that's great. Are you going to be heartbroken if he's not? Is this the thing that occupies your mind? Are you up at night wondering if Francis Ngannou is a good dude? I could not give a fuck less. I don't care. None of these guys are good or bad. Like there is just no. I just can't care.
It's like the stuff that I said about Sean Strickland back in the day. Like when people get so mad about Sean Strickland sitting up there, I don't look to the fighters to be, my moral compass. And now, obviously, someone doing bad things and saying bad things are two different things. But it's like, okay, you didn't come to terms with the guy, and you told us back in 2023 that the reason why you didn't come to terms with the guy is because you offered him a deal and he didn't want to sign it and he wanted easy fights and all that stuff. That's what we were said. That's what we were told, right? That's what he said at that press conference. He wanted the easy way out. And then, of course, that looks stupid because he then fought Tyson Fury. And now the narrative is this. Whatever. Can we talk about John Cena? Yes. I've been foaming at the mouth talking about John Cena. John Cena had his retirement match on Saturday night's main event on Peacock here in the United States at the MCI Center, a.k.a. the Verizon Center, a.k.a. the Capital One Center in Washington, D.C. And they sold like an insane amount of tickets. And I think the gate was 4 million. It's the most ever for that venue. And it's the most ever for an arena event. And WWE and TK are killing it and all this stuff. And it's John Cena versus Gunther. And can I just say this about it? Listen, they did an incredible job of hyping it. They did a year-long storyline. There were highs, there were lows. He turned heel, he turned back face. There was The Rock involved, then he wasn't involved. Travis Scott was involved, he wasn't involved. I said I didn't mind the heel turn. I said everything after the heel turn wasn't great. I've also said, by the way, I have immense respect for John Cena as a performer and as a human being. Like anytime I see a John Cena interview or clip, he comes off as such a good person, like truly a good person, salt of the earth mensch. He comes across as just like a great celebrity who you want your kids to be a fan of. And he was the perfect poster child for the WWE in the post-Rock Stone Cold era. He was the perfect guy. He never got in trouble. He never embarrassed the company. He never took his ball and went home. He was never involved in any scandal or anything like that. Like he was the perfect guy to take the ball and run into the sort of like PG era, post-attitude era, the ruthless aggression era. Perfect. And he did that job and then some. He never missed a date. He was as reliable as can be. He was the face of the company. You know the story by now. He was never my favorite or even really on my Mount Rushmore or my cup of tea, because if I'm being honest, I sort of checked out around 06 or so, post Chris Benoit, and then once I got really into MMA reporting, between like 06 to almost even like 18, 19, 20 pandemic when my kids get into it a little bit. There's footage of Rick going to NXT shows and I'm like, screw this stuff. I'm not really watching it. And so that was kind of the meat of his career. And so I didn't have that sort of feeling that a lot of people do towards John Cena's career. I did think it's funny that almost every single media guy on the planet or any single person that came across John Cena throughout his life, interacted with him, had to post a picture with them and him on that Saturday. I mean, I can't tell you how many pictures I saw on social media of like, salute John. Why do we do that? Why do we do that as humanity? Why when someone is in the news do we have to like attach ourselves to that person? We often do it when someone dies, like you'll post a picture if we're in the media of us like interviewing that person or being around that person. And everyone was doing that with John Cena because this was the death, this was the end of his career. And so there was a lot of interest. I think the heel turn and the aftermath of the heel turn was botched. I think that the last Time Is Now tournament felt very empty. There was no connection between him and Gunther. He was not there for the tournament. It didn't really feel like the way you are given a storyline like this. You are given an arc like this. It feels like a creative member, a writer's dream, a producer's dream. And there were so many great options throughout the year to end it on. It didn't feel like this was the perfect way to end it. It didn't. But anyway, all I heard from people was, oh, Gunther's going to win. And it's a time-honored tradition in our business to have, you know, the guy leaving the territory, the guy leaving the company, the guy leaving the business, do the job on his back, 1, 2, 3, because he's leaving and this guy's staying and now this guy gets the heat and now the next time this guy shows up, he's going to get booed and now he gets to take that heat. The same thing they told us about Brock Lesnar and Undertaker when he broke the streak and time and again. That's what I kept hearing. And that's what all the sort of, the fanboys will be like, no, this is what you have to do. This is what John wanted. This is exactly what he wanted. He wanted to give back to the business. And to that I say BS. I say hogwash to that. I say that's nonsense because that is an ideology from a business that no longer exists. That's 1970s, 1980s wrestling. Oh, the guy leaves the territory, he gets pinned, he's on the way. That's not WWE Unreal territory. That's not the era that we're living in now. We live and consume a completely different product. This is a completely different business. And so to say like, oh yeah, that's what they used to do in Memphis wrestling back in the day. That's what they used to do in Smoky Mountain wrestling back in the day. You have to do the job. Who wanted to see John Cena lose time and again in the last few months? Got his ass whooped by Brock Lesnar, lost to Dominic Mysterio, loses to Gunther. And not only does he lose in his retirement match, the guy who told us for 20 plus years to never give up, not only does he lose via submission. And not only does he lose via submission, not only does he go out on his shield. We know about that, right, guys? Like, you get submitted and you don't tap, that's going out on your shield. No, he taps. And not only does he taps in like the most like I give up. I literally give up way possible with a smile on his face. Ah, isn't that cute? He smiled. Thanks for the memories. No, I reject this. This is not what those people wanted. This is not what anyone who is a fan of his wanted. It's almost like this weird fixation of we know what everyone wants. Let's give them the complete opposite. No one in attendance, none of the people that paid all that money wanted to see John go out like that. They did not want to see him tap out. They did not want to see him give up. The beacon of perseverance, of hope, of standing up for yourself, of never giving up. He taps in his final appearance. What? That is a mistake. And you know what's so frustrating about it is? We just saw Dustin Poirier lose in his retirement fight. In Louisiana, of all places, in his home state, in New Orleans. He lost, fair and square. It sucked. It was depressing if you're a Poirier fan. But guess what? They can't script that result. They couldn't plan for another result. They couldn't put him over. They couldn't give him the swan song that he wanted. They couldn't give him the final send-off that he wanted because it's unscripted. This is scripted. You could have given us this. It's the only sport that is scripted. It's the only, I want the Buffalo Bills to win the Super Bowl. I want Josh Allen to win with 5 seconds left. And if the NFL truly had a script, they would make it happen for the good people of Buffalo. Guess what? It ain't scripted. And so they may never win. They may continue to break our hearts. This is the one that you can script. Give the people what they want for once. Give the people what they want. Everyone in attendance wanted John to do this and to do this and to do this and to do that and to walk off. And you know what you could do? You can have him win, and then you have Gunther beat the shit out of him afterwards and get all the heat, and then you have all his old friends come for the save. Cody comes and CM Punk comes, and then you have the big moment, and they all put their hands up, and everyone goes home happy. What's wrong with that? My kids, yeah, they did this after he tapped. After he tapped. My kids don't watch wrestling anymore. They come up to me, they're like, John Cena lost in his last match? Why? Why would they do that? I'm like, well, he lost fair and square. Gunther's a man. And by the way, we love Gunther in our household. Love the freaking guy. Gunther went in there and told WWE he wanted to be on this show. And that's the only reason why he was on the show before WrestleMania. Love Gunther. Walter, it's my son's name. Love him. He's a great guy. I love and support his career, and I love everything he's doing, and good for him for getting this moment. It worked out great for him, and I hope he's able to capitalize on it. But that's not what we wanted. The match should have never been Cena versus Gunther to begin with, and the result should have never been Cena losing, and it sure as hell should never have been him tapping. At the very least, if you wanted him to lose, let him go out. No tap. Went out on his shield. But this, like giving up, the antithesis of what he represents, that is not good. I'm sorry, that's not good. I'm sorry if someone gets offended by me saying that. And this is the fun thing about pros. Am I actually like really truly mad about this? No. There's a lot more important things to be mad about right now in the world. But when I saw that on Saturday, I was like, really? All those kids, all those people with the merch, all those people that have supported this story, that took them through these ups and downs that really at times didn't make that much sense, and they pressed the reset button, and we all kind of went like, yay, he's here, and let's see it one more time. We love it. And thanks for the memories. This is what you give them? This is how you repay them? Nah. It was a mistake. And they'll, whomever's idea this was will never admit it, but it was a mistake, and it will be debated from now until the end, and people will talk about this guy losing his last match and that guy. There was never an angle like this in pro wrestling. It was never a year-long thing, and it's going to culminate here, and we're being told that this, and there was never someone quite like John who had this connection with kids, and for the most part never turned on them and never embarrassed the company and never got, like, he was perfect, and that's how you ended it. And his literal motto is never give up. And you make him tap. You know what that means? That means that he succumbed. He gave up. That's not the time-honored tradition. The time-honored tradition nonsense does not exist anymore. Because guess what? When people said things like there's a time-honored tradition, there was no such thing as WWE Unreal and all the other stuff that we get now, which I don't mind. I like it. I partake in it. I know what it is. But John deserved better. And John is such a good guy, and he's such a good soldier and company man that he would have never probably, I'm guessing, I wasn't there, protested this. He deserved better. He should have won that match. And screw the time-honored tradition stuff. That tradition died a long time ago. It's a completely different sport and business. Those people wanted to see that guy walk off with his head held high, victorious, and not get his ass kicked again. Anyone feel otherwise? Did I miss the mark on this one?
Now, you obviously know more than me, but I watched it, and I was left pretty disappointed. I was like, that's how it ends?
You wanted to see him win, right?
Yeah, of course I wanted to see him win. It's his last show. The crowd's going nuts for him. Anytime he did anything, the crowd went crazy. They booed Gunther the whole way. It looked like Gunther might win, and then it looked like Cena was going to win, and I thought Cena was going to eventually pull it off. But just to not only lose, but to I didn't even think it was actually over when it was over, and he just does the kind of smirk grin on his face, and then they just did the whole everybody comes out, and then he takes his shoes off, and I don't know. I actually really like what you described. He beats Gunther, and then Gunther goes ballistic, beats his ass. Everyone comes out to save him. I was expecting someone was going to show up.
Yeah.
If you had told me going into it, it was just going to be Cena versus Gunther. That's it. He taps out. Bon voyage. I would have been like, yeah, I'm just not going to watch.
What the hell, man?
And then I have a couple friends that watch WWE, and they were pissed. They were pissed.
Everyone's pissed.
Yeah, my doorman yesterday. He was like, "Did you guys watch that bullshit?" I was like, "Wow, all right, man, we're fired up."
PT, what do you think?
No phone calls about John Cena's retirement.
No phone calls.
Dude, it also felt like on social media it was kind of dead too. Leading up to the event, I saw tweets from Bleacher Report that got 120,000 likes on it, and then afterward, I didn't see anything on Twitter. Just like, oh, he tapped out.
Yeah, I was watching on mute, and what I know about WWE is what Ariel says on the show. That's pretty much my only exposure to it. So I'm going into this going, well, he's going to lose because that's the time-honored tradition, as Ariel has told us. So that wasn't a shock to me, right? So I watch him lose. Didn't know about the, has never tapped out thing. Obviously, no commentary.
Oh, yeah, that too. That too, yeah. Never tapped out. Yeah, thank you for that.
And then I'm watching, and I'm seeing all these sad people, and I don't know whether, I'm like, are they just upset with the match that it went like this? Like, did they just think this was a terrible match that
it was
went this way?
unceremonious. It was just flat.
And then the people crying, was that because he tapped out, or was that because it's
over, and they wanted to celebrate him? People actually truly love this guy, and he's done everything right. They wanted to celebrate him. They didn't want to be sad. That whole scene was sad. The bowing and all this stuff. What was this? The bowing. What was up with the bowing? What is this? Where are we at? Hamilton? What is this?
It's the end of the show, man. The curtain is closing.
We want him to win. We want to suspend disbelief, and we want him to have his hand raised, and we want him to celebrate. We want to celebrate this guy.
His hair's looking great.
How over is Gunther from winning that match?
So the next time, look, Gunther's going to come on the mic and he's going to get booed and he's going to say, I killed your hero. And that's exactly what, everyone would beforehand said, this is what's going to happen. The unpredictable thing to do is to have him win and say, to hell with your time-honored tradition, to hell with your rules of passing the torch. This guy's going to win. But Gunther's going to come on and he's going to be, he's going to be the asshole. He's going to be the heel and he's going to say, and it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. But you know what? Gunther didn't need this. Gunther's fine just as is. And I don't think this makes him an even bigger heel. I don't want to see Gunther get his because of it, because we know what this is. We know that it is, I know what pro wrestling is. And that's why I'm like, how could you have sat there when you told us that this is all scripted? How do you sit there and say, let's have John lose on the way out? 1975 Memphis wrestling, I get it. I completely get it. Andre the Giant is leaving the territory. Yeah, have him do the job 1, 2, 3 to put the next guy over who's going to be staying in the territory. This ain't the business anymore. We're going to see John, doing something tomorrow and Gunther's going to be doing something else. That's not what it is. And so I just think when your fan base is rewarding you and supporting you by buying all this stuff, the merch, the tickets, give them what they want. Be in the business of giving people what they want. And don't tell me about there's long-term storyline. Who's going to get revenge for John on Gunther? John's gone. Who's it? Punk? Punk's going to get revenge? He's the champion already. What's going to happen? Rhodes is going to get the job of taking down Gunther as a result. Just give us what we want in that moment. It's a Saturday night in December. We're all depressed. We're freezing cold. It's snowing outside. Can you not give us what we want? That's how I felt about it. Frank, what do you think about it?
I didn't watch it.
Okay.
The picture's funny.
Which one?
The close-up of him tapping out, yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be a great meme moving forward.
It's so, it's almost like, it looks like it's planned. Was that really in the match? It's so perfect.
I'm pretty sure this is when he's about to tap.
Yeah, I know, but it's just so zoomed in.
Because the way he was smiling, I thought he had something else planned. I thought they had something else up their sleeve.
It almost feels like they overthought it. Oh, you're gonna be in the chokehold, you're gonna be in the RNC, and then you're gonna smile, and then you're gonna tap.
Yeah, I saw this whole breakdown on Twitter where some guy was just like, "It's poetic." The man who never gave up, finally gave up when he realized there was nothing left in the tank.
Oh, okay.
That was it. Wow, he realizes there's nothing left in the tank. Perfectly timed with his final match.
Yes,
goes the whole year.
Yes, yes.
Carries the promotion the entire year, and then it's like, I made it to the last one. I'm out.
Yeah.
Why did he take his shoes off?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, he was doing the
wrestling
thing.
If anything, take the jorts off and leave them, bro.
The jorts. Wow,
he was doing the DC thing.
Oh my God.
Yo, leave the jorts
Expose
on the
himself.
mat.
Leave the jorts. He's got the jock
He
strap
never
on.
came out as the
John
doctor.
Cena's exposing himself.
Nah, I wanted the
when did he
doctor of
switch it up from the
thugonomics.
Jordans?
Who knows? I don't even. What are
They
those
look
shoes?
like orthopedic shoes.
Those are orthopedic shoes for sure. Those are Skechers slip-ons.
Yeah.
For what it's
Chill,
worth, I
chill,
loved it.
chill.
I thought it was fantastic.
Chill. For real?
No,
Of course you did.
I
Of course you did.
No,
Big
no,
pop from Rick in the living room when that happened.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I thought it was weird, but I didn't have a strong feeling of my basic feeling on it was like, wow, that kind of sucked, but I don't think this is for me, so I couldn't weigh in on it. This was clearly not for me.
Guess who it's for?
Who?
12-year-olds. And guess who wanted to see him win?
12-year-olds. No, I meant this version wasn't for me. Do you think the 12-year-olds also didn't like it? I don't know.
Yeah, they hated it. They hated it.
It wasn't for anyone.
They were on the verge of like a meltdown. They were on the verge of tears, if not actual tears. They just wanted to see their guy win. He hasn't won in like 6 months at this point.
I know. Like, just
there was people our age crying. There was people our age.
Yes. Yes.
Rick was in his living room saluting as he walked out. He was like,
the meme of the guy with the tears on his face.
Also, they definitely had this all planned to piss off the fans because they immediately just went to crowd shock.
Oh, yeah, they knew exactly what it was.
Everyone
we must admit, this photo goes pretty hard, though.
It's a great photo, yes, of course.
Sick.
But you know what would have been great? Him actually celebrating with his hand, with his arm raised. That would have been great, too.
No, it was poetic because you see, the man who never gave up, at the end, he gave up because he recognized it was over.
Yeah.
It was very
profound, actually.
Nothing
it's very
left in the
profound.
tank.
Yeah, and by the way, I forgot that one little point. Never tapped in his life. In his career, he never tapped.
Not anymore.
Think about how many matches this guy...
Never? You know what? For all the time he's been grappling, to not fight the hands, that was a bit of a shocker to me.
Yeah.
You know, a little surprising.
It was Isaac Delgarian-esque.
I don't think
was the fix in? Was this scripted?
Fight the freaking hands, Johnny.
Everyone knows that good entertainment, good movies, good cinema, you need to explain to someone and they have to go back and rewatch with a different perspective. That's when you know it's really good.
Yeah, because then they go in the post show and they're like, "Break, no, this is exactly what we want." Like, why? No, let it be. Let it breathe. What we need.
The UFC?
Shout out to Jedi. Jedi had the greatest take of all. Triple H needs to come on Monday Night Raw tonight and do the 1997 Vince McMahon interview where he says, John screwed John, and he was never good to deal with, and he was actually a pain in the ass and a cancer backstage, and we're very happy to get rid of him. Good riddance, all right? Thank God this is over, and just be a bad guy now.
And then he cuts that, and then there he comes out, run into the ring, and he's not retired.
One more time.
Can I be the hipster for a second?
What's that, Frank?
After the Goldberg retirement,
yeah.
And then I honestly can't remember his name. The gentleman that was here that was like, they just don't know how to write TV anymore. I kind of felt like they were going to botch this going into it.
Wow. It's very negative.
Yeah, but also very nice of you to say after they botched.
Yeah.
Didn't want to say that one beforehand.
Yeah,
Frank got heat with Triple H, I guess.
Yeah.
Those fighting words.
Yeah, for real. All right, we shall take a break as far as the news and notes are concerned. Much more to come, but let's get into the guests today. We gave you 90 minutes at the top of the program here, actually 96, of all kinds of stuff, so hope you enjoyed that. Very excited to talk to our first guest of the day, just 24 years young. He is not ranked right now in the featherweight division, at least as of right now. That could change very, very soon on a 6-fight winning streak. He's won 12 fights via knockout, 2 via sub. He's a former Samurai Fight House lightweight champion. That's in Argentina. Former Samurai Fight House featherweight champion. And this past Saturday scored an unbelievable knockout against Giga Chikadze, who at the time was ranked 15th. Spinning back fist / ground and pound with some elbows. Great stuff from the man they call El Chino, Kevin. Now, I'm going to say Vallejos because that's what I read it as, but I want to ask him himself. Let us say hello to the pride of Argentina, El Chino. There he is. ¿Cómo estás?
Hola, ¿cómo va? Primero que nada, un gusto, un placer estar acá hablando con vos. La verdad que es un sueño.
Hey, Ariel. Thank you so much for inviting me. Honestly, it's a dream come true to be here, and I'm super happy to be here with you.
Well, I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much, and congratulations on all your success. First, can we clear something up? What is the right way to pronounce your last name?
Primero, felicidades por la victoria. Un placer tenerte acá. La primera pregunta es, ¿cómo es la manera correcta para decir tu apellido?
Es Vallejos.
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 Good.
Okay, is that like an Argentinian way of saying it? Because usually when I read the 2 L's, I would think it's like Vallejos or Vallejos. Is that something about Argentina? I've never heard that pronunciation with the double L.
Eso es algo específicamente de Argentina, como viste con el doble L, eso es algo como decir ye en vez de e. ¿Cómo es eso?
Sí, nosotros tenemos la costumbre capaz que de pronunciar mal las S, la Y en vez de ayer, en vez de ayer. Tenemos ese tipo de costumbres de hablar, pero sí, es más que nada en Argentina cómo se habla así.
Yeah, it's specifically an Argentinian accent with the double L or the Y. like instead of saying for yesterday, ayer, you would say ayer. Or Vallejos, Vallejos.
Más que nada parte de Buenos Aires.
It's more than anything, you'll hear that from the capital in Buenos Aires. But
okay. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I want to ask you, because I was looking after your win over Giga, I went on your Twitter to learn a little bit more about you, and then I saw a tweet that said that you would like to be on my show. There it is. All I know is that I want an Ariel Helwani interview when I get ranked. Well, technically, you're not ranked just yet, but here you are on the show. Did you write that tweet or did someone write it for you?
Te pregunta, él para ver un poco más de vos, él fue a ver tu Twitter y cuando él fue a ver tu Twitter, vio que tenías un tweet que decía, la única cosa que yo quiero después que estoy rankeado es estar en el programa de Ariel Helwani. Técnicamente no estás rankeado en este momento, pero estás acá. Yo te pregunto, ¿eso fuiste vos que escribiste eso o fue otra persona?
Sí, no, fui yo, obviamente. Fui yo. Uso todo translator, o sea, todo el traductor. Evidentemente no hablo inglés, pero hoy en día con el futuro se puede hacer todo con un poco de Google.
No, yeah, it's me. Specifically, like, I use translator to do all my tweets. Evidently, I don't speak English yet, but now that we're in the future, you know, translator helps a lot to be able to write things in English.
Okay, thank you. Muchas gracias. I appreciate it. What a win. What an amazing performance from you. What a year for you. 3 wins in 2025. You've looked amazing. How would you describe the year that you've had and also the feelings that you have after a win over someone like Giga Chikadze?
La verdad, tuviste un año espectacular. 3-0, 2 knockouts. ¿Qué sentimientos es lo que vos sentís después de tener un año así, tan soñado, y también ganarle a un rival tan grande como Giga Chikadze?
La verdad que es un año lleno de bendiciones. Sinceramente siento que Dios estuvo completamente conmigo este año. La verdad que UFC me trató súper bien, me dio oportunidades muy prontas. No quería yo pelear contra un rankeado, quería más experiencia, pero no le decimos que no a nadie, y cuando me avisaron sobre Giga aceptamos de una. La verdad que sabíamos que era un rival muy duro, muy fuerte, pero sentimos que el hambre que tenemos es mucho más.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel extremely blessed for the year that I had. I'm super happy. The UFC treated me really well throughout the year, giving me really big opportunities. And even though I didn't really want to fight in the rankings, they gave me a big opportunity and I was happy about it. But I really just wanted to get experience this year. But at the same time, any fight that the UFC is going to offer me, I'm going to make sure that I say yes, because I don't say no to opponents.
You said after the fight that you kind of pulled the spinning back fist out of your ass, like it just kind of materialized like that. How does that happen? Like, where do you practice this? Do you watch this somewhere? How does it happen where you just kind of pull it out of nowhere to hit someone like Giga who had never been knocked out before?
Entonces, la pregunta es, vos dijiste después de la pelea que vos sacaste ese giro de puño de tu culo prácticamente. ¿Vos practicaste eso o cómo salió que sacaste eso?
A ver, obviamente uno siempre practica, sabe tirar un giro de puño y demás. Sinceramente salió distinto. No fue algo planeado. Dijimos, bueno, sí, lo hago antes de calentar, como típico hacen los videos. No. Sinceramente vi la oportunidad, creo yo, instinto de peleador, y saqué el giro de puño y justo conecté.
So it's not something like I've never practiced the spinning back fist before. I mean, I know how to do it, but it wasn't really like part of the game plan. It just kind of came out of instinct, where I saw the opportunity, I threw it, and it went well. It wasn't like a thing where we were practicing it in the back and we have a recording of it. And no, I just saw it and I threw it and I hit it.
It was spectacular. So well done. Did you know that Giga had never been knocked out before? And was that something that you were hoping to do? Was that a motivation for you to be the first one to do that to him?
No sé si vos sabías, era espectacular el knockout. ¿Vos sabías que él nunca fue noqueado y vos querías buscar el knockout para la primera vez, si era que vos sabías?
Sí, teníamos entendido que nunca lo habían noqueado en UFC. Así que queríamos ser los primeros y sabía perfectamente que tengo el poder como para hacerlo. Así que fuimos en busca de eso. Evidentemente también era demostrar un poco más de las herramientas que tenemos, pero se terminó antes. Así que nada, contento de haberlo noqueado a alguien que nunca fue noqueado.
Yeah, I did know, and I did want to be the first one to knock him out, and I knew that I could have. I know that I have the power to do it, and I'm just happy that I did it.
When you guys faced off before the fight, it seemed like maybe someone was saying something to Giga, and it sounded like he told them to shut the F up. It sounded like he got mad about something that was said. Can you tell me what happened there, and did that give you more motivation to knock him out before the fight?
Entonces en el careo había un momento a donde había alguien ahí, no sé quién era, que estaba gritando algo a Giga, y ahí es como él fue y le miró a esa persona y le dijo, shut the fuck up. ¿Qué pasó ahí y si eso te dio una motivación a vos para querer pegarlo? ¿Cómo fue eso?
Sí, fue mi manager que gritó, vamos a Argentina, el mejor strike en Argentina. Y él de la nada se dio vuelta y le dijo shut the fuck up y quedamos como, ¿por qué? Pero no, sinceramente a mí no me molesta, no lo tomo personal ni nada. Sinceramente sabíamos que íbamos a noquearlo y es lo que pasó. No fue por eso.
Yeah, no, so it was my manager who said it. He said, like, let's go Argentina. Argentina has the best striking. And he looked, and I was pretty surprised that he said something to him that it bothered him that much. But no, I don't really care. I mean, I wanted to knock him out because I wanted to knock him out. That didn't really affect me whatsoever.
Wait a second, Martin, was that you who said that?
Yeah, it was me.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job.
And I didn't mind either. It's all good.
Okay, fair enough. Respect. You did say, and by the way, there was a great scene, Santiago Ponzinibbio coming up to you afterwards to tell you that you won the bonus. Could I ask you what that moment meant to you, and what does Santiago mean? Because when I think of Argentinian MMA, I think of him first. He is sort of like the founding father. So what does he mean to you, and what did that moment mean, him coming up to you to tell you that you got the bonus?
Entonces, una cosa que le llamó la atención fue cuando Santiago Ponzinibbio te fue para compartir la noticia de que vos ganaste el bono y celebrar la victoria con vos. Ariel dice, cuando él piensa de MMA en Argentina, la primera persona que viene en su mente es a Santiago Ponzinibbio, siendo que fue prácticamente como el padrino de las MMA de Argentina. Para vos, ¿qué significa Ponzinibbio para Argentina y para el deporte?
No, la verdad que sí, Ponzinibbio fue uno de los primeros y uno de los que estuvo rankeado y en su momento, ¿por qué no?, cerca de pelear por el título. Sinceramente es una alegría que hoy en día él pueda venir, saludarme, venga y me dé una noticia como ganar el bono, de venir y festejarme que ganamos, que gané la victoria. O sea, la verdad que es un referente para el MMA en Argentina y es una persona muy buena y sinceramente le tengo muchísimo aprecio y obviamente muchísimo fanatismo.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Ponzinibbio was one of the first ever Argentinians to be in the UFC, and on top of it, he was one of the only ones who were ranked, and by far the closest person to win the title. So for him to come celebrate the win with me, share the news that I won the bonus was something that was super special, and I really appreciate everything he's done for the sport and for our country.
You've been fighting since 2018 professionally. How did you get into this sport to begin with? Because as I said, there haven't been a ton of fighters to come out of Argentina, and now we're starting to see more doing so well, obviously led by yourself now, and others. Eileen Perez comes to mind as well. How did you get into it? Who got you into mixed martial arts?
Entonces debutaste en MMA en el 2018 y una cosa que le interesa a Ariel es saber cómo era que vos entraste a entrenar y pelear en MMA, porque no es muy común ver muchos argentinos salir a un evento como UFC. Entonces, ¿cómo eran tus inicios con el deporte?
Realmente completamente cero, no sabía lo que era UFC, no sabía lo que era el MMA, no tenía ninguna experiencia antes de ningún tipo de deporte de contacto. Simplemente había un gimnasio que abrió nuevo cerca de mi casa y agarré, me anoté. Simplemente no tengo ningún tipo de historial antes. Tampoco soy alguien problemático como lo es un clásico de soy alguien que busca pelea en la calle y demás. Soy súper tranquilo y me anoté por gusto.
Yeah, so I actually, when I first got to the gym, I didn't know what MMA was or UFC. I didn't watch anything. I just saw that there was a gym where they were training, and I went, and I just started to like it. And for me, ¿qué era el último que dijiste?
Que me adopté por gusto, no.
I know, and it was pretty much that I just wanted to do it for fun, and I fell in love with the sport. And I'm not a problematic person at all. I think the classic story is, oh, I was fighting in the streets, and I didn't, and I had to train, and that was never me. I'm a very calm person. I've never had a fight outside of the cage, and I just like the sport.
If you didn't find the sport, what do you think you'd be doing now?
Si vos no encontraste el deporte, ¿qué estarías haciendo en este momento?
Hubiese seguido trabajando en las construcciones como lo venía haciendo todo ese tiempo también. Buscando trabajos por donde sea y viviendo una vida normal, yo calculo.
No, I would be doing the same thing that I did around that time when I started, which was work construction, work odd jobs here and there, and just have, the life of a normal person.
Did you play football as a kid?
¿Jugaste el fútbol cuando eras chico?
Sí jugué, pero nunca en un club, siempre en la calle con amigos, cosas así. Pero nunca tuve la oportunidad de jugar en un club porque era bastante caro.
So I did play on the street, like with my friends and stuff, but I was never able to be on a soccer team because it was something that was very expensive. So it was too expensive for me to participate in. But I liked to play with my friends on the street when I was younger.
So to see now everything that's happening to you, you're becoming a global star. People are starting to say this guy is a future title contender, a future champion perhaps. You seem to have everything. How are you handling all of this success and fame that is starting to come your way after this great year in the UFC?
Bueno, estás creciendo más que nunca en este momento, estás generando mucho hype. Para vos, ¿cómo estás reaccionando a todo este hype que se está creando y la fama que estás consiguiendo a través de tus peleas?
La verdad que trato de agarrarlo de la mejor forma, que nada se suba a las nubes. Sinceramente agradecido con toda la gente que está apoyando, que está sumándose a mi carrera. La verdad que, como lo dije, me siento un bendecido de vivir una vida como la que tengo. Simplemente estoy tratando de agarrar toda oportunidad que se me da. Sinceramente, todo pasa por algo y siento que esto es un plan de Dios perfecto.
I feel really blessed. I want to make sure that I don't lose my head, and I keep my feet. I feel to stay grounded, and I think that it's something that. ¿Qué era lo último que dijiste?
Que trato de agarrar la mejor forma.
And I try to just keep trying to go forward. I'm motivated and look to do the best that I can with every opportunity I have, and try to get every opportunity that I'm offered.
By the way, speaking of feet, I saw in that video with Santiago, it seemed like your foot was in a boot. What happened there, and do you know the extent of the injury?
Cuando hiciste ese video con Santiago, se ve que vos tenés una bota. ¿Qué pasó? Y vos sabés más o menos lo que tenés.
Sí, sinceramente le pateé, creo que en el segundo round, creo que pateé el codo de él, en donde sí me lastimé, me di cuenta y me dolía un poco. Y sinceramente fueron patadas mías. O sea, lo seguí pateando de igual forma, aunque tenga el pie roto, y se fue agrandando la herida. Es un simple corte, no es nada grave. Pero bueno, sí molesta.
Yeah, so in the second round, I kicked him, and I tried to kick him in the body, and it got caught with his elbow, which hurt my foot. And I just kept kicking it because I didn't care, and it made it just get worse and worse to the point where I have a cut. It's bothersome, but it's not something that's serious. It'll be healed pretty quick.
Okay, so now you have fought 3 times in the UFC and twice on Contender Series, all 5 of those fights at the Apex. Are you hoping that your next fight will be in an arena with a lot of fans?
Yeah. Otra pelea en el Apex, o vos querés pelear en una arena enfrente de muchos fanáticos?
La verdad, pero yo creo que ya es hora de que me den la oportunidad, ¿no?, de pelear en una arena con tanta gente. No me interesa si soy en las preliminares o donde sea. Abro la cartelera. Simplemente quiero mi oportunidad de pelear en una arena y vivir esa experiencia.
I'm super grateful to the experience that I've had in the Apex. I feel like it's my home, but I do really want to fight in an arena. I feel like I've earned my opportunity to fight in front of the fans. I don't care if I'm in the first fight of the prelims or on the main card. I just want to fight in front of the fans.
Have you ever been to a UFC event in an arena?
¿Alguna vez vos fuiste a un evento de UFC en una arena?
No.
Wow.
Ni siquiera de espectador, nunca nada. La verdad que ni siquiera eso. Por eso quiero saber.
Yeah, no, never. Not even as a fan. So yeah, I want to live that experience because I want to see what it's like.
Incredible. That would be amazing. And much respect. I love that you want to donate to Giga's charity. You said this on the microphone. You even mentioned it on Twitter afterwards as well. Why is this important to you?
Vos dijiste, una cosa que respeta mucho es que vos dijiste que ibas a donar a la caridad de Giga Chikadze. Lo dijiste en micrófono, también lo dijiste en Twitter. ¿Por qué para vos es importante hacer esto?
Sí, lo mencionamos. Todavía creo que no ha contestado Giga para comunicarnos con él, ¿no? Pero realmente es algo muy, muy bueno lo que hace él. Lo respeto por eso, ¿no? Él ha perdido un familiar y ha empezado esa organización en contra de la lucha del cáncer. La verdad que me encantaría ayudar a la causa y que por lo menos, no obviamente no salvar vidas, pero por lo menos ayudarlos y que tenga algo mejor.
Yeah, so we're still waiting on Giga's response for us to be able to donate because we want to get in touch with him to do that. But I think that it's important because I really respect that he has this charity. I know that the charity started because he lost an important family member, and I think that it's a really great cause. So I wanted to donate, and I'm hoping that we can get in touch so we can get that done.
I noticed that you said you wanted to fight Cub Swanson, and you say that he's always in the corner of people that you're fighting. But I don't know if, I mean, respectfully to I think he's at the end of his career, and so I don't know if that makes sense right now. Can you explain further why this is a fight that you're seeking, you versus Cub Swanson?
Vos dijiste que vos querés pelear a Cub Swanson porque fue esquina para varios de tus rivales. Para mí no sé si es la pelea que de su carrera, pero quiero saber, ¿vos podés darnos una explicación bien por qué específicamente le querés pelear?
Evidentemente sí, es alguien que está terminando capaz que su carrera, pero no quita que viene ganando. Yo lo dije varias veces y es que yo pensaba entrar al ranking mucho más adelante, en donde yo tenía más experiencia y podía mantenerme un poco más. Sinceramente quiero pelear contra él porque sería una pelea que me daría mucha experiencia pelear contra alguien como él que ya tiene muchísima carrera. Es una leyenda. Siento que antes de llegar al top 10 me encantaría hacer y ya meterme a pelear por el título.
I really like the fight because, of course, he's at the end of his career, but regardless, he has been winning most of his fights recently, and I think that's a good fight. And something that I've said is that I really like multiple times is that I didn't want to get into the rankings so quickly. I did it because I was offered to fight, and I obviously am going to take the opportunity, but I don't want to go into the top 10 so quickly without getting more experience. So regardless that I'm probably going to be ranked 15 starting tomorrow, I do want to get more experience fighting guys where a guy like Cub Swanson, who has so many fights in the UFC and is such a legend, could give me really great experience for the rest of my career if it is that he still wants to keep fighting.
And by the way, what's going on with you and Luke Riley? Why do I see so much back and forth between you two?
¿Y qué está pasando entre vos y Luke Riley? Que hay muchas respuestas entre ustedes dos.
Nosotros ya teníamos pactada una pelea en el Contender que yo peleé contra Camti, pero nada, problema de visa y sinceramente no se dio la oportunidad. Pero yo creo que quedó esa pica y se le dio a él, gracias a Dios, ¿no?, la oportunidad de pelear ahí en corto aviso. Así que nada, es cuestión de tiempo hasta que nos crucemos.
Yeah, no, so this started back when I was going to fight in the Contender Series the second time. I was actually booked to fight Luke Riley, but because of visa issues, apparently, he had to pull out. and I fought Cam Teague instead. So there's always been kind of that beef between us, and he got the opportunity to fight in the UFC on short notice, and I think that that's a fight that down the line should happen.
And just so I know, El Chino, what does that mean, your nickname?
¿Y el chino qué significa? Tu apodo.
I don't know. Me lo dijeron desde que arranqué a entrenar, pero yo creo que porque no se acordaban mi nombre y me decían el chino. Pero no hay nada en específico, creo yo. A veces me dicen que por los ojos, pero no creo.
Yeah, honestly, I have no idea why they started calling me that in the gym. I think it was because they didn't really remember my name, so they just kind of started calling me El Chino. And I think some people told me it's because of like the eyes I have, but I don't know. I don't see it.
Okay. Well, they need to start knowing your name. Kevin El Chino Vallejos. Did I get that right? Vallejos.
Good.
Vallejos. Okay, you need the ch in there. A name that we're going to be talking about for a very long time. Congratulations on all your success. Well done on a great first year in the UFC, and thank you for coming on the show, and congrats on the big win this past Saturday. Incredible stuff against a very, very tough opponent.
Que fue un placer tenerte ahí. Mucha gente tiene que recordar tu nombre, Kevin El Chino Vallejos, y bueno, que sí, con todos los éxitos que lo estás rompiendo.
Nada, muchísimas gracias, te repito, es un gusto estar acá hablando con vos, te he visto millones de veces entrevistando a superestrellas y estar hoy en día, la verdad que es súper emocionante para mí. La verdad que muchísimas gracias.
And thank you, Ariel, so much. Like, truly, this is such a dream come true to me because I've watched you thousands of times interview the biggest stars in the sport. And for me to be here talking to you right now is something that is super big for me. So thank you so much. I'm super animated about this experience.
Thank you. My pleasure. The first of many. So keep on doing your thing, and we look forward to more chats. Thank you so much to you, Kevin, and to Martin as well. Appreciate it. And Feliz Navidad.
Thank you so much.
You're the man, Ariel. Feliz Navidad.
Take care, guys. There they are. Kevin and Martin Vallejos. We're going to get that right. Very unique. I like that. Different parts of Latin America, different ways of pronouncing it. So there you go. We learn something new every day, and definitely a name to remember. This is a guy who is on some kind of roll. As I said, undefeated in the UFC, 17-1 as a pro, 3-0 in the UFC, 2-0 in Contender Series, and 2 wins via stoppage in the UFC, including that incredible win over Giga Chikadze, and then 2 wins in the Contender Series as well. Actually, 2 fights in Contender Series. Fought one and one. The only loss was in Contender Series against John Silva, but then came back and got another opportunity, and now here he is doing his thing. So very, very impressive young man, and a name that I think we will all be talking about next year and beyond. Speaking of impressive young men, another 24-year-old is going to be joining us in a matter of moments. His name is the Belgian bomber, Patrick Habirora. You see how I say that? Habirora. He had a great, great win on Saturday at the PFL event in Lyon, France. He defeated Kevin Vallejos on December 13th. Technically PFL Europe 4, but to me it was just PFL Lyon. A great win for him. 4-0 now in PFL, 8-0 in MMA. And this man is an absolute superstar. I mean, the pop that he got, the reaction that he got, pre-fight, post-fight, mid-fight, unbelievable. Went 5-0 in 2024, 3-0 in 2025. January will mark 2 years since he made his debut. So a neophyte in this game. Also, by the way, won the 2023 IMAF World Championships. Like I said, he beat Kevin Vallejos on Saturday via first-round TKO. Back-to-back first-round TKO victories over UFC veterans Kevin Vallejos and Danny Roberts, who he defeated back in July. That's now back-to-back wins at welterweight, which technically may not even be his natural weight class. And he is someone who, you know, the promotion and the country that he represents, Belgium, and the whole region is very excited about. And you may have heard afterwards, he said on the microphone, he wants the winner of Usman Nurmagomedov versus Alfie Davis. So let's see how that fight plays out in February. For now, though, let us meet Patrick, the Belgian bomber, for the very first time. The pride of Belgium, kind enough to join us right here and now on the program. There he is. Hello, Patrick. How are you?
Hi. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me now. And yeah, happy to be here.
It's nice to meet you. Félicitations on the big win, on the big night for you.
Merci beaucoup.
Another
Merci
big
beaucoup.
win.
Vous parlez un peu français?
Oui, je parle français. Je viens de Montréal. Je parle français, mais mon français n'est pas si bon que vous.
Je vais beaucoup à Montréal. I used to train with George St. Pierre a lot of times now, so I went in Montreal every year. I try to go there and have a camp with Firas and George St. Pierre, so it's really nice.
Yes, I've seen footage of you and George. When was that from? Here's you and George. How long ago were you there?
I've been there 3 times now. I go each year for a camp of a whole month with George St. Pierre. First time it was back in amateur. I was 22 years old, and he kind of took me and like a little student, and then he took me under his craft, and he told me like I remind him back in the day when he was young. So it was really like a big privilege to be with him, and now I'm trying to just continue his path. And he was the first one to say that I might be a UFC champion one day. So I'm trying to be what he said.
Well, obviously now you're in the PFL doing your thing. Can I ask, how did this whole journey start for you? Because Belgium isn't really known as a country that has produced a lot of great fighters.
Yeah, my journey is a little bit special because I started with football, though, so soccer in Europe. And then I was fighting a lot in the streets back in the day when I was young. So my friend told me like, we should try MMA. So we learn new techniques, how to defend ourselves. And then I jumped in MMA, and I had my first fight, amateur fight. I was 16, I think. And then I found my coach at 17, Tarek Sendo from Team Sendo. And since that day, I never left him. And we just produced so many great things.
Wow. Did you watch MMA before that? Did you know what MMA was?
No, I was just watching films. You know, back in the day, you watched Chuck Norris, Jean-Claude Van Damme. Jean-Claude Van Damme is from Belgium, actually. So it was a big star. Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan. So I was watching films like that, and I'm a big fan of anime. So I was watching One Piece, and I was always trying to fight and try new techniques I was watching in the movies.
Yes, I'm not a big anime guy. I don't hate it. I'm just not as well versed as you are. The guys were telling me about it on my show. Your picture on Instagram, that's a One Piece character, this guy?
Yeah, it's Luffy from One Piece. You should try because it's a crazy thing, because it's like so motivated, and he has like that mentality. I have the same. I just don't want to give up, and I just want to be the best.
And what does your name mean on Instagram? Mugiwara?
Mugiwara is like the nickname from the crew of the Mugiwaras from One Piece, from the Luffy's crew. So it's like my nickname, and everyone knows me from there. Like, I'm Mugiwara. I'm a pirate. I'm just come here to just steal everything. And I'm coming from the new generation. I'm just 24 years old now, and I'm 18-0, so I'm just trying to take everything.
Is that what that picture represents, the hat and what you're doing there?
That's the gear second. That's the gear second. That's the main pose. And I've seen some guys trying to do it in the MMA, maybe, and UFC, in fights and stuff. I'm like, I'm Mugiwara. This is the only one with the straw hat. That's me. So I'm just gonna prove it.
I love it. And have you ever been to Japan?
No, I'm planning. This year I'm going to Japan, and I'm definitely going there and just try to. This is a dream come true for me.
Do you think that your football background, your football skills helped you as you transitioned to MMA, the footwork, the power, all that stuff?
I don't know. I think it's God gifted. I think the power is God gifted, but I think my coach made me who I am today. You know, a lot of hard work, but the power is something I don't know how you can explain it. I just feel something burn in my hands when I try to find some fucking chin and just to crush them up. I don't know.
How did you end up in the PFL?
I was 22 years old. It was my second. I was 1-0, so in professional, and I see Cedric Doumbé was going to fight against Baki, and it was a big event in France.
Yeah,
and it was like 20,000 people, a sold out arena. Everyone is speaking about this fight, and I just posted on Twitter like, "Hey guys, if you want someone, I'm here." And then everyone on the social media went crazy. They were speaking to the PFL like, you have to sign this guy. This kid is the new kid. And I just told them like, if you sign me, I'm the new kid in the block. I'm just going to come here and try to take the head off of everyone in front of me. And I'm never saying no to anyone. I'm just trying to win. And then I come here and I shocked Dan Hardy. He was really surprised by my level. Then I came back and I'm just doing knockouts to knockouts to knockouts now.
By the way, you know that fight, Doumbé versus Baki? That was like yesterday, that fight. That wasn't that long ago.
It's not that long, but I did 8 fights between.
It's crazy.
I did 8
fights in 2 years, in less than 2 years.
Yeah, less than 2 years and 7 knockouts. Yeah, and 6 knockouts in a row, 5 in a row in the first round. Yeah.
I mean, you're on fire. And now I watched on Saturday the reception that you got from the people in France. Like, this is Doumbé-like, right? Like, it sounds like when Cedric Doumbé comes out in France, the reaction from the crowd. Are you surprised at how quickly everything has happened for you?
I don't know. I think people loves like entertainment. And in the cage, what's better than a knockout? And this is my DNA as a fighter. I'm just trying to reach to knock people out. This is in my DNA. I don't know how to explain that. I was just focused and boom. This is my DNA, yeah. I am who I am. I'm the Belgian Bomber, and my nickname comes from the IMAF. They give me that nickname, and this is a great nickname because it comes from Joe Louis, you know, the Bronze Bomber, Deontay Wilder. So it's crazy, guys, and they give me that nickname. So yeah, I have bombs in my hands. That name. That's why everyone is saying Flashball. You have to say it. Can you say Flashball?
Flashball.
What does that mean? Yeah, what does that mean? Flashball. This is my word. It means like the cops. You know, back in the day when you were doing some trouble, the cops used to shoot with flashball. This is some bullets, but in plastic bullets. And I'm explaining that when I shoot people with my hands, it's a flashball.
It's unbelievable.
And everyone is saying
the speed, the power in that fight, and you're a natural 155er, right? You're not a welterweight.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm young. I'm the 155. Like, I doesn't weigh a lot. Against them, they were like so big, but I'm like, you don't hit harder than me. And you know, it's not the size of the dog, it's the size of a herd.
And so these last 2 fights, why at welterweight?
Because it was the biggest challenge we could have.
Okay.
We had the biggest challenge we could have because in lightweights, it was like, we wanted like someone coming from the UFC, you know, and a UFC vet, and then they give us Danny Roberts, like, crazy ton of experiences, and yeah, it was really nice. And then Kevin said come in the line, and everyone was saying like, okay, everyone is avoiding, you know, everyone is avoiding each other. When people are starting to build their career, they are trying to avoid each other, build a strong career and stuff. I'm like, I'm gonna fight anyone. I don't care. I'm just gonna go fight, and I feel like I knock him out, and I knock him out.
Do you think you are ready for the winner of Usman Nurmagomedov versus Alfie Davis, or would you like a little bit more time?
No, basically what I was trying to say is, for me, the Nurmagomedov's family is really the greatness in MMA. I was watching them since a kid, and even in my wake, I'm watching them videos and their mentality. I grew up a lot, and my mentality comes a lot and align with them because I don't give up, and they never give up. They're really strong. So I'm like, I think with my style, if I go in Dubai, watch this fight, and ask the Habib family to go train with them, it would be really nice for my style to evolve. As I train with George St. Pierre, I've seen how my level evolve. And now imagine if I'm training with this team. I have fire in my hands, and now I know Dava wrestling from Dagestan is going to be crazy.
Okay, so how far away do you think you are? Because eventually you'd want to become the champion, right? So you'd have to fight Usman, I would imagine. So how far away do you think you are from then?
I don't think Usman is going to stay long in the PFL.
Okay.
I don't know. He might be gone. So when he's gonna be gone, I'm not gonna be in too much time, like 1 year, 1 year and a half, something like that.
Are you happy in the PFL?
Yeah, really happy. I think they give me a platform to expose my really talent, and they give me a chance. I was as young I was 22 years old. They give me a chance. I was 1, and now that's crazy. And now we had 4 fights, 3 knockouts in a row. It's really amazing.
So you said at the beginning that GSP said that he saw some of himself in you and future UFC champion. Yeah. Is that still a goal of yours, or are you happy being in the PFL for the foreseeable future?
I'm actually, from now, I'm really happy with the PFL because as I'm 24 years old, I'm still young in this game, and I don't want to rush anything. I don't want to sound cocky because I think a lot of fighters speaking like some stuff like that, then they go and then don't like show what they were saying. But yeah, of course, my end goal is to be the best I can be. So if it's in the PFL, it's gonna be in the PFL. If it's in the UFC, it's gonna be obviously in the UFC. Yeah.
And what about this Kevin Lee call out? Where did this come from?
Because I think now in France and French speaking and Europe, I'm becoming like well known, but I want to be worldwide. And Kevin Lee is a big name, and he's in the PFL. He only lost to Rabandanov, I think. So yeah, it would be a great name to take under my hat. Yeah.
Have you heard if he's interested?
I don't know. I didn't heard any sounds of him. I asked him 2 times. First time I didn't call out. Now I'm calling him out. And if he's watching here, Kevin Lee, I want you. 155, 170. You choose the weight. You choose the place. I handle the rest.
What about Cedric Doumbé? Are you interested in fighting him?
Cedric Doumbé, I don't think is gonna be interesting fighting each other right now because he comes from 2 years off. And basically, my strategy is I'm gonna be coming back in 155. I think.
Okay. But do you think that would be? I feel like that would be a gigantic fight. Do you have a relationship with him?
For the French-speaking people, yeah, it would be gigantic. It would be massive. I do believe like a lot of people. Yeah, I know him. We didn't know each other like really close. I wouldn't say that he's close to me, but we know each other obviously. And he didn't even know that he was training in my place in Brussels. In Belgium, back in the day, he was in Glory, and I was a young kid in the gym, so he don't remember that. But yeah, I know him.
That would be gigantic. I mean, I think that would be a huge deal. But I don't know if he's going to fight. I don't know like what his status is. Do you hear anything?
I'm not focused on him. Actually, I'm focused on me.
I got it.
I don't know about his career, but yeah, my main goal is I'm trying to fight the guy who's active right now, and I know Kevin Lee is here, and yeah. What can I say about this? I'm just waiting for his answer.
I saw a quick video of you with the legend Zinedine Zidane, Zizou.
Yeah, Zinedine Zidane is a crazy legend.
Yes. How did that happen? How did you guys link up like that?
Yeah, Zinedine Zidane, basically we were playing a soccer game with for a charity foundation for kids, so it was really nice to meeting him. And then he told me like, yeah, I'm not watching a lot of MMA, but I've seen your face. And then he said like, yeah, that name, Flashball. And then he said in the video like, I'm with Flashball. I said that everyone was like, oh, it's crazy.
Wow.
He's with Flashball. He knows about Flashball. That's what I'm telling you. Next time you see me, every time you see me fighting, you say, oh, that's Flashball fighting. Y'all have to remember this. Flashball, that means those hands.
Yes, I like that. So would you like for that to replace the Belgian Bomber as your nickname?
I think it might be something in the future. I don't know how big it's going to be, but yeah, it might be something in the future because if I continue like that, my goal is to have like a big time of finishing people in a row. Yeah.
Of course. I read a great article, a colleague of ours, Pete Carroll, he did an interview with you last week and you told him that, you don't like really hanging out with MMA fighters. You like to hang out with rappers and with footballers. This is the story right here. Why is that?
Yeah.
Why do you feel that way about the other fighters?
Because I think they're a little bit boring. They're always saying the same thing and the same sentences. But like, for example, they're going to say like, yeah, I'm never scared about this guy. I'm going to crush him out. I don't feel anything. But we all feel the same feelings. We all stress. We all have the hearts beating fast. But what makes us calm is religion. It's God. It's because we believe in our work and we work hard for this fight. But stop lying or stop pretending someone you're not. Like, everyone is trying to fit in the same cases and same boxes. I'm not like this. I love MMA. I love mangas. I love anime. I don't mind to say that I'm scared, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to knock you out.
What was the first thing that you said between MMA and anime? Mangas?
Yeah, mangas. Mangas is also another name for animes.
Oh, okay.
Animes is like video, and mangas, you can read them.
Who's bigger in Belgium right now, you or Kevin De Bruyne?
Oof, nah, still Kevin De Bruyne. This is the golden generation. Like, basically him, Eden Hazard, Lukaku is the golden generation. But I think in the new generation, I have my name under this, yeah.
How popular is MMA in Belgium now?
Popular enough to sell out arenas of 10,000 people.
Yeah. I know there was the event in the summertime, right, in Brussels?
Yeah. I headline it, and it was beautiful. We sold out this easily, and I think we could do like 2 times this.
Really?
Not even hard. Yeah.
Is there an arena that big? A bigger one than that one?
We can do a football stadium.
You think so?
Like I'm saying to the people, like they give me Kevin in May in Belgium. We're doing a football stadium.
Wow.
They're gonna see.
How many people?
I think 20,000.
Wow. At the football stadium. I saw a video of you.
Yeah, it can be a bet with them. It can be a bet with them. If they're watching this live, we can make a bet. We can do a football stadium.
What's the bet? What are you willing to put on the line if you don't draw?
We're doing a sold out. We're doing a football stadium sold out.
You're saying sold out?
As the main event.
As the headliner, yeah. And if you don't sell it out, what do you put on the line? What's the bet?
What do I put on the line?
Yeah, there has to be.
I want. You can choose. You can choose what
Your purse is. They don't have to pay you for the fight. That's the bet.
All right. They don't pay me. I used to fight for no money. It's not a problem for me.
No, I think you'll sell that out with ease. I did see a video of you in front of like 80,000 people at an event recently. What was that?
It was the biggest festival of hip hop and rap. And what I was saying is I have really a lot of close friends of mine are big rappers and big artists. And I was there and I was saying 1 year ago, before even I had the fight in Belgium scheduled, I was saying that I'm going to come back in Belgium, sell out an arena, and I'm going to fight for you guys because you've seen me fighting all over the world, but never in Belgium. But I'm going to bring the PFL in Belgium for the first time, having a national and a worldwide organization in Belgium. And we did this 1 year after. I was with PLK, it was crazy, and everyone was shouting. That was getting crazy because knowing I'm going to fight for the first time in Belgium in 4 years.
Wow, what a scene that is. Incredible. What's the rap scene like in Belgium? Are there like actual Belgian rappers?
Yeah, there is so many big artists. We have like big guys. We have like Amza, we have Damso, we have Stromae. We have also a girl called Angel. So yeah, we have like big artists, really big.
You know what's a fight that I think sells out in Belgium in the soccer stadium, in the football stadium? You versus Paul Hughes. What do you think of that one?
Me versus Paul Hughes. I think like Paul Hughes have a lot of experiences right now, but
yeah,
I really do think like you give me 1 year and a half.
Okay. Let's not get crazy.
It could be something like, yeah. I think there is like great fights to make with me. I'm not the type of guy who's gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna crush this guy, I'm gonna do this. But once I'm in the cage, that's different.
Do you like now? It seems like PFL has a different approach now. No more tournament. It's just trying to put on the biggest fights, have champions. You know, same type of thing as the UFC. Do you like that, or did you like the old format with the tournament?
Oh, me, I like it because I think it's better that everyone has to fight everyone. You know?
Yeah.
Big fights, big challenges, and big collision.
Yes, just make the biggest and best fights, right?
Yeah, and that's the people. What the people want. That's what they want. Yeah.
Between you and Kevin, is everything okay? You and Kevin Jousset, was there any bad blood there?
We don't speak to each other. We're not friends. I think now I wish him a speedy recovery, and I hope he's well with his health. And yeah, I think what has to be said has been said in the cage. And the message I wanted to tell him, I tell him with my fist, and that's it.
Do you think that he was looking past you, that he wasn't giving you the respect that you deserve?
Yeah, definitely. Because he was already speaking about his win even before the fight. And I don't like when you speak like that about a fighter, but I think now he's not gonna make the same mistake, and I wish him the best in his career after that.
Okay. By the way, wait, what was that? Sorry?
I'm saying that it's not because we're young that you just can look past others.
You felt disrespected.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't have the credit I deserve, you know. And I think like when someone doesn't give you the credit you deserve, you have to show him.
Yeah, well, I think you're getting that credit now. And I saw that you were listed on the 30 under 30 on the Belgian Forbes list. This is look at you, man. This is a big deal. Look at you. You're getting all this attention. Look at this guy.
Yeah, everything is going crazy right now. I'm not gonna lie, everything's going crazy. That's why I'm trying to not rush everything also, and just not throw myself in everything. But yeah, I've been in the Forbes 30 under 30, so I'm in the 30%, the most influence in my country, and it's really amazing.
Are you? And you have to keep your head like small. Is it hard to not like get intoxicated by all the love and success and the hype? How do you keep your feet on the ground and remain humble?
The religion. as a devoted Muslim, it's really important for me to, you have to believe that you're nothing. Everything comes from God. So if you're nothing in front of God, you're not gonna believe that you over someone or you superior to someone. You just as anyone, just you doing sometimes some stuff going out of the ordinary things.
Yes. Well said. Well put. How soon do you want to return?
I think now it's gonna be Ramadan soon.
Yeah.
Ramadan's gonna come, so I'm gonna fight after Ramadan. Definitely, maybe April, May, and yeah, we should do a PFL Belgium.
Okay.
And see for that bet in this football stadium. Yeah.
I love it. Well, I hope they're listening, and I hope it happens. And it's a lot of fun to watch you do your thing in a very short amount of time. So congratulations.
Yeah, and thank you very much. You should come. If you want, I invite you. You should come see those fights and see the flashball. But can you say it, flashball?
Flashball. The flashball.
Flashball dans le crâne.
Flashball dans le crâne.
It means I put my fist in your head.
Yes, I love it. J'adore ça. I love to see the growth of MMA in that part of the world, in France and Belgium. For the longest time, it was sort of ignored. And to see the explosion, like that crowd was unbeliable on Saturday. It was amazing.
Yeah, it's crazy. But
the flares, the fire.
If you can, the fire is my. It's my like I would say it's my support. It's my team. They bring fires every time I fight. Every time I knock someone out, you can see the fires in the crowd. You can see hats going off. You can see everything going crazy because I know my public is really something else, and I try to give them every time I enter in the cage because I have people coming from Italy.
Wow.
I had people coming from south of France, from many places to come watch me fight. So it was crazy.
Well, keep doing your thing. Congratulations on a great year, on a great 2 years as a pro, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you do next year and beyond.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor to be here because I've heard this from a long time, and I didn't believe that I will be there as soon as I am. But yeah, I'm focused on the next, and to everyone watching this, trust me, I'm the next thing.
I can't wait to see you continue your career. Thank you so much, Patrick. All the best. Félicitations.
Thank you, guys.
Joyeux Noël or joyeux whatever we say.
I don't celebrate, but joyeux fête. You can say joyeux.
I don't celebrate either, but we say joyeux fête. And
joyeux fête.
All the best to you in the new year.
Thank you. And flashball dans le crâne.
Dans le crâne. Flashball dans le crâne.
Flashball dans le crâne.
I love it. Thank you. All the best to you. There he is. Patrick Habirora, a big win for him. The Belgian baller. Did I say baller? Bomber. The Belgian bomber. And I think he likes the flashball name. I'm not going to lie. I think he likes that name. I think he likes what it represents. There's a big influx of anime guys coming into the sport. I better get on this train, guys. I better get on this because I feel like I'm going to be left behind here. I'm One Piece. I didn't even know what One Piece. What is One Piece? What does that even mean?
You should watch it and find out.
That's the name of the show?
That's the name of the show.
Rank it for me, Frank, if you can.
It's really good.
Better than Pokemon?
Yeah, easily
better than Dragon Ball Z?
That's a tough one.
And is it all fighting?
No,
I don't like the fighting.
It's like a fantasy world where there's a lot of pirates, and it's just good humor. I think you'd enjoy it.
Where would I see this?
Crunchyroll.
What?
Yeah, you can watch it streaming on Crunchyroll.
That's the name of the platform?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
There is a live action version of it that is on, I can't remember, Netflix? I don't know.
Okay.
You should check it out.
Crunchyroll.
Crunchyroll, yeah. Like a
sushi roll?
Yeah, with the tempura on there, it's crunchy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's like, I don't know, there's like Hulu, ESPN Plus, Paramount Plus, P Plus, Netflix, and then there's Crunchyroll.
Right. And Crunchyroll's been around for a long time.
Wow.
Connor and I.
GC watches on Crunchyroll too?
I don't know if he watches that, but he definitely watches Crunchyroll.
Wow.
On my account.
Yeah, share Frank's account.
Oh, wow. How much is it a month?
Who's to check?
All right. Well, I will try my best to check it out. I'm going to ask my kids if they know about that. Let us move along to our next guest. Very excited to talk to this man. It's been a minute since we spoke to him. He's been in the game for quite some time, was doing big things over in the great sport of boxing. A lot of exciting things happening in his career. A little bit older than the last two guests that we spoke to, but not an old man by any stretch. 34 years young, representing New South Wales, Australia, former UFC light heavyweight. has had great success, like I said, in the sport of boxing, and is coming off his debut win back in February, 7th round TKO win in his hometown of Penrith. A lot to talk to Tyson Pedro about, and we say hello to him without further ado because he is joining us right here and now. There he is. Hello, Tyson. How are you?
Brother? Yeah, good. Thank you. It's been a minute.
It has been a minute. How's life?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been real good. Just doing a couple side quests at the moment, but got a couple exciting things coming up.
Yes.
That's rude to go straight to my age. Not the older.
No, you know why I said that? Yeah, I apologize. I had a feeling as I was saying it that you would not know what I was talking about, but the last two guests were young bucks. They were 24 years old, so I'm just, it was kind of back-to-back same age, and so here we are. But yes, you are not, I'm a 43-year-old here, so for me, I would do anything. I see that. I do see that. I want to talk to you about all the things that are happening, but I do want to ask, since you are joining us from all the way in Australia, I am very sorry. I do want to say that I'm very sorry about what happened at Bondi Beach on Sunday, and I hope that no one that you are friends with or affiliated with in any way was affected by it.
Yeah, no, not me, but absolute travesty at the moment. I can't imagine how some of these families are feeling, so sending my love to everyone that was affected by him. But yeah, it's an absolute tragedy.
Yes, awful thing that happened in a very beautiful part of the world. So I share that sentiment as well. Tyson, exciting times in your life. I don't want to beat around the bush. I do believe that you have some news to share. So let's get to that, and then I can ask you about it.
Yeah, awesome. So I just signed to PFL Global, and I'll be fighting next year.
Wow. Okay, Frank. Breaking news. There it is. So you've signed to PFL, which I do believe is an MMA organization, and last we saw you was in boxing. So how did this happen?
Yeah, just mixing it up. There's so much going on in the boxing world. Didn't really understand the complexities of it. So almost probably retired from fighting. And then I hooked up with my new team, and I got an offer from PFL. They reached out, and I was all for it. They said I was fighting some guy that had one fight. Maybe it was his Nagano? No, sorry.
Oh, wow. That's a good fight for you. Okay.
I'm not fighting Nagano.
That would be a good fight, though.
Not for me.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Yes, I know. Will you be fighting at light heavyweight?
Yeah, light heavy.
Okay. So a couple of things there. You said that you were almost done with fighting. Why were you almost done with fighting?
There was just so much going on in the boxing world, and it just didn't sit well with me. Just like I said, a lot of complexities in the boxing world, and yeah, then I decided to go and I opened up a bakery with my best mate, the Bakery Brothers. Come down and check us out in Penrith.
Yes,
that was pretty much it from there.
I saw the bakery. When did you open up the bakery?
Last week.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so congratulations.
Thank you very much.
What inspired you to do this?
Meat pie.
Yes. Oh my gosh. You sell meat pies there?
Yeah, but that's our main thing. We do meat pies, and we do danishes, pastries.
This is incredible. Yeah, here's the video right over here. I've been to Australia twice, and the meat pies are absolutely to die for. What are your specialties?
So my favorite one is there's the lamb one, the pulled lamb shank, and we've got a brisket pie. But you'll have to come check it out, man. They're pretty good. I'm a bit biased, but they are pretty good.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. What inspired you to do this?
I just believed in the guy that I partnered up with, and he's a really good pastry chef, and I just like doing random stuff sometimes when I get bored. If I'm not fighting, I need to do something, otherwise I start going a bit crazy.
I understand. No, I understand. And so your last fight in boxing was in February, right?
Yep.
Your only fight, I think.
Yep. One fight, one and done.
And so
that was for the WBC international title.
Yeah.
And it was really fun. I got to learn a lot about myself as an athlete, and boxing was so different. Like not only the fight itself, but the training, the lead up to it, and it was probably the fittest I've ever been, and the best in the best shape I've ever been. And the only thing I really disliked was how much running there was.
Like cardio work.
Yeah, running's not my best my best attribute.
So because probably there's a little bit more time, you don't have to worry about wrestling, grappling, kicks, knees. So you have to focus on the road work. But it's interesting. I looked at your Tapology page, and there's so many canceled fights. There was one in June of 24, in November of 24, and in February of 24. Then you had another one in February, and then another one that was canceled in July. Why so many canceled fights?
And that's what I mean with the complexities of boxing, with contract disputes to there was just so many different reasons why people have pulled out. I actually ended up pulling out on the last one because my coach was having health issues. So it was ending up feeling like it wasn't meant to be. And, that's just how life goes. Sometimes you put everything into something so much and it just doesn't work out. So then, like I said, it was too much, and I was just like, all right, maybe fighting's done. And then I got this offer for PFL, and I was like, all right, well, now we're going back into it.
Out of the blue, like you didn't reach out to them; they reached out to you.
No, I think it was my team, my new team. They had reached out to them and spoken beforehand, and then I ended up linking up with them after that.
How long ago was that?
Oh, maybe a month, max 2 months ago.
Okay, so if we would have spoken like 3 months ago, you were kind of on the verge of calling it a career.
Pretty much, yep.
Wow.
I would say so.
Would you?
And I remember I called Eugene Behrman straight away and just said, "Hey, could I come back to CKB?" And he was like, "You're always welcome here." He goes, "You're a life member," and then so that's one. I think that's one thing that I'm really excited about. I miss the guys over at CKB, and I'm excited to get back over to New Zealand.
Okay, so you'll be training with them, and do you know when your debut is going to be for PFL?
Sometime early next year.
Okay. Do you know against who?
I've got a bit of. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead. You got a bit of what?
I've got a bit of jiu-jitsu to work on. I've been back hard in the jiu-jitsu area just because obviously I've just been boxing, so I've been all up on my feet. But there's a lot of work to do. But I'm super excited. I love a hard goal away from what I've been doing.
Do you know against who you'll be debuting against?
They've given me a couple of names, not yet.
Okay. And will you be? They've announced a couple of shows, like one in February in Dubai, one in March in Madrid, Pittsburgh. Do you know if you're going to be on any of those?
They haven't been mentioned to me, but hopefully early in the year. I don't know. I haven't heard which one for sure yet.
They've kind of changed the direction of the promotion. It used to be very tournament based, and the league and the season and playoffs, and now it's just let's put on the biggest and best fights. Have you paid attention to what they've been doing? Do you like this new direction?
I heard that they moved the tournaments. I'm super excited. Like I said, I signed to PFL Global, so there is a broader thing that we're working on now. But I'm just excited that it'll help me. Help me to help build Australian MMA as well. I think so. So that was one of the things that really drew me to it.
Okay. By the way, I noticed, speaking of your Tapology page, it says that your nickname is Kangaroo Paws. Is that true? I don't remember your nickname ever being Kangaroo Paws.
Someone changed it on Wikipedia and just put Kangaroo Paws on there, and then I thought it was funny a long time ago, so I just left it.
Okay.
But that's definitely not my nickname.
When they announced you for the boxing match, did they say Tyson Kangaroo Paws Pedro?
No, my nickname's Ronan for my fights, but I just thought it was funny when someone changed it.
It's tremendous. I think you should go with it. Any chance? Make some merch?
No, but you know how it is with nicknames is like if you try and fight back, it'll stick.
Right. That is true. We've been paying attention, by the way, to your boxing career. I remember you got on the microphone after you called out Jake Paul, all that stuff.
Yeah. I would have liked to, but now him fighting Anthony Joshua. What's your thoughts on that?
That's happening this Friday. I think it's a wild thing. I never would have expected that. I can see it going poorly. I could see Anthony Joshua knocking him out. If Anthony's taking this seriously, he has never fought a boxer anywhere near Anthony's level, and I still think Anthony's a very, very good fighter, Olympic gold medalist, was just fighting for the belt not that long ago against Daniel Dubois. This is a massive test. And then the size discrepancy is just absolutely insane. I mean, he's that much bigger than him. The reach is all that stuff. So if Jake isn't careful, I think this could go really, really poorly for him. What do you think?
Yeah. No, I completely agree. I don't see many ways of Yeah, I can't see anyways. I'd be lying if I said I don't see how he can get past that.
Jake is putting out a sort of narrative that Anthony struggles against smaller fighters, guys like Andy Ruiz and Alexander Usyk, those types of fighters. And I get what he's doing, but the skill and the resumes are a little bit different, right?
He's a great salesman.
Yes. The reason I bring that up, though, is I don't know if you're familiar with this, but like you've kind of become a part of our show over the last year, because shortly thereafter, Bam Bam Tai Tuivasa was on the show with me.
Oh, right.
And I asked...
Oh, and you called me James Tahuna.
Yeah.
I did see that.
I was hoping you didn't notice it.
I know he knows me.
Yes. I'm sorry.
It's all right. We're both brown. I do get it. We're both brown and Polynesian, so you know.
I don't know why. And so now every time we're talking about someone who we can't remember their name, my guy Frank in the back, he plays this.
James Tahuna?
Because it was so funny, because I kept saying James Tahuna, and he's like, no, it's Tyson Pedro. And so now you've kind of become a part of the show, because like we play that sound all the time now.
Oh, that's great.
Yes.
I love that.
But I wasn't sure if you saw it, but I wanted to apologize for messing that up.
No worries. I'm happy to be called James Tahuna. That's actually his shorts on my wall.
Oh my God.
So
that's crazy. It all comes full circle.
It is.
Do you have any idea where James Tahuna is, by the way?
I saw him yesterday. He came down to the bakery. That is crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. He came down to the bakery to talk to me. We were actually having a really good chat. I've known James for a very long time. He was the first guy that I started training with in MMA, and he was like on the shorts. It says, "Dream and you'll believe and you'll achieve it."
Wow.
So yeah, he's been a long time mentor for me in my MMA career.
Okay, so it's not so much of a stretch. Like you guys are connected. You know what I mean?
We're connected. We're just different people.
No, I mean, yes, but it's like sometimes you slip up. You know, you're doing a show, you mess things up. I was quite confident. Yeah. What is he up to these days?
He's training. I believe he's training rugby league teams, helping him with their wrestling, and he does a mentor program.
Oh wow. Okay, good for him. So he lives in Penrith.
Yes.
Okay.
Penrith has a bunch of. We're not letting we're not letting you get away.
No.
Yeah, we have a lot of like ex-UFC fighters and stuff in Penrith. Penrith's big for like.
Really? Like who else?
Yeah. Brad Morris.
Yeah.
His name's gotten away from me. James Vanacola. He fought on the UFC contender. There's been quite a few from Penrith. Penrith's a good fighting area.
You see, sometimes names slip your mind. It happens to all of us.
Yep, I get it.
Yeah, you see.
I'll just. I guess. Have you ever called Ty Mark?
No, I have not.
Okay, that one doesn't slip.
I think it was something about the T, the Tyson and the
Tahuna.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know if I ever asked you this. Maybe I have. Were you named after Mike Tyson?
Yeah, I was.
Wow.
Yeah, my dad loved Mike Tyson, and he said when I came out, I had my hands up and I wasn't crying, so call me Mike Tyson.
And did you then have an affinity for him?
So honestly, yeah, he's one person. There's no one really that I've ever wanted to meet in the fighting world, but except Mike Tyson. I would love to meet him one day.
Oh, and you still not had the chance?
Nah, haven't bumped into him, unfortunately.
So that's why you wanted to kick Jake Paul's ass.
Yeah, probably added to it.
Yeah. Your dad was a legend, an Australian MMA legend.
Yep. He started King of the Cage in Australia. So that's basically what started my journey into wanting to get into MMA. I remember I was holding the cage door for Tony Bonello, and then I was just like, that's pretty much what I want to do.
So your dad, John Pedro, right? Is King of the Cage still around in Australia?
No, not in Australia. I couldn't tell you if it in the States, but not in Australia anymore. He sort of moved away from martial arts a long time ago, and so he's in my corner just as like my ride or die. But he hasn't been following the training techniques and updating. He's sort of stopped training a while ago.
Okay. It felt to me like at the end of your UFC run that maybe like the love had been, extinguished or something, like it felt to me like maybe there was a burnout. How would you describe how you were feeling in March of 24 at the end of that UFC run?
To be honest, the most of it was I was just starting to miss my daughter. I was spending a lot of time overseas, and I wasn't getting to see her as much. And I think that's what really drove me away from it at the end of it. So I think getting this refresh and now spending so much time with her, and now that she's a bit older, I'm ready to have a crack again.
Did you miss it at any point?
MMA, definitely.
Okay.
I love grappling. So as much as I loved the boxing and punching in the face, I do love grappling.
Did you watch it? Did you keep up with it, or did you need a break from it?
No, honestly, I didn't watch much of it at all.
Wow. Why is that?
I'm not sure. I don't usually watch much fighting in general. Even when I was fighting, I didn't really watch much.
Okay.
I've watched the big fights or people that I was close with, like training partners. But yeah, I was very terrible at watching tape.
There does seem to be an explosion of talent coming out of Australia now, and a lot of guys, young guys, doing very well in the UFC. Have you paid attention to any of that as of late?
Yeah, I've seen some of them. I've seen some of their fights, and it's crazy how much the fighting has changed, if I'm being honest. Like, I saw some of them, and these kids are real good. Some of these young kids coming up.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost been like when I came in, I was at the end of a generation of legends, and then now it seems like that's what's happening again. This new era of fighter.
And we're starting to see people who are coming in just as MMA fighters, like they are being born and bred as MMA fighters, as opposed to coming from one discipline and then learning the rest.
100%. Even going back to my grappling gym here in Penrith, SWMA, that you see some of these young kids that they've only done MMA and they're just so skilled, like just across the board. It's pretty impressive.
Did you explore the idea of going back to the UFC?
My team reached out to everyone, but PFL was the original ones that reached out. So that's who I've always wanted to go. Well, who I wanted to go with from the start. That's why they were the ones that made me come back over to MMA.
Wow. And is it because they showed you the respect and the interest in you, or for anything else?
No, not at all. I've always had an amicable relationship with the UFC, but there's something that is happening with the signing of PFL as well that really intrigued me. So, like I said, to help out with Australian MMA, hopefully.
Okay, so what does that mean? Is there, because I'd seen that they're doing some stuff in Oceania. Is it that? Is it starting like a PFL Australia, or is that what you're referring to?
Well, hopefully we'll be able to mention it next year. But
okay,
yeah, it's just something that we're working on, and I was really intrigued with it, but excited about that relationship.
Okay, so now you have this. Now you're back, and you've got the bakery. Being a pro fighter and kind of helping to run a bakery, it's tough, right? I mean,
luckily I have a good business associate who's now I've told him that I'm going to have to go away for a couple months during fight camp.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to carry the logs,
as they say.
Yeah.
Why does your hat say absolutely not?
I don't know. My partner gave it to me, and it's just it was just the hat that I wore.
I thought you were trying to tell us something, like you didn't really want to be here.
Oh, definitely.
You were mad at me for the James Tahuna thing.
Subliminal messaging.
I wasn't sure. Well, this is very exciting. I loved it. I have to say, when your team told me, when Courtney, your manager, told me that you're going to the PFL, it's like I thought you were just starting the boxing journey, and it seemed like it was going really well. It seemed like there was a lot of buzz, and the performance was also great. I think it was a 7th round TKO win. But now here we are. So do you think you're done with boxing? Do you think that's it? It's just one and done for you?
Well, to be honest, nothing's ever off the table, as you can see. I thought I was done with MMA, but I'm back again. So I'm always willing to do it. But yeah, like I said, the new team, I'm so excited to see what comes of this. And yeah, I never know where my life's going to go. So
how far away do you think you are from the title picture there at 205 in the PFL?
we could be like pretty early talk.
Title shot off the bat.
No.
Let's go, Tyson. Let's go. Come on. You're not coming out of retirement for nothing.
No. Yeah, no. That would be crazy if I did that. I'm not that crazy.
I could see you doing it. It's not like you've been sitting on the sidelines. You've been boxing. It's not like you were just out there in the bakery.
Yeah, no, I agree. But we'll see what happens next year.
All right. Well, I'll put in a word for the for the Tyson.
Thank you.
Tyson for title shot.
Tahuna.
No. This is my way of making it up to you. This is my olive branch. This is it. That type of thing.
Thank you, brother.
Congratulations on the deal. Much love to you and everyone back in Australia. I've only the greatest memories and thoughts and prayers for everyone over there. It's a beautiful country with beautiful people, and it's an awful time, but you will overcome it. And I'm really excited for you that you're back in MMA and getting this opportunity in PFL. Thank you for coming on and announcing this news. I really appreciate it as well.
No, thank you very much for having me. It was good to see you again.
All the best, and we'll talk to you soon. Good luck.
Take care, brother.
There he is, Tyson Pedro, kind enough to join us early morning, as I said at the top of the show, over in Australia. Now, the newest member of the PFL roster, fighting in the 205-pound division. In case a lot of people ask us about the origin, he knew about it, so I didn't want to pour salt in the wound. But we do have the clip. We do have the clip of when I screwed up. And how about the fact that James Tahuna's shorts are right above his shoulder? And how about the fact that he was at the bakery yesterday with James? Can you see how I can make this mistake? Do you understand now? Anyway, here's the clip from back in April of when I made the innocent mistake of mistaking Tyson Pedro for James Tahuna. Hey, James looking good in the boxing ring.
James Tahuna?
Yeah, you saw him.
When did he fight?
He fought maybe like 1 or 2 months ago. He had a big win, and then he called out Jake Paul.
James Tahuna?
Yes.
I think you're talking about the wrong person.
James Tahuna boxing.
When he looks around.
What am I tripping right now?
Yeah, you're tripping.
No, it was James Tahuna. Am I crazy?
I think you're crazy. James Tahuna is like the first Aussie US.
Yes, I know who James Tahuna was. Guys, didn't James Tahuna have a boxing match?
He had a boxing match?
Yes. And now I'm like losing my.
You got me, yeah.
Maybe I've lost my mind.
What are you talking about, Tyson Pedro?
I'm talking about.
I told you I was right. You think you know everything, see? That's what happened.
Hey, I've been on the air for 3. By the way, the best part about this is you lighting up the joy while correcting me.
See?
Unbelievable. It's really, there's so much there.
It doesn't matter what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I will sit and watch that 90-second clip whenever. The initial, hey, James, looking great in the boxing ring lately. And there's just...
I will say the clip is all-time classic elite. It is made better with the version that cuts then to Connor discussing it later.
Yeah.
So all of us in the Bam Bam Buds merch head to toe talking about it. It's
the bucket hat, the jersey.
It's one of the most ridiculous things ever.
It's so good.
And then the one moment where like, yeah, did he have a boxing match? Like, you can tell like he feels bad, and like because you're like, dude, no, it's James. He like kind of starts questioning himself. It's fucking incredible. It's so good.
I thought Tyson was such a good sport about that.
I love the fact that he knows about it and that he has his shorts right there.
No. The fact that he was with him this weekend, the biggest pop back here. Me and Rick were dying.
And he's his mentor. He's like, yeah, James like got me into this.
Oh my God.
So good. James Tahuna is like, he's a borderline mythical figure in my life at this point. Like the fact that like he never posts anything, but it's just like, yeah, I was with him this weekend.
Yeah.
I saw him. I was hanging out.
Does he not post anything? Have you looked it up?
I don't see anything from him.
Wow.
He's too busy training the rugby squads, and you're
true.
over here thinking he's boxing.
James, oh man. Let me see. James Tahuna. When's the last time he fought? 2016. Holy shit. It's been almost 10 years.
Last year.
It's been almost 10 years. How old is old James? 16 and 9, 44. All right. 10 years older than I really botched that intro for Tyson. I mean, he's not quite 24. He's a little bit older than our last guest. So first,
you called him like, somebody else's name.
Yeah.
You call him an old geezer. I mean,
but he was still
should have
here.
worn the James Tahuna shirt.
Oh yes. I was wondering if he knew about it.
Oh, he knew.
Everyone knows.
It's just something about the way he lights it up, and he's like, man, you're talking about Tyson Pedro. There's just something about that.
What's great about it is, as GC said, he's working through it, right? You're working through it because you're like, wait, am I wrong? Ty is like, no, I'm right. Wait a minute. Am I wrong? Wait a minute. It's Tyson Pedro. Like, he gets to it. He arrives at it. It's fantastic.
Also, it's like you're talking about like one of his boys.
Yeah.
Who hasn't fought in damn near a decade. And it's like, this is news to me.
Aren't they relatives? Aren't they like, isn't that his brother-in-law? They're actually relatives, I believe.
Bro, I was just with him at Thanksgiving. He did not fucking fight.
Did they do the beer thing together or something back in the day? Didn't James
I'm pretty sure it was also Tyson Pedro. The Drink West? Who was that?
Yeah.
It was Drink West.
Was that Tyson and Bam?
Yeah, Tai Tuivasa is the brother-in-law. So you're talking about his brother-in-law. It's not just like his boy. Now, turns out James Tahuna is actually his boy, which is even crazier.
Drink West was Tai Tuivasa and Tyson Pedro.
Yeah, they're relatives.
They're all related. They're all ooses. They're all boys.
Such a great moment.
Yeah. I was just happy to see him back. Shout out to Tyson Pedro. It's a good little signing for PFL.
Yeah, I was going to say, PFL, shout out, man.
Yeah. 205. Let's do him versus Corey Anderson. Yeah.
That feels quick, no?
It's a good little laugh. It's a nice little laugh. You get the tears out, feel good about. What was that, Rick? What'd you say?
Corey feels like a
step
quick
up?
jump
No,
in.
I know.
Yeah,
I
like
know.
to the
I wouldn't
deep
do that.
end.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like they have the deepest 205-pound division.
No, but he's been out of MMA for a bit. I think he needs one warm up.
Are there PFL rankings? Do they do rankings? PFL.
It's just like
there was the tournament
seasons.
Oh, right.
Who's to check?
Yeah, who is to check, Frankie? Here we are. What is? This is the standings. Impa Kasangane, Rob Wilkinson, Dovlet, Josh Silveira, Antonio Carlos, Sadabusi.
These are all fights I'd love to see Tyson take.
Sure.
These are great.
I mean, he looked great in that boxing match.
Yeah, I'm down.
Guys, in a matter of moment. Also, I was sweating so much as I was looking. I was like, fuck, no one's helping me out here. Why isn't anyone telling me about this? I was like, and then,
You do recognize it's hard because you're saying a name that nobody is aware.
Oh, yes. If you type in James Tahuna boxing, like nothing pops up.
Right.
And so I'm like, what's happening?
So we're also
No,
like,
I know.
what the hell's going on?
What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Speaking of boxing, the great Shakur Stevenson, who I always love to speak to, is going to be joining us, or speak with, I should say, is going to be joining us in a matter of moments. Returning to action on the 31st of January, rapidly approaching, month and a half from now. He's coming to town. Yes, there he is, against Teofimo Lopez. I mean, what a fight. What a fight. For the WBO super lightweight title. Absolutely love that fight at 140 pounds. Always love talking to Shakur. Of course, this weekend, this Friday on Netflix, we've got the return of Anthony Joshua against Jake Paul. They had a face-off on Saturday. I don't know if anyone saw this face-off. They said it was at an $80 million mansion in Miami. Anyone see this? Jake, AJ facing off, and Jake on his tippy toes. Look at that. Jake with it on his tippy toes, wearing that hat like that, and the shoes and the pants, like actually looks like a kid. You know what I mean? Like a kid like trying to mess with his dad. And AJ's having none of it. What do we think? Is anyone, Frank, are you willing to go out on a limb and say Jake via knockout? Are you willing to do it?
Fuck it, yeah, I'll say it.
Yeah. But you see, when you say F it, I'll say it,
That's fucking illegal.
I don't feel like you're saying it from a place of like actual belief.
Yeah, it's a hard belief, even for me, to be honest.
What's the line right now, GC? What are we at? Do you think it's like, I wonder if it's like minus 2,000?
I don't think it is. I think it's like 1,200.
Really?
What if it skirts inside 1,000? How much you putting down, Rick?
Inside
It doesn't
1,000?
really matter what the number is.
Minus 900?
I'm on that line.
Anderson Silva minus 1,000 to Tyron Woodley.
Wow.
Anthony Joshua minus 1,200. Jake Paul plus 700.
Free money. Take it to the bank.
Baumgartner minus 1,600.
What does it say? Does it say? Can I tell you something crazy about? Okay, before I go there, does it say method for AJ?
Let's see.
Yeah, can we get a knockout prop?
I was mistaken. Anderson Silva minus 225. Tyron Woodley plus 175.
Oh, that's a big difference.
Yeah, big difference. I don't know what I was reading. I can't lie.
Like AJ via KO, TKO.
That is minus 400.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I feel like more people think he's going to knock him out than win via decision.
1,000%. I'm
surprised
Anthony Joshua by decision is plus 450. So
Ooh.
minus 400 knockout,
Wow.
plus 450 decision. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, what a swing.
Anthony Joshua to win and over 1.5 knockdowns plus 100. I don't hate that.
What about
it's going to take more than one to put Jake down?
True.
What about Jake via decision?
Jake via decision is plus 1,600.
Wow. What's Jake money line?
Jake money line is plus 700.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my gosh. The over-under is set at 2.5.
2.5?
Yeah, fuck. I think that might be the lowest I've ever seen it for a boxing match.
What's the under?
Under minus 115. It's minus 115 each way.
Okay.
Yeah, so coin flip odds on 2.5. This thing lasting 7.5 minutes. You decide.
What's Jake via knockout?
Jake via knockout is plus 1,200, less than
What?
decision.
What?
Yeah.
Less than decision?
Yeah, less than decision. 16
I get
for
it, though.
decision.
If Jake is going to win, it's by, like, surviving a hellacious assault and, like, getting a jerk job decision.
No, it's by winning 5-3 if he's going to win. He's going to win a really close decision.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so wouldn't the odds be greater wouldn't he be a bigger dog knocking him out? Or am I misunderstanding this?
Yeah, it's plus 1,600 decision, plus 1,200 knockout. So the books think it's more likely that he will knock him out.
Oh, I'm saying the opposite. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's surprising to me.
Jake Paul to be knocked down,
really ultimately.
minus 500.
Just to be knocked down?
Yeah. But then the over-under on knockdowns is 1.5. So
what about AJ knockdown? Like him getting knocked down?
Anthony Joshua to be knocked down, plus 550.
What a time.
Jake Paul to be knocked down and win the fight, plus 3,000.
Plus 3,000. Wow.
You could get, they even have round props now. Anthony Joshua in round 1 plus 280, round 2 plus 350.
Now, what's the line at, because you guys will be in attendance again. You never miss a Netflix fight.
Fucking right.
Of how many times you guys will be shown on TV. What's the line?
If we get on once again, we're the kings of Netflix. It's just that simple. If we get on again somehow.
What was it last time? Like 4 times? 5 times?
4.
Yeah, it was like 6 or 7 for real.
The best was the closing shot. And your winner, Katie Taylor. And then you were like, yes.
75% of those times I was checking my phone.
Did you know? Did someone tell you?
So, all right, so they showed us on the Jumbotron, and I was just like, oh, we fucking got on the Jumbotron. That was so sick. And then I got a bunch of texts of like, dude, I just saw you on Netflix. And then we put 2 and 2 together that the Jumbotron was what was
the broadcast.
Playing. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Great.
What I wanted to say was Alicia Baumgartner is fighting someone named Leila Baudouin in the co-main. And there's a young man who's been around the Montreal sports scene for a very long time. He was covering GSP. Like anytime GSP fought or someone from Quebec fought, he would be there. Worked for RDS, which is the Réseau de Sport, which is the French TSN over there. And his name is Benoit Baudouin. And he sent me a message this weekend saying, you know, Leila's my sister. I'm like, what? Leila's your sister? Like, he's just like your typical news anchor guy. Looks like, you know, just like your regular guy on TV. His sister is a badass fighter fighting Alicia Baumgartner in the co-main event on Netflix. I was blown away by that. I was blown away that his sister is fighting there. So he told me that he's going to be there watching and supporting her. And that's pretty damn cool. The card has come together nicely. We found out last week that Caroline Dubois is going to be on there. Obviously, the Tyron Woodley versus Anderson Silva fight is getting a lot of love. Sugar Neeks is on there as well against Amanda Valle, which is a great fight. So I'm looking forward to it. But I am most looking forward to the Helwani Roadshow, which is coming to Miami on Thursday, December 18th with Jorge Masvidal, Kayla Harrison at the Hard Rock Cafe in Miami. Entry fee, not required. My man. Username, not required. Password, not required. There it is. Look at that. People called this AI slop. Are you crazy? You think we engage in AI slop over here? Absolutely not. That's Oven right there. That's beautifulness from Oven. Kayla Harrison, Jorge Masvidal, December 18th. Starts at 8:30. Free for all. Live from the Hard Rock. I have tweeted the link. You know what? We should put the link in the... can we put the open table link in the YouTube chat and pin it? Would that be possible?
Yeah, man.
Thanks, Frankie.
Of course.
And that's this Thursday. No live stream. So you got to be there. All right? Don't let us down. It's going to be a scene. A lot of exciting things happening. Do we have our next guest or not quite yet?
Not quite yet.
Efforting. I did see this awful news here moments ago over on uncrowned.com. MMA veteran Geronimo Dos Santos dies by drowning at age 45. That is awful. I remember Geronimo Dos Santos. It's from Drake Riggs, uncrowned.com. MMA veteran Geronimo Dos Santos has died at age 45 after drowning in Brazil's Amazon region. Per MMA Fighting, according to local reports, Dos Santos disappeared while swimming in the Rio Negro, one of the world's largest rivers. Divers from the Amazonas Fire Department recovered the heavyweight's body Monday morning, discovering him trapped beneath rocks at the bottom of the river. Golly, that is horrific. Dos Santos last fought in April, delivering a brutal first-round knockout of former UFC heavyweight Alexei Oleinik in a BKFC bout. I recall that. The victory marked a late career highlight for the striking specialist. Dos Santos then inked a BKFC fight against Andrei Arlovski in June, but ultimately withdrew from the matchup. Made his MMA debut in 2006 in his home of Brazil, kickstarting a 72-fight MMA career, 45, 26-1. While he never competed in the UFC, Dos Santos did sign with the promotion in 2012. He was slated to compete at UFC 153 in Rio in a heavyweight bout against Gabriel Gonzaga, but was removed from the card after testing positive for hepatitis B. That's right. He later parted ways with the promotion in 2014 after being unable to receive medical clearance from North American athletic commissions. Fought the likes of JDS, Josh Barnett, Sergey Kharitonov, Vitaly Minakov, Alexander Emelianenko. Damn. From 2011 to 2014, won 13 straight MMA fights. Well, I'm very sorry to hear that. My condolences to his family. That is awful. Awful, awful stuff. We have been talking about boxing. We talked about Francis Ngannou earlier. Tom Aspinall on the YouTube channel was chit-chatting with the one and only Tommy Fury, and he actually said that he'd be interested in boxing Francis Ngannou. Oh, my dear. You can hear the head spinning all the way from here to Las Vegas. Here's the clip in case you missed it.
Do you reckon you would ever go into boxing properly? Would you? Is it a route that you'd ever go down?
I'd never be a world champion. I wouldn't try and be a world champion. You need to dedicate your whole life, don't you? To
yeah,
be a world
but
champion.
you was good at boxing, though.
I was,
coming from an MMA background.
Yeah, but I spent my whole life doing MMA now, haven't I? For me to be like 33 and then think that I'm going to win a world title in boxing, it's unrealistic.
I don't know so much, you know, because with your speed as heavyweight, you got to think in boxing.
I reckon I could have a couple of like
warm-ups.
No, I reckon I could have a couple of like not freak show fights, but like big fights. You know what I mean? Against like a big name or something.
It's that space, though, isn't it? Like all these fights. Look at Jake Paul and Joshua. He couldn't beat me.
No.
With a broken hand.
No.
So how are you going to go from me to fight somebody like him? It doesn't make any sense.
Who do you think Tom should fight if he was to box?
Jake Paul, do me.
Oh no.
Tom.
I wouldn't mind boxing an MMA fighter. Do you know what I mean? I think that'd be.
I think Ngannou would be a good fight, no?
Yeah, I think that'd be good. I like
That'd be a big fight, that.
Mate, I've got fights.
You walk him out, yeah?
100%. I mean,
I've got fights in the UFC to do first.
Yeah.
I've got them fights to do.
There's a lot of money to be earned. Because look at Mayweather McGregor. Them two had it off.
So Tom is very clearly saying, not right now, not right now, not right now. By the way, speaking of the crossover, Dana White and Nick Khan at the USA boxing trials in Lubbock, Texas this weekend, which caused all kinds of commotion. There they are, Dana White, Nick Khan. We bring the star power. This is USA Boxing. Welcome to the 806, Dana and Nick, and thank you for recognizing the future generation of boxers in the United States of America. How about that? So they are coming. Zuffa Boxing is coming. People saying January 23rd appears to be the date, and it appears to be at the Apex in Las Vegas, the first event. Now, of course, 8 days later, massive fight coming to right here in New York City. We don't get these often these days, but hopefully more to come. This is a perfect fight for the world's most famous arena. And we're not talking about the theater. We're talking about the big arena, the Mecca, the world's most famous arena, the actual main venue where the Knicks and Rangers play. It is Teofimo Lopez, Shakur Stevenson at 140 pounds. I absolutely love this fight, and it's a great pleasure to be joined once again by the one and only Shakur Stevenson, who is kind enough to join us right here and now on this Monday afternoon. There he is. What's up, Shakur? How are you, my man?
What's good, my guy?
It's good to talk to you. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate it very much. By the way, can I ask you, people are going nuts over Dana and Nick Khan, the Zuffa boxing guys at the USA boxing trials. What did you make of that? Did you have any thoughts on that?
Nah, I don't have none even. I didn't even know they was there until you just put it up on your show. So, good for them. Hopefully they find some great fighters.
It's an interesting time in the sport, right? With the Zuffa guys coming over.
Yeah, it is. It's gonna be very interesting. I don't know much about it yet, so I just keep playing it by ear.
Okay. How did this one get made? The one between you and Teofimo Lopez. Was it a long, drawn out process? Was it relatively easy to get done? How would you describe the journey to getting this fight done?
It was easy. I actually hit Teo up and we had a good conversation. And when we had our conversation, honestly, once I got him on the phone, he said he want to fight me. I said I want to fight him. I told him I was going to beat him. He told me he was going to beat me. So it was easy to make happen.
So
you competitors that want to fight.
You got the ball rolling?
Yeah, I did.
Wow. And that was just out of, hey, let's just get this done. I wanna make it happen. So let me hit the guy up.
Honestly, I had been set it up with the higher power people. I kind of asked them, can we make the fight happen? But once it got closer to getting it done, I kind of reached out to Tio, and he was cool.
And obviously this is happening at 140. Why were you interested in that? Why the decision to move up from 135?
I'm not moving up to 140 pound division just yet. I'm actually a 35 pounder, but I moved up for this fight because I know that why would I bring him down? I would have to come up to his weight if I want to fight him. So it only made sense.
Was MSG always the spot that was discussed, or perhaps Prudential Center, Newark, or any other locations?
They asked me Las Vegas or New York, and I told them I like New York. So,
do you like the idea of fighting at MSG as opposed to Prudential Center, which you have done very well at?
Nah, I would rather fight in my hometown because that's where I'm from, and I know everybody's gonna be there to support me. I know the faces, I know everything when I walk out. But honestly, it's cool because it's on New York. It's right there. T.O. claims he's from New York, but it's interesting.
What do you mean by that? Oh, did we lose him? Oh, are you there?
He claimed it because he's not really from New York.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. You froze on us for a second, but now you're back.
He's not really from New York. He's from Florida. I actually knew him growing up, and he was always with Team Florida. So I don't look at him like a fighter that's from New York. I know the fighters that's from New York. I came up with them guys. I used to see them all the time in the regionals. When I used to go to Gleason's gym, I used to see a lot of them fighters. I never seen T.O.
So when you were growing up and you would cross paths with him, like what was your relationship like? Were you guys cool? Were you friends? Was there any type of friction?
Yeah. No, it never was no friction. I was a fan of him. I always thought he was a good boxer. Speed, power, athleticism, everything that he had then, he still got now. So hell of a fighter.
How do you feel about him now?
Hell of a fighter. I think he's a beast.
He's somewhat of a polarizing figure in the sport. Like, he has said some things that have rubbed people the wrong way. Some might even call it racist things as of late. Do you feel like he's crossed the line? Has he made anything personal? Maybe not to you specifically, but when you say things like that, you might piss off a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm gonna make him pay for a lot of them things that he said about black people. But at the end of the day, I know he's not racist. I know him deep down inside. He's truly is a cool person. He wants to be great, and this is the type of fight that I really enjoy.
You guys had the press conference last week and the face-to-face and all that stuff. What did you make of his vibe there? The face-off was interesting, and some of the things that he was saying at the press conference was interesting. What did you make of his vibe overall?
I think something mentally wrong with him. I don't think he's like all the way there mentally. I think he's crazy.
Legit?
That's my opinion. Yeah, I think he's legit crazy. I think something really wrong with him, but that's what make him dangerous. I think them the guys is the most dangerous people. Them delusional, crazy people who want to be the best and want their spot at greatness. So I gotta respect it, but I think something is definitely off with him.
Who were you talking to there off to the side? Was that his dad?
Yeah, I'm talking to his dad. Yep.
And what was he saying to you?
His dad said that he was gonna beat me. He said that I'm too little and all that kind of stuff. So I can't wait to show him.
And what were you saying back?
I was letting him know he can't. You can't fight for him. He the guy that got to fight. So when I see him, let's see what he do.
Is this more about fighting Teofimo, a big fight like this, or a 4-weight world champion?
It's more so a 4-weight world champion. My legacy is more so about that. It ain't really just Teo. Teo got the accomplishments of a big accolade fighter. He was undisputed at 135, which they say he wasn't, but I know he was. Then he moved up to 140 and got the belt at 140. So it's more so to fight a fighter with this much accolades and become the best.
Who's in your opinion, or technically, you tell me, who's the A side in this fight?
Me.
Like as far as the pay, the poster, the walkout, all that stuff.
Nah, they say I think they claim he the A side. I think they put it as Teofimo, Shakur, but I'm really the A side. I know I'm the A side, to be honest.
Who's walking out second?
I'll probably walk out first. I mean, that stuff don't matter though. Like, just put me in a ring.
Who cares?
I'm going to show that I'm the A side. So
sometimes we get hung up on these things, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Didn't Floyd tell you that you should be the A side?
Yeah, he did. He told me that he think that I should be the A because I'm the bigger name.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
So when you hear senior and junior say things like, that you haven't fought anyone on his level, what is your response to that?
It's cool. I mean, that's their opinion. Like, they could say that. But I know he never fought nobody on my level. Like, I'm 1,000,000% sure that Teo has never seen nobody as good as me in his life.
He's talking about, like, once he gets through you, then he wants Crawford, names like that. How do you think he would do against someone like Terrence at this point?
I think he gets knocked out.
Can't even hang with him.
Yeah, he's too little. But it's too big for him.
Right. As far as skills, though, do you think he's on par with the likes of Terrence?
I'm not going to say he's on a Terrence Crawford level of skills, but he's very skillful. He got a lot of things with him that puts him at a high level.
One thing that was interesting to me was it seemed like you were going to move on from Matchroom, but now Eddie Hearn is involved in this, and this is a Matchroom event, it seems like. I know it's a ring card too, but he's promoting it here in the United States. So what is the state of your relationship with Eddie and Matchroom at this point?
Eddie's my guy. I'm actually not signed to Matchroom, but he's my guy. I'm a big fan of Eddie Hearn, and nothing but respect to him, but I'm glad he's the promoter that's on this card. I'm glad to share the spotlight with his promotional company.
So if he's your guy, how come you're not signed to Matchroom?
I mean, it's just business. If it makes sense, then I will. If it come down to it and that's what makes sense, then we'll do it. But right now, I don't think it makes sense.
Okay, so are you just more of like your own man at this point? Your own entity?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Do you negotiate with the ring people, with Turkey? You just do that yourself?
No, me and my manager, Jay Prince. Yep.
Okay. And does that work for you? Do you feel like this could be something that could just work for you for the time being?
As of right now, yes.
Okay. As far as what this means, like if you beat Teofimo and you become 140-pound champion, do you think you'll at least try to defend that title a few times? Would you want to go back down? I know you said it's not so much about Teofimo or anything, it's just about getting that 4th title. What do you think this win will do for you in the trajectory of your career?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do after. I can't really tell you. I don't know. We got to see what's on the chessboard. What's on the chessboard, that's a move that will make the best move. So I have no clue. But far as after this, I know that I'm going to be one of the best in the sport.
Do you feel like this is the fight that finally gives you the respect that you're looking for?
Yeah, and especially in the fashion that I'm looking to dominate it in. Yeah.
Back in July, we had you in Conor Bennon's studio. It still remains till this day like one of our most popular videos. People love the interaction between you two. And then, of course, he went on to do his thing. And I'm just wondering if you saw that performance and if you were surprised that he looked that great against Chris Eubank Jr., because it seemed at the time that maybe you weren't rating his skills that much.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to do that, but good for him. I'm glad he did it. It keeps him as a name that I could fight in the future. So I'm glad he did that. But I think Eubank was drained. He was dead.
You think it was more about that than what Conor did?
Yeah, I think that wasn't the version of Eubank, especially not just being drained. He just had a war with Conor Ben before that. So Conor Ben was a fighter that feel good after the war. He could go eat, do whatever he want, and Eubank can't. So I think that played the part.
Is that a fight that you think could realistically happen in 2026, or are you on different paths at this point?
Nah, I think it could happen. I think that should be maybe next after TL. God willing, I'll go do what I got to do.
147, most likely?
Yeah, for sure.
What do you
want a rehydration clause, though.
For him?
Yep.
Okay, just like he had for Chris.
Yep.
Realistically, which weight would you feel most comfortable at, do you think, at this point with your body? Like, how high do you think you can go where you don't feel like it's slowing you down?
The most weight, the weight that I feel the comfortable is 135, but how high? Probably 147.
That would be the high. You would never go to 154 or something like that.
No, I'm just fighting off of skills. Like, I think that when I move up in them weight classes, I'm so little that my skills is going to just take control.
As far as being WBC lightweight champion, do they have any issues with you moving up to 140? Will you have to defend it in your next fight? What is the situation there?
I just fought my mandatory in my last fight, so I don't think that I have to defend it right back to back. But we'll see. I don't know. I know that they said that I could keep my belt, so.
There's a bit of a movement right now to get rid of those belts, the sanctioning bodies and whatnot. How do you feel about that? Are you someone that loves the history, that is proud to be a WBC champion, or do you think it's time for the sport to evolve?
I am proud to be a WBC champion because of when I came up, the green belt was like the most, the belt that looked the best as far as like for me when I seen Floyd wearing it. But I don't really get into the political part of the business when it come down to that. I try to stay out of that stuff. So,
do you think there are some people who think it will always be a part of the sport, that it's not going anywhere? Do you feel the same, or can you foresee a time where those belts aren't as important as they are today?
I don't know. I can't really answer that because we never know what a sport like. Sport is so the sport is so like I'm back.
Yeah, you're back.
Yo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The sport is so like you never know where things is going to go. So it's really hard to say whether they'll be there or not because you don't know.
Could I ask, and not trying to get you in trouble here, but what did you think of them taking the belt away from Terrence?
I try to stay out of that stuff.
Okay, you want nothing to do with it. I feel you. You want no drama? You're good with the drama sometimes. It's fun.
Nah, no drama.
No drama. Okay, you're in a good place.
Yep. I'm locked in right now.
Can I ask you about O'Shaquie Foster? Any interest in him?
Yeah, you can ask me about him. What you want to know?
No, any interest in him? He said he would like to fight you.
Interest in him? So when it come down to that, right? Because I can be talking into fighting all of these dudes. Like, I don't care who it is in front of me, but when it comes down to that, the way that he went on that internet and like lied, I really feel some type of way about it because I don't respect that lie. I feel like he didn't have no integrity when he get on these interviews and he's talking and saying as though like he ran me out the gym and he beat me up in sparring. He's not telling the guys honest truth. So it's like when you hear somebody lie like that, it's like, okay, If he would have just said, "Yo, I want to fight you. I want your spot," I'm cool with that. Like I ain't tripping out that. But when you lie and make it seem like I'm not who I've been my whole life on camera, I don't respect that. So, I don't know. We'll see in the future. I don't know. I'll beat all these guys up, but that dude right there, I really kind of want to beat him up outside the ring.
Okay. You posted a slip where I think you bet $12K on him to win, right? His last fight?
I knew he was gonna win. That was a business move. That was like like if you know boxing, like no disrespect to Cool Boy, because Cool Boy is a good fighter.
Yeah, Stephen Fulton.
He's a 122 pounder. This dude is a 135 pounder coming down to 130 and shrinking himself down. So Cool Boy is a guy going up. I already knew like what type of fight Cool Boy was in when it came down to it. That's why I bet so much money, because I'm like, okay, the odds was so stupid on there. Like it was like minus, it was like even, like they even on both parts, and I didn't understand it. So I thought it was a great business move, because to the people that don't know boxing, it looked good because Cool Boy got a bigger name in the sport. So it's like, yeah, it looked good. Like if you don't know boxing, but it's like, okay, no disrespect to Cool Boy, and I ain't taking nothing away from him, but you put Cool Boy in front of me, like he's so little to where it's like I'm not going to respect what's coming back at me. So I'm probably going to really step on the gas a lot more than what I would do if it's like, you know, somebody that has some type of power or threat, and then you got to outthink them and do different things to them. And I think in that fight, his team made a great move with putting him in front of the right guy, especially with the public watching.
Who do you think won, Roach or Pitbull?
Lamont Roach. I thought he won.
Okay. Just like
I thought that was a robbery.
Like he should have won against Tank too, right?
Yeah, I thought he won both fights.
Crazy year for the guy. Back-to-back draws. Controversial.
I mean, the world watching though, everybody know and everybody seen how good he is on the big stage. So it ain't like his stock gonna go down. It sucks to get the draw, but at the end of the day, he's a hell of a fighter, and he clearly not going nowhere. This dude is fighting from 130 to 135 to 140 in a couple of fights, and he's doing it with ease. So you got to respect him.
At this point, do you think we ever see Tank again?
Oh, I ain't talking about that dude.
Yeah, I know. I had to ask. I'm sorry. Can I ask you about Jake?
Yeah, you guys can about him.
How did that happen, where you got invited to come to his camp to train for that fight, or at least spar or do something? What did you do over there in Puerto Rico for that fight before it was the AJ fight? Was it just some pictures, or did you actually train together?
Nah, we sparred. My guy, J. Leon Love, hit me up, and they set it up, and I came down there, and we did, was it 6, 7 rounds? And we got in the ring and we sparred.
What was it like?
I think it's crazy because I think Jake is better than people would even understand. A lot of people don't think he's that like as good because he started so late. Mm-hmm. So it's like you don't know how good he really could be if he started earlier, but you could tell like he's taking the craft serious, like he's locking in and doing training camps and got the right team around him, got the coaches around him. So he's better than like what you would think.
You were impressed?
Yeah, I was impressed for sure.
Dare I say surprised maybe as well?
Yeah, I was surprised because I thought like when you think a guy coming from YouTube, you're like, okay, this guy don't know nothing. But you could tell he had a good coach in his corner who's telling him the right things. He's listening to the right things. And then he's not bad. Like he's just not a bad fighter. Like his instincts is like to not get beat up or not get hit. And I was surprised by it for sure.
Does this mean you're betting $12K on him to beat AJ?
Hell no. Hell no. AJ is a boxer. There's no way AJ should let Jake win that fight. Like I don't see how he will let Jake win.
What do you think happens?
I think AJ should get the win. I don't know how it's going to happen. But, I mean, if you got all of that weight on you, he should go out there and beat Jake. But I don't think it'd be a knock on Jake game. I think Jake is long as he don't get knocked out, long as he stay on his P's and Q's in there, I think he should be okay.
But if he gets knocked out in like the first round, do you think that's it for the Jake Paul experience?
If I was betting money on it, I would bet that he's not getting knocked out in one round.
Okay. You think he survives based on what you know of him?
I don't know. I can't tell you if he survives, but I know he survives the first round.
No, that's what I mean. Like, at least he doesn't come out there and get starched in the first round.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. Will you be watching?
Yeah.
Okay. It was cool to see. I mean, it was wild to see him go from training with the likes of you and then all the big boys that he was training with like 3 weeks later. I don't know if you saw his face. Like, his nose is like pushed to the side. He's got a black eye. He seems to be, giving it a go. Do you think it's a mistake for him to do this? Is he biting off more than he can chew?
I mean, yeah, I think he's just jumping out there fighting Joshua, but I think it's a dangerous move to make. But at the end of the day, scared money don't make no money. So
yeah,
when you're a guy in his situation, people should only respect him for what he's doing. Like, you got to respect the aspect of this guy started boxing late and now he's where he's at, and he's really taking a challenge right now. Like, he's challenging himself. So I respect it.
And Ryan Garcia is 190 pounds?
That's what it looked like, yeah, for sure.
You saw he replied to you, right? On the stream there?
Yeah, I seen what he said.
Yeah. That would be a fun one too.
I would love to make that fight happen. I've been said that.
Yes. No, you've been, everyone has to be honest with themselves. You've been calling for all these guys, and now I feel like it's finally coming to fruition. Your second fight at MSG, the first one was back in 2017, if I do recall, if my memory serves me correct. What do you remember from that experience? Did it feel special to you, the world's most famous arena? I know you're a Jersey guy, Newark guy, but being in that building where Ali fought and so many others, did it feel special for you?
Yeah, it did. It felt like an amazing experience. But I remember just being like early on the card. I wasn't really like main event. So now I know that the experience is going to be like a whole different world. So I'm excited.
You're the man. You're the guy. You're the A side. And by the way, just for the record, I do agree with you. You are the A side. I feel like that place is going to be 75-25 Shakur, right?
Yeah, I think New York going to be out there for me. Even though he claimed New York.
Yeah. What do you think? Official prediction? What are we going with?
I don't got no prediction. I know my prediction is me coming out victorious.
All right. That's all that matters. Thank you, Shakur. Appreciate it very much. Good luck to you. Always great to have you on, and looking forward to the fight very much. January 31st, right here in New York City, the Mecca, world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden, you versus Teofimo. Great fight. Thank you so much, Shakur. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're the man. There he is. Shakur Stevenson, kind enough to join us. Appreciate his time. The pride of Brick City, Newark, New Jersey. Current WBC champ. And that's at lightweight. And now he's going up to super lightweight to try to win his fourth belt in a different weight class. Featherweight, super featherweight, lightweight, and now super lightweight. That's January 31st. Same night as Alex Volkanovski versus Diego Lopez. Them's the breaks. Them's the breaks. We'll have to watch both.
Y'all see them, though.
Yeah, that's a good one, Frankie. That's a good one. Apropos, dare I say. By the way, we were talking about John Cena. One last thing I wanted to show you all. Google paid tribute to Mr. John Cena with a little thingy. They had like a little animation. I thought it was fun. I enjoyed it. Yeah, here it is. Type in, what are you writing? John Cena. And then what happens? Yes. Oh, look at that. That's not bad. I like that. Our own Darshan Desai has written an article for Uncrown.com, the #1 unbiased combat sports platform on the planet, that Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury are going to compete in separate 2026 fights before their long-awaited showdown. He had mentioned in that article that Joshua has a February 14th date. I'm starting to get some intel on that date. More on that in a moment. But they announced this. Everyone went crazy. There was a whole hullabaloo. But in the finer details, it's that, they're going to have a warm-up fight, if you will. And I'm not talking about the Jake fight, like another one. So we're as of right now, talking about two fights until we get to Tyson versus AJ. Lord have mercy. Why we need that, just give us the fight. I don't understand. So much can go wrong. Someone could get injured. Someone could lose. Someone could get knocked out, knocked down. Who knows? But that's what they're saying. No date, no venue, no none of it. It's the biggest fight. It would be gigantic. I know they want it on Netflix. And I'm quite certain that TKO would be involved. And it would be a gigantic fight. It would sell out Wembley in a second. True or false, guys? AJ fights Tyson Fury in the year 2026.
False.
Wow. You know, they said this like 6-7 years ago, too.
Yeah, false.
I'll say true. Why not?
The planning just seems stupid. Like, there's no reason to do it this way.
If Jake Paul beats AJ,
Stop.
Is the fight? Stop. Does he get Tyson Fury? Oh, that's right. That's crazy.
Let's not do. I know we were talking about John Cena and like the scripted fantasy stuff. Let's not talk about a Jake Paul beating AJ world. That doesn't exist. That's not real.
Serious question. Would it be one given like his?
Yes.
No.
Biggest upset in boxing history.
Sports.
Yes.
It'd be up there.
Yeah. Right?
I don't think the odds properly reflect how much I'm doubting.
Do you think it's because people are like, we don't know what to make of this?
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, you have people like Shakur who have trained with Jake going like, he's better than you think he is, which probably is true, but he's not on the level of AJ. This is silly. It's just silly.
What a spectacle it would be.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
Yeah. I actually think, forget boxing, I think it would be one of the biggest upsets in the history of sports.
This is an amateur beating a pro.
Amateur? I mean, he's got like 11 fights now.
Yes, he has 11 fights. Anthony Joshua has a lifetime of boxing fights.
No, I know.
A lifetime.
He does have the amateur fight against...
He's a YouTuber. He's a Disney kid. It's just
and Inson Gibb, which is backwards for Big Nose.
Yeah, for sure. It's just not... It's not happening. It is not happening. Save for AJ slipping on a literal banana peel, it is not happening. And even then, I still think he could beat Jake Paul.
But just for the record, if he beats him, is the Tyson Fury fight up in smoke?
Oh, for sure.
If I'm Tyson Fury, I want Jake Paul.
Career's up in smoke.
If he, could you imagine? If he goes the distance but wins,
I think
he's not winning.
Tyson Fury.
Yeah, but there's still two fights.
AJ goes the distance.
Yeah, I think they'd still make Tyson.
There's still two fights that need to be made. It's crazy. Why do they do this? Why do they announce this?
It's the most pointless thing. I don't understand.
Everyone goes nuts. Oh my God. And then you look at it, there's no date, there's no venue, there's no time frame, there's no month, there's no nothing.
No.
Like imagine the UFC being like, yeah, Volk's going to fight Diego Lopez 2 fights from now.
Yeah.
We're going to book 2 in the in-between. We have no idea when that one is going to take place, but it is going to happen, regardless of the outcome of the other 2 fights.
Silliness.
The stupid part is, beyond just like the absurdity of trying to book that far in advance, is we're already pissed that this fight hasn't been made. Stop pretending it's going to be made again and again and again and then not making it. Don't even talk about it. This is Habib versus Tony. Don't talk about this ever again until they've signed the contracts. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want another tease. I don't want another, they're going to do Joshua and Tyson Fury in Wembley. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that a few times. Thanks. Not happening. I'm not going to believe it until the pen's on the paper.
I do believe that it's closer than ever in that there's the Turkey element. So he has made these big fights that seemed impossible to make over the course of the last, 2+ years. But yeah, it was a little weird.
That's great. Don't talk about
everyone getting all excited. And I'm like, well, could we at least get by this one? And then AJ's got 2 fights and Tyson's got, and I'm not saying he's going to lose, but like, again, injuries happen. A bunch of stuff can happen. It's craziness. By the way, I did see footage of Jake hitting the heavy bag. I do have to say, some nice. What do you guys think? The movement? I mean, he's come a long way. They did a side-by-side of him hitting the heavy bag like, I don't know, it was like, I think it was like 4 years ago, 3 years ago, something like that.
He looks much better.
He looks much better. Do we have that? Him hitting the heavy bag?
Yeah, we sure do.
In and out. Look at this. Look at that. I mean, that's better.
Oh yeah, he looks like a boxer, man. He looks good.
Does the bag hit back or no?
No, of course. Stop it. But I did see his nose is all messed up. He's got the black eye. I don't know. We'll see. We're gonna find out in 4 days, so we can figure this all out very soon. That is on Netflix, I don't know if you guys got the announcement, but I'm going to be on the broadcast.
I've heard
send
this.
out a blast.
Thanks.
Did they send out a
Clap for
blast?
yourself? What are we
No,
doing?
I was trying to get a collective clap.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. He's one of our own. He's one of our own. It's quite the star-studded lineup.
It's Netflix. They better bring the heat.
Fill us in on the rest of the lineup.
Is it Netflix?
Netflix? We're going to be on it, right? I mean, they'll cut to us in the crowd somewhere, and then we make the broadcast too.
They've got the MVP Fight Week Showcase 2 taking place at the Live at Fontainebleau in Miami Beach. Big Mo's going to be there. Corey Erdman's going to be there. Christina Poncher, she's done a great job for Top Rank over the years, so great to have her involved. Sibley Scholes is going to be there. Wednesday, December 17th. Oh, this is interesting. At the Fillmore, Miami Beach, the press conference will take place, hosted by renowned combat sports journalist Ariel Helwani, guys. Renowned. Combat sports, not just MMA. We're moving on up. Doop, doop, doop. Thursday, December 18th, Big Mo, Helwani again. Sibley, David Hay, and Christina Poncher. How about that? The Haymaker in the house.
Shout out to the Haymaker.
And then what about the broadcast? The great Kate Scott, Kate Abdo, formerly known as Lennox Lewis, Layla Ali, and Andre Ward.
It's not bad.
The return of Mauro Ranallo.
Oh, shut up.
In the booth. David Hay, Christina Poncher, Sean Wheelock as well. Sibley Scholes, Ariel Helwani, ringside reporter, and Cody Big Mo, our guy.
Shout out to Big Mo.
Oh, look at that graphic. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, I'm 9 down the line there. I mean, how do we feel about that?
You're like in the center.
Yeah, but Kate is sort of the...
Are you counting as Morrow as 1?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going left to right?
Yeah.
I feel like closer to the center is where the eye goes, actually.
That's what I said, yeah.
Now, how about the fact that I'm bottom row?
That's even closer to where it says on-air talent.
I actually agree. I feel
You
like
think I'm in the prime
Layla
spot?
Ali are in the prime spot.
Me over the word Air, which is, of course, synonymous with Air Jordan. Do you feel like that's what they were trying to go for?
I don't know about that part specifically, but I do know that in the eye where it's drawn, you and Layla Ali are actually...
I'm not going to lie. I feel like this is just completely randomized.
I think
You know
they
what?
You've
started
got Lennox
designing
on
it.
top. You've got Ward down low. Scott down low.
You think they associated on air me with
Yes.
putting your name there?
Yes, that might be it. I like how Big Mo is just Big Mo.
Yeah.
Nah, his name's too long. We got to go Big Mo.
For a second, I thought it was alphabetical, but definitely not.
No. No, I
Center
really
is
think
prime
it's
real
just,
estate.
I think it's just randomized.
All right. Well, congrats to all involved. It's an honor. I love being on those cards and appreciate it very much. Truly, it feels like a big deal. They are so professional. They are so buttoned up. It's unbelievable to see how they've thought of everything. Everything feels so big, so important. I have done it twice now. Very excited about it. And we'll be going out there on Wednesday morning. Press conference, then weigh-ins on Thursday, live show 8:30, Hard Rock Cafe Miami. You know the drill now. Masvidal, Harrison, the whole crew, meet and greet, all that stuff and more, and then the fight on Friday. A couple other things to get to before we say goodbye, guys. What about Yuri Prochaska with the gender reveal in a very Yuri-esque way? He had the big samurai. He was ready to go, cutting up the balloons. Here it is. Gee. Now, what color is that? Is that pink?
That is a black balloon.
Oh. No, the stuff that came out of it. That's pink,
That's
right?
pink, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, what are you talking about? That's pink. He cut the balloon, and then stuff came out of it.
I missed it the first time.
Is he having triplets? I was just... Because there's a delay between each.
It is... The compression's not doing the colors any favor.
He's
Is that
the
really
man.
pink?
No, legit. It looks like they're gold.
Oh.
And the ribbon on his shirt is blue.
Well...
So is it like a...
Who's to check?
Who is
sort
to
of
check?
situation?
Yes.
Is it a boy or girl? I don't...
I think it's pink. In the midst of... And by the way, congrats to him and his wife, partner. What an exciting time, and wish them nothing but the best. In the middle of all that, he was out training with Carlos Praches. Look at this. Yes, look at this. Carlos, 170-pounder. Yuri, a 205-pounder. And seeing that Yuri Prochazka footage, that got me thinking of Jamal Hill, guys.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I know it did. We were talking about Jamal Hill. I know you're all dying for the big response. I'm going to disappoint you tremendously. We were talking about Jamal Hill. When was that? Was it last Monday or last Tuesday? It might have been Monday or Tuesday, because I know it was after the event in Las Vegas when he had that whole lovers quarrel. I don't know what to call it with Helwani and Jacek, which seems like it has pretty much died at this point. I wasn't aware of much of what was going on. I came to the office. We talked about it. I'm like, all right, educate me on the air. I didn't think that it was the biggest of deals. And then we did a little segment breaking it all down. The boys were educating me, GC in particular, and I thought he did a very fine and fair job. And then, like a day or two later, I see a thumbnail on old Jamal's YouTube channel, and dare I say, this might be the most entertaining thing and funniest, I might add as well, that Jamal has produced in the last 3 years. I mean, look at that. That is tremendous work by Jamal and his crew.
It's pretty damn good.
The four of us, and I mean, look at Pizzi. Pizzi looks phenomenal.
Pizzi looks like Ronald McDonald.
It's amazing.
Fucking incredible. Yeah, this is thumbnail of the year for sure.
The Clown Clan.
Yeah, I mean, the respect to us calling us the Clown Clan.
We need to like trademark this, sell the merch. Look at this. Look, how did they do that? Is that AI slop or is that real? It's actually hilarious because if you look at it very quickly, it looks very like I look at Rick. He looks sort of like a nicer Insane Clown Posse member, with the red nose.
I'm not gonna lie, it also makes us all look a little bit fatter too.
I think it's AI because
Pizzi's hair.
Pizzi's hair looks not right, and neither does mine. It looks like it got processed a little bit.
Also, you're like completely bald now, Ariel.
Yeah.
And the glasses are still on, which is fucking amazing.
That is weird. Yeah, I think the guys with the hair look funnier than us. I think we look weird with the bald head and the makeup.
Whoever does his thumbnails, bravo.
Fantastic.
Well, this is incredible.
Well done.
I thought he nailed it. I have to be honest, just like I couldn't make it through 30 seconds of the initial footage, Joanna and him, I saw this, I clicked on it. I swear to God, God is my witness. 2 minutes in, I was like, I can't do this. I can't. And it seemed to me like Jamal had come across a new word.
Disingenuous.
That would be the one. I mean, he might have said it, no joke. Frank watched the whole thing. God bless him. I mean, it's one of the nicest things that he's ever done. He watched the whole thing. How many times?
Ain't that what journalism is?
Yeah, he said that too. He said that one too. But how many times disingenuous, Frank? How many times?
I no joke, at least 30. I'm not being hyperbolic. Like, I want to go count because I'm curious, but at the same time, I don't care.
Yeah. The thing is, I don't think of the times that I heard it, and it wasn't 30 because I didn't make it to the end, I don't think he used it correctly once. He didn't use the word correctly once. If you're going to try to impress us with a new vocabulary, a new set of words, at least use the words correctly, my friend. At least use it correctly. It's not as easy as it looks sitting here talking in front of this mic. And yes, he, like Kamaru Usman, was trying to teach me, 15-time World MMA Journalist of the Year winner in a row, also graduate of the most prestigious journalism school in the United States. Jamal Hill was trying to teach me what was it called, Frank?
Disingenuous.
No, I think it was the other word.
Ain't that what journalism is?
Yeah, journalism. He was trying to teach me about journalism. And I would say the same thing that I would say to Kamaru Usman, like to hear from you guys what journalism is, what it is supposed to be is laughable to me. It is so laughable to me. It's because it would be the same thing as me trying to tell you like how to throw a jab or how to, score a takedown. I would never dare do that. But yet for some reason you feel like you can tell us how to run the show or what journalism is. I have a news flash for you. Not everything that we do, even though I am a journalist, very proudly, I have the degree. I went to school. I did the whole thing. Not everything that we actually do on this show is journalism. Not every single second of the content we produce can be deemed journalism. I'm very aware of that. For example, like when we're talking about Frank's mom's ass, that's not journalism.
Wait a minute.
You see what I'm trying to say? Not everything we do, all the on-the-nose questions, the blind ranking, all that stuff is not journalism. So when we're talking about a very uninteresting, irrelevant, kind of goofy story, like you getting into a quarrel with Ioana and Jacek, that I could not care less about. So much so that I didn't take the time, as you rightly pointed out in those first 2 minutes, that I did not take the time to look into, that I did no research whatsoever, because I could not care less about you getting into any type of weird quarrel with Ioana and Jacek. I have no interest in this story whatsoever. It was 10 minutes that, we probably shouldn't even have devoted a 4-hour show to. We do 12 hours a week, just me in this seat alone. Not everything is journalism, and that certainly wasn't. That was us just kind of talking about a silly, goofy story that you clearly are trying to, capitalize on, because I did look at your YouTube numbers, and all of a sudden you're doing multiple videos on this, including going back to the old well of taking shots at me, and I can guarantee you there's going to be another 30-minute breakdown of you sitting in your chair doing a breakdown on this and insinuating all kinds of nonsense just to get those numbers up, because anytime you do a video about me, your numbers go up. The rest of the time you're wallowing in the 4.1, 6.2, 3.2 territory. We could see it for ourselves. Yes, this is a fun moment. Let us capitalize on this and do a 30-minute breakdown on 4 clowns talking about a story that we have willingly said we have no interest in and didn't care enough to do the research on. So there you go. Enjoy. Have fun. Not offended. Kind of think it's goofy. Kind of think it's funny that a UFC fighter has this kind of like grudge, vendetta, obsession with anytime I say his name. Anytime I say his name, we get a 30-minute breakdown of him sitting there thinking like he's, big man on campus. He's going to say this, he's going to say that, he's going to insinuate this, that, and the other. But we're getting fun thumbnails. And trust me on this. Jamal, Kamaru, and if you want me to practice journalism, I'm happy to do it. I do it in my sleep. And I continue to do it. And I continue to do it better than anyone in the game. You want to know what's up with LFA and Fight Pass? I'll tell you about that as I'm driving from the gym home. I'll drop that. As everyone's getting the story wrong, by the way, LFA didn't get cut from Fight Pass. They chose not to re-sign with them because Fight Pass wanted to own their IP and their library. They're about to announce a deal any day now. Stay tuned for that. It's going to be airing on linear television in 2026. You're welcome. If you want to know what's up with John Jones getting offered $30 million, which no one had, and then saying yes, and then saying no, and the fight not happening, and him retiring, and then having to say sorry to Dana White, I could tell you about that in my sleep as well. I could tell you about Conor McGregor getting injured. We had that before. I could do this all day. You want to know the full card for the first Paramount card? We do practice journalism. We do practice it quite often. But then when it comes to the silly stuff, we partake in that as well, and then you get in your feelings and get upset and try to hit us with these silly, clapbacks and think you've got us. You have not got us. None of us watched it. We all laughed about it and thought it was pretty damn silly. I did happen to see, it's not silly. I did happen to see Arman Sarukian eating more, and that to me is good content. That is actual box office content. That is great stuff right there. I saw him, what was he eating? He was eating some seafood. I think it was like some kind of paella platter. I think that's what it was. What is that, crab legs?
Is that not crab?
It just seems like the legs, no? Oh, is that an
lobster for sure. Yeah. That tail there. Damn, that looks good.
That does look good.
Where's the shrimp cocktail?
Why is the plate so big all the time?
Got a lot of lobster tails on there.
And then he was at Starbucks? Was he at Starbucks as well? What's going on here? I haven't seen this one.
I need the story behind this one.
Wait.
You haven't seen this one?
No.
Dude, he's like in the mountains and it's...
There's an actual Starbucks?
I mean, there's no barista there.
Yo, this is crazy.
Some of those logos look a little off, but... It
does look a little sussy. In the mountains? In the mountains. Okay, cool. Shout out to our good friend Rory McDonald. He was competing again. He's back on the mats these days doing his thing. Yeah, there it is. At the ADCC Niagara. Love it. Inching closer to that return, got first place, And also shout out to Alex Volkanovsky, the character that he's playing for the new Street Fighter movie. They revealed all the characters. I'm not familiar with this guy. This is Joe. You guys know
Who's
Joe? Yeah, who is Joe? Do you guys know?
Joe?
Do you know who that is?
No.
One of the extended ones.
Oh.
Yeah, this is not like a main character. This is not a.
All right. Well, he looks good anyway with the hair.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
No, all the
Aussie Joe.
mocks look pretty good.
He looked like he was sad to get rid of the hair.
Yeah.
I don't blame him.
Any super chats, Frankie?
You're damn right we do.
Shall we go to them? Oh yes.
Super chats.
What do we got?
Genesis 12:3. I will bless those who bless you, and him who dishonors you I will curse, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed.
Wow. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Did you see Dana
What else,
send
Frankie? What
Dana a text about that Bills win?
Oh, no, I did not. But golly, I got to tell you, it was very nice. It was very entertaining.
The Dave Portnoy up 21-0 video and then the retraction, I wish I never made that video, is an all-timer.
Can I just say, like, I give him credit. You put yourself out there when you do that.
Yeah.
So there is something to be said for that.
I don't think he deleted either.
No, respect.
That's the key.
I may have sent a cheeky text to Bill Simmons as well. And that
How was
it.
Bill handling it? How did he take it?
Well, I don't think he'll mind me saying this. I'm not a big trash talker, so it was just a smiley face. That was it. Nothing more. No?
That might be more
That's
annoying.
even worse.
Like,
What did he-
y'all blew it, bro.
You knew
Well,
exactly what you were doing.
What did he say?
He sent me back just a screenshot of the current standings.
Yeah. No,
that's good. Fair play.
I think I saw the Patriots radio announcer when they scored to go
they're
up 21-0. He
Yeah.
was just like, the Bills window is closed.
Yes,
the
yes.
Patriots run the
Yes,
AFC
yes,
once
yeah.
again.
I mean, that was basically the
man.
summation of the Portnoy vid.
Also, like as a Patriots fan, you've been on the right side of the comebacks. You should know. Like, just give it a second.
Chill.
Just give it a second.
Listen, nothing was going our way. There was nothing that would suggest that we were coming back in the second half, but we have done this several times this year.
Josh Allen is absolutely
superhuman.
incredible, man.
Superhuman.
What a week for him.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, as he said in the post game press conference, he has known for a while that he was, going to have a child. They announced it on Friday, but yes, very exciting. Mazel tov to mom and dad, Josh and Haley. Very exciting, very
What's up
nice.
with him yakking?
So he says that I've heard him say this.
But he does it like several times a game.
They just happen to catch him.
Feels weird, no?
By the way,
That can't be like
that can't be.
if I yak once, it affects me for 10 years.
I'm saying.
Like
I'm still living off of that
Yes.
food poisoning 2.5 years ago. It haunts my dreams. He's like, yep, third quarter yak. Here we go.
I do everything in my power to avoid having to throw up, right? Like if there's a worry, this thing, it's not going to sit well. Throw up.
Food after dinner.
Throw up.
He's just so used
Rice
to it.
in the refrigerator.
Throw up. And he's just like doing it in between looking at the iPad.
Yeah. Hold this for a second, guys.
Yeah. And it's like green. And they're like, Josh is going through it. By the way, shout out to Iron Eagle. Iron Eagle was calling Knicks Magic on Saturday night in Vegas. And then he's doing that game at 1 o'clock. So he must have left and taken the red eye. And now he's doing it. And him and JJ Watt have become a
I
great
wonder if
duo.
at that level you're getting the PJ.
Yeah, when you are the greatest broadcaster in sports, that's just
You think CBS is sending it for him?
I think
What's
so,
interesting
for
also,
that,
2 different networks too. So they have to be, because the whole crew, I was wondering about this. I had a feeling because the whole crew that did the Knicks played in the first game, 5:30, and then they brought in Michael Grady to do the play-by-play, but the rest of the crew stayed. He left, so I was like, oh, he's probably going. I didn't think he'd do the 1 o'clock game. I thought they'd give him a little bit more time. But yeah, CBS probably sent the PJ. And I'm happy. I love him. He's incredible.
Yeah, like Herb Street's flying private.
Herb Street's flying private, yeah. Did you guys watch the Cup on Saturday?
No.
No, but I saw through you that they are advancing.
No, stop it. Guys, that game on Saturday. Okay, first of all, what you have to understand is these are regular season games.
Yeah.
So these games count.
No, respect.
They kind of count.
No, they don't kind of count.
NBA regular season's kind of
No, they actually really count.
No,
so the
I
Knicks
know
are
they
on a
count.
roll.
They don't count.
By the way, it's December 15th, and last I checked, your prophecy is not coming to fruition just yet. Knicks beat the Magic, who we hate, who injure all our players.
A rivalry, right?
And then, oh yeah, dating back to Shaq and Ewing.
Oh, for sure.
And then Thunder don't do their part, lose to the Spurs. And so wouldn't you know it, for the first time since Knicks Spurs 1999 NBA Finals, it's Knicks Spurs Part 2, this time NBA Cup Finals Tuesday night in Las Vegas.
Could you
imagine?
The drama.
Could you imagine?
Cinema.
Yes.
Will unfold on a Tuesday night in Las Vegas.
In December. Don't forget December.
A December night in Las Vegas. Tuesday, by the way.
So hyped. I'm so
How are you
hyped.
gonna feel, if something doesn't go right? Like, is it gonna be levels of like playoffs? Because you're hyping this up, like this is crucial to your fandom.
I feel
and
bad.
It's a made up thing.
It's not made up. It's a big game in December. I feel. Listen, I get upset.
It is made up.
No, I get upset when this is a regular season game. So if the Knicks were playing the Spurs, I would want them to win. They played the Spurs Christmas Day last year. I wanted them to win. So why not get a fucking trophy? Why not get a T-shirt and a hat and celebrate? And I could see the Knicks actually celebrate. And I would love the banner, and I'm going to be there in attendance. If they win and do the banner ceremony, I have to be in the building. That could be the only time in my life that I see them raise a banner, and I'll be very happy about it.
Tear comes to an eye to see the NBA Cup banner lifted.
I was telling my kids, like, this might be it for us as a unit. This might be our chance. Jalen is humming out there. Cat is humming. The Tyler Kolek playing amazing. OG.
We gotta enjoy this, boys. This might be it for us.
My son had to go to a party Saturday night. I said, we ain't leaving this house until that final horn.
Bills, Blue Jays, Knicks.
Yes, all in 26. This is the beginning.
I was going to say this is it for us.
What do you mean?
This is what you're saying to your kids.
This is the
Enjoy
apex?
this.
Yeah.
This is our only shot at a chip.
My son was talking, and it was the post-game walk-off interview, and he starts, I was like, shh. I want to hear this. He's like, bro, this doesn't matter. I'm like, what are we talking about? This matters.
Your kids are smart.
Yeah,
I will say.
They know ball.
Smart.
I was excited about it. Frank?
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ariel, not doing the prop quiz would be akin to Braun not participating in the slam dunk contest. Streets need the Helwani x Jose Young super match.
Do you have the...
That's the one.
Do you have the Francis Ngannou draw?
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, that one. No, I'm kidding. Listen, you think I roll out of bed, for free these days? All right? Pay the cost to be the boss. That's what I say to that. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Ariel, will you bring back the boxing hour? Not trying to ask for too much. Appreciate everything you guys already do. Just miss it.
Oh, I would love to do that. It's not a bad shot. The boxing hour, like the MMA hour. Should we do that in 26 guys?
Who's to check?
No.
Who the fuck is we?
Oh, okay. That would be the better one. Frank, I'll never forgive you for I lay-upped the journalism one and you hit me with the wrong one.
Literally answering a question from on air.
So you just guessed 50-50 and got it wrong?
Exactly.
I'm not going to lie. He was panicking back here. He's like, wait, which one did he say? As he was frantically hitting one.
Is that what journalism is?
Yeah. So guess what? Now when he does the breakdown, Frank's mistake is going to be highlighted.
Who's to check, though?
Yeah.
I'm not going to watch
Was that
it.
even a good sound drop?
Didn't watch the last one, won't watch the next.
I know, but it's going to be in there for all of eternity.
The clown crew needs to get their moment to shine, and Frankie delivered.
IYK.
Peace and love.
Oh, sorry, clown clan. That'll now make the
merch. Make the merch. What else, Frankie? What else?
Over under 4.5 times GC uses the Cena tap pick.
Oh,
it's going to be over.
In 25 alone?
For sure. There's just a couple memes that hit the rotation. That hit the rotation heavy.
It's good. That is going to be
The Patrick Starr super wide-eyed one. The guy saluting, crying with the UFC glove
I've seen
on.
that.
I've used that one maybe like 80 times now.
Yeah.
The Cena.
What would be the context for the Cena one? Like, if you're in like trouble but still happy?
It'll come to you.
Yeah, it'll come. What else, Frankie? What else?
Just remember that the most important lesson professional wrestling has taught us is to just give up.
Wow. Am I getting roasted for this take? I don't even know. I don't even know what the people are saying.
I think they were agreeing with you.
Who is to check? What else, Frankie? What else?
PFL Lyon was incredible live.
Oh.
Fedor and Isaac Hajar in the crowd. Cyborg title.
F1 driver.
GOAT.
Yeah.
But the pop when Habirora won was insane. French crowd was nuts. As soon as I hear
was on the show today.
By the way, is there a rivalry between Belgium and France? I feel like there is. Certainly a sporting rivalry, so it's interesting that they're adopting him as one of their own. But yeah, it was amazing. Did you guys see that when they had the flares in the arena?
Yeah.
That can't be legal. Like that can't be safe, right? I mean, it's actual fire.
Let them worry about it.
Federal fucking prison.
Oh my God, Frankie. What else, Frankie?
Thank you for all the great shows this year. Best of the biz.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Appreciate that. Very kind. Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Hey, Ariel, have you ever thought about having Enson Inoue on the show? I think he would be perfect considering he's an OG in Japanese MMA and still involved.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Rick. I think we've had him like way back in the Dizzle.
I'm sure we had him at some point like a while ago. But yeah, I mean, as I said, I follow the fam on TikTok, so I think Enson could be pretty cool.
Let's not move on from that one. 5:02 p.m. We just clocked back in the digs on the show, on the program.
Back in the Dizzle.
What else, Frankie? What else?
And lastly, other than the Knicks, which other team in the NBA interests you?
Yo, 500 what?
Yeah, what was
those?
That? Yeah, 500 bones?
Something.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of basketball. I appreciate all the teams, but I'm a one-team guy. Some haters online like to say, like, oh, the Raptors. First of all, I've always said that I'm a Knicks fan. When the Raptors won in 2019, yeah, of course I was happy for them because I'm Canadian and it was a great story, and I'd rather them win than the Warriors, who had just won the previous year and had won, I think, 4 of the last 5, something like that. So, yeah. You're telling me you've never watched a game as a neutral fan and said, I want that team to win? You're telling me that's never happened? And I had even more of a reason because I'm from that country. So, and at the time the Knicks sucked. So I was like, oh, at least I have some kind of rooting interest, because I'll be honest, the Warriors, Cavs, like 5 years in a row, like it was fun, but I had no real rooting interest. You know, they were both 2 great teams that I had no real connection to. So that was nice. But no, Knicks, obviously what the Thunder are doing is great. I feel better about saying like, oh, I have an appreciation for the Western Conference teams than the East because I hate all the Eastern Conference teams. You know, Thunder, cool. Wemby, cool. We're going to beat him tomorrow. NBD. Obviously love Steph. I've had love for the Kings back in the day. They're not great at the moment. You know, that type of thing. But I just love the game, you know? Just love the game. Can't wait to celebrate the NBA Cup. Tomorrow on the program, guys, we're going to be joined by the great Chael P. Sonnen. Feel like a good time to do a little wrap up with my old friend from ESPN, the one and only, the bad guy, Chael P. Holly Holm going to join us to talk about her big title fight on January 3rd. And Sam Alvey is going to join us to talk about his loss to Robles Despan just a little over a week ago and all the craziness that happened at Karate Combat. We'll also be doing On the Nose, your questions. I think the post is up, or it might be up any moment now.
I got the email.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, you like that title? Guess who eats together at the Carnegie Deli? Bowser from Shanana.
And Arthur Fonzarelli.
Yes, Jordan. Yes. By the way, what about that Rob Reiner story? Holy crap. That is craziness. My condolences to his family as well. A lot of dark times, my friends. A lot of dark times. But we are rising above. And I got to go home to actually, the sun has set. Can I do it live on the show right now?
Wait, is it an open flame?
Yeah, give us just press the button.
Where is it? Right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can do the prayer?
I thought you have to reset it. Oh.
Put on your yarmulke. It's time to celebrate Hanukkah. The owner of the Seattle Supersonicas celebrates Hanukkah. Sing it with me, Frank. O.J. Simpson.
Not a Jew.
But guess who is? Hall of Famer Rod Carew. He converted. When you feel like the only kid in town, you can play me out here, Frankie. Without a Christmas tree. Here's a list of people who are Jewish. Just like you and me. Yeah. Anyway, go check out the song. David Lee Roth lights the menorah. Sing it with me, Frank. So do James Conn, Kirk Douglas, and the late Dinah Shore. It's very cozy in here, I'm not going to lie.
Cozy like it's too warm?
No, I like it. Like the motif, all that stuff.
He really outdid himself this time.
He really did. I do have to give him credit. It's nice. We're open for all. Come one and all. We're non-denominational, dare I say, right, guys?
Who the fuck is we?
Actually, there was we had our third uncrowned holiday party this week.
Yeah, I'm a little spent.
Yeah. We went we got in on the dumplings early. We went to the Yahoo holiday party on Wednesday, and then we had the GC holiday party on Friday. And who showed up first? None other than yours truly.
It was actually Frank, first in, first out.
The FIFO.
Yeah.
Mysterious Frank way.
Most impressive was 3 holiday parties. On air, Jordan didn't show up to one. Could you believe it? Not one. I mean, what's your excuse on it?
Disingenuous.
Vacation time.
Frank, you went 3 for 3.
So did Helwani. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Helwani.
That might be the biggest upset of them all. I was at the first one. I set it up.
Me and Rick going 3 for 3 was minus 10,000.
Kevin Vallejos, thank you very much to him. Patrick Habirora, thank you to him. Tyson Pedro, Shakur Stevenson. Back tomorrow, same time. Let's say peace. Righty.